Good morning and welcome everybody to the review of U.S. Human Spaceflight Plans Committee meeting. Welcome to everybody here in the audience. We've got a full house, which is great, and welcome to everybody watching on NASA TV and through the internet. We have a good agenda for today, and my name is Phil McAllister. I'm the Executive Director of the committee, and we are very happy to be here in Cocoa Beach. I'd like to remind the committee members that we are in Cocoa Beach because we've had 3 meetings now in successive cities, and sometimes we forget. The weather's been remarkably the same in each city as well. But anyway, we are very happy to be here. This is a public meeting. It's governed by the Federal Advisory Committee Act, FACA. So the discussion today, the presentations, all the comments are on the record. There will be a public comment period towards the end of the day. That will be announced ahead of time. It'll be first come, first serve, and we ask that it be limited to about 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes each. And please, no questions during the comment period. The committee does have a website at http://hsf.nasa.gov. So the committee is essentially open for business 24/7. You can send comments and questions at any time, but we prefer questions to be submitted through the internet, through the website, so that we can respond with an answer and everybody can see. So the comment section is really just for comments. And also for members of the media today, Norm Augustine will be available at the end of the day, approximately 4 o'clock, for a 30-minute press conference. So again, for the public comment period, we would like that to be for the public, and the media will have their separate time at the end of the day. Transcripts and video of today's meeting will be available also via the website probably sometime next week. And we ask if you could please mute your cell phones. It's just like the movie theaters. And please do not interrupt the presentations or the committee member discussions. With that, I'd like to turn it over to the chair, Norm Augustine.
Phil, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Is my microphone working?
Yeah.
Let me begin by adding the welcome on behalf of our committee to everyone in this room and those who are watching on television. This has certainly been a topic that stirred a great deal of interest. The people's dedication to the space program is very obvious to us. We treasure the input we've received from the public and from people at NASA who understand the issues in great detail. We, as you've heard, we have our own website. We even Twitter. We are on Facebook. We receive emails. We receive lots of regular mail. My secretary told me some time ago I personally had passed over my 1,000th email that I've received. I think I've heard from every NASA director, beginning with Jim Beggs and beyond. And we treasure those inputs, and anyone here who has anything you'd like to add, we would certainly welcome. The only challenge from our standpoint is that most of the inputs are contradictory with one another, but I think that's why we're here. There is a sign-up list at the back of the room that if you'd like to make comments this afternoon during the public time, if you will sign up. Unfortunately, there's only a limited amount of time, so we will have to limit the number of people who sign up, but we'll do it first come and first serve. If you don't get on the sign-up list, please send us an input on our website. We do have a very full agenda today. We'll be devoting our time to hearing from the folks at the Cape a little bit more about the Constellation program. We'll be having a discussion among ourselves. One of our subgroups will be reporting. And there are a number of congressional and state officials that have asked to make statements, and they will be doing that this morning. Our study is, we've been granted 90 days. The reason for that is that we're trying to match the budget schedule. We now have 33 days left, and we are only beginning to make decisions. By and large, you'll find that we're just discussing, not making decisions. I guess I would like to emphasize 2 things. One is that the role of our committee is not to make a specific recommendation. Our role is to offer several options to the White House and to NASA for the future human spaceflight program and for the robotic program that directly relates to that. So we will be offering options. We'll be measured by how well we configure those options and analyze them. It will be up, I assume, to the President and the Congress to decide which options to choose. Secondly, just as a caution to try to avoid misunderstanding, it's our practice as a committee to ask some very tough questions and to take positions in debate that we may not even believe in, just to draw out the arguments. And so please don't try to interpret something that we say as being a position that we hold. We may just be testing, and I think many of us, you'd be in a position of trying to read the mind of someone who hasn't made up their mind. So with those cautions, I believe we should start right out, and the first speaker today is somebody that certainly does not need to be introduced to this audience. Bob Cabana, of course, holds one of the most responsible positions in all of the space program. We're very lucky to have a person of his ability and experience there. Let me turn the floor over to you, Bob.
Thanks, Norm. I'd like to add my good morning to the team and welcome to sunny Florida. Let's hope that this nice weather sticks around one more day and we can lure Endeavour home tomorrow after another outstanding mission. I appreciate this opportunity to address the panel, but I have to tell you, it's weighed heavily on my mind. I can normally sleep anywhere, anytime. You can ask Leroy. I've slept under catapults on aircraft carriers. I could easily sleep the night before launch. Heck, I even took a nap out on the launch pad during one of the long holds. But I woke up this morning early and I couldn't get back to sleep because I was weighing the importance of what this panel is trying to do for U.S. human spaceflight capability, and I wanted to make sure that I was able to convey the right words to you. But given the qualifications of the panel and having listened to some of your deliberations, I have every confidence that you're going to deliver a quality set of options to our leaders to act upon. But I certainly don't envy the task that you have. It really is important, and when you consider the enormity of it and the limited time that you've been given to come up with an answer, it's not easy, and I thank you for it. There's very little that I can present to this panel in 30 minutes that you don't already know. You've been bombarded with PowerPoint slides and every conceivable idea on how to get to low Earth orbit, back to the Moon and Mars. Having said that, I do think it's important that we document KSC's capabilities for the record. Before I do that, however, I'd like to share some thoughts with you. Since coming to KSC last October, I've tried to provide this team with a clear, consistent, simple message. Until directed otherwise, we have a plan to execute. We must fly the shuttle safely, complete the International Space Station, and meet our commitments to the Constellation program by delivering a quality project on time within budget. The shuttle program is going to end when we complete the International Space Station, and it will result in the loss of a significant number of jobs here at the Kennedy Space Center. The transition will be difficult, but in the end, we have a great future. We have a great future because our future program provides an integrated architecture that allows us to go anywhere, to low Earth orbit, to near Earth objects, to the Moon, to Mars, and beyond. And it supports human spaceflight not just for years, but for decades. In this time of dwindling budgets and changing requirements, I'm concerned about our future. Our nation needs a spaceflight program, a human spaceflight program, that is inspirational, attainable, and sustainable. It's critical to our future if we are to remain a world leader, and it's critical to NASA and the Kennedy Space Center. So what are we doing at the Kennedy Space Center to meet our commitment to the programs and prepare for the future? Programs come and go, but the core capabilities of Kennedy Space Center have remained constant and continue to meet mission requirements. They include launch vehicle processing to include ground, launch, and recovery operations, spacecraft and payloads processing, and ground systems and infrastructure development. Our goal is to ensure KSC remains the premier launch complex for sending humans and payloads to space. We have the facilities, the engineering talent, and the commitment to do just that. From Apollo through shuttle and into the future, KSC facilities and personnel have adapted and provided first-class support to the resident programs, including the acquisition and management of commercial launch services for NASA missions. We have a rich history in human spaceflight at Kennedy, and you'll notice a theme throughout my presentation. The Kennedy Space Center has adapted from the past to the future to meet our agency's requirements and excel. The Vehicle Assembly Building is a one-of-a-kind national asset that is well suited for the future Constellation program. As a young midshipman at the Naval Academy, I had the honor of coming down here for the first time on a field trip with the Physics Honor Society to see Apollo 13 launch in April of 1970. The day before launch, we were given a tour of the KSC facilities. And even more than the launch, I can remember standing inside the VAB seeing Saturn V rockets being stacked up to go to the moon. It's something I'll never forget and was a tremendous motivation for me to continue a career in aerospace. Today, I can walk into that same facility and see the Ares 1X rocket being stacked to support a new generation of exploration. One of our greatest challenges is the maintenance of our aging infrastructure and facilities in light of our restrictive budgets. As one program manager put it, we can spend our money to have the best facilities in the world, but there won't be enough left to build any hardware in them. Fortunately, with the supplemental funding we received from previous hurricane damage, the VAB is in pretty good shape for right now. The Launch Control Center in Complex 39 supported Apollo, Shuttle, and is now being modified for Ares 1. The firing rooms in the LCC have been continually upgraded over the years. Firing room 4 in the lower center currently supports the shuttle, and firing room 1 on the far right of your screen has been modified to support the Ares 1X flight this October and will be further modified to support the Ares 1. You can also see a picture of the new mobile launch platform up there on the top. It's well under construction for the Ares 1. Pad 39B is being modified for the Ares 1X test flight, and the lightning protection system also supports the Ares 1. You can see the 3 lightning protection towers in the top photo with the 2 shuttles on the pad and also in the lower center. The orbiter access arm and external tank vent arms have been removed, and we're in the process of installing a stabilization system for Ares 1X. I'd like to point out that in order to keep the Constellation program on schedule, design changes to the VAB as well as the launch pads and mobile launch platforms are being made in parallel with the vehicle design. If Ares 1 is canceled, redesign changes can be made to these facilities, but there will be an impact in both cost and schedule to the replacement vehicle, and a significant investment will be lost. The Operations and Checkout Building High Bay has been fully updated in partnership with the state of Florida and Lockheed Martin to provide a world-class processing facility for the assembly and checkout of the Orion spacecraft. This facility represents a $35 million investment by the state of Florida to capture critical work for this area. Computer models that KSC developed through a Space Act agreement with the state of Florida were provided to all offerers on the Orion contract and used to determine the best flow for processing of Orion in the ONC building. The use of this simulation also provided data that was fed back into the design of the spacecraft to improve processing. As the final space station hardware is delivered to orbit, the Space Station Processing Facility, High Bay, will also become available for future work. KSC is working closely with the JSC Altair project on developing concepts for final assembly of the lunar lander here at KSC, and the SSPF is one of the facilities under consideration. The computer model used to determine the best use of the ONC building will also be used to determine the optimum flow for the processing of Altair. I put this next slide in because it covers the large range of KSC engineering capabilities, from the development of ground systems on the left to vehicle sustaining engineering and microgravity research in the center, and on to lunar surface systems development on the right. KSC engineers have participated in the design of the launch vehicle and the spacecraft to improve operability during ground processing and launch operations and to help ensure mission success. They are also partnering with other centers and are actively involved in the development of surface systems required for sustained operations on the lunar and Martian surfaces. We are closely partnering with Johnson, Marshall, Langley, and Glenn in the design and development of flight hardware that will better enable us to assume the sustaining engineering role for the vehicle here at KSC when Constellation transitions from a developmental to an operational program. KSC subsystem engineers have taken lead roles in structural loads testing and test integration for various Orion elements, in on-orbit shuttle issue resolution, in Ares modeling and simulation, as well as being assigned to serve as chair for the Ares Engineering Review Board. They have been active in the Desert Rats and other lunar simulation exercises, helping the Exploration Systems Mission Directorate and the Space Operations Mission Directorate define and develop a lunar surface communications architecture, in situ resource utilization, and other capabilities. With a core of approximately 450 civil service engineers, KSC is meeting the demands of the program to develop the ground systems necessary to support a new launch vehicle and to provide the sustaining engineering for a new spacecraft. I'm not going to go into details on all our collaborations, but I'd like to point out the Space Life Sciences Laboratory in the upper left corner that was built by the state of Florida. This is a world-class biotechnology lab that is ideally suited for payloads processing for the International Space Station as a national lab. We're currently working with Space Florida to make it an anchor point for Exploration Park, shown in the lower left. This will be a research park built on KSC property, but outside our fence to improve access. It will not only support research on the International Space Station, but will also support future commercial opportunities. KSC's engineering experience in expendable launch systems has also been provided to the Commercial Orbital Transportation Services, or COTS developers. And you can see a picture of SpaceX breaking ground with NASA and Air Force personnel on Launch Complex 40 for their Falcon 9 rocket. KSC facilitated in providing SpaceX and Orbital with excess pressure vessels and cryogenic tanks from the Santa Susana facility when it was closed. KSC is working to inspire the next generation by collaborating with numerous Florida and other state universities on applied technology projects. One example is our in situ resource utilization project, where Carnegie Mellon University developed the rover we mounted our experiments on, and the University of Hawaii integrated the lunar analog field demonstration. Our DoD collaboration is primarily with the 30th and 45th Space Wings for range operations, and with the Air Force and NRO for launch vehicle procurement. But the picture in the lower right shows a NASA launch from the White Sands Missile Range to demonstrate an autonomous flight termination system that we are now partnering with DoD on as part of the space-based range. I think we've got a lot more room for partnerships and collaboration, and we're working on it. With all that's going on at KSC right now, challenges abound. First and foremost, our challenge is to safely execute our current programs while transitioning to the new exploration program. Next, we have to sustain center facilities and infrastructure during the funding gap between programs. And finally, we have the challenge to retain critical skills post-shuttle as the exploration program ramps up. Safety in the execution of our day-to-day work is paramount. If we have another shuttle incident, the future of U.S. human spaceflight will be at risk for years. I can assure you that the shuttle workforce fully understands this situation, and in spite of the fact that layoffs loom in the future, they are dedicated to ensuring the safe and accurate processing of our vehicles. I don't have a good answer on sustaining our facilities through the gap. It's a real challenge with the existing budget. I can tell you we are working closely with the programs to identify those facilities they have firm requirements for and to divest ourselves of the rest. We've recently gone through a number of facilities reviews and are in the process of consolidating our labs and shops. As far as skill retention is concerned, we've made a real effort to shift more of our design work from contractors to our civil service workforce so they have ownership of the project, are involved in the detailed design, and are not just serving as a contract monitor. The goal is to have a strong civil service engineering corps that has the in-house intellectual capacity to act as a smart buyer and sustain the KSC mission. We're also working closely with Brevard Workforce Development Board in supporting our contractor personnel with job counseling and retraining to help ensure they have the skills that will be required post-shuttle. This slide is really important. This workforce that we have is the most talented and dedicated workforce anywhere in the world, and it's a real privilege for me to be a member of it. In talking with the technicians and engineers processing the vehicles, I've learned that their job is not a vocation, but rather an avocation with them. They live to be part of this team and make it successful. At the peak of Apollo, KSC's workforce numbered over 25,000 contractors and civil servants. It dropped to approximately 8,500 in the 6-year gap between Apollo, Soyuz, and Shuttle. Today we have approximately 14,000, of which 2,100 are civil servants. Right now, the civil service workforce is projected to remain constant in the out years. The current budget does not support flying the shuttle beyond the end of September 2010. This is going to impact our contractor workforce. Based upon the FY09 budget and executing the current program, KSC is projected to lose 700 contractors in FY10, another 3,900 in FY11, and then grow by 500 in fiscal years 12 and 13. Unfortunately, recent budget projections now result in a delay to the lunar program, which results in a longer period of time before the workforce begins to increase. Obviously, changes to the budget or the direction provided by the programs and to the programs will change the magnitude and the timing of these impacts. That doesn't sound very heartening, but I think the key message is that in spite of the future drawdown that everyone sees coming, we have hundreds of motivated interns, co-ops, and young engineers who want to be part of this team with the hope of seeing us explore beyond low Earth orbit. The excitement of space exploration is still a huge draw. Human spaceflight still inspires. We have about 1 million guests each year at our visitor center, and folks drive far and wide for the opportunity to witness a shuttle launch firsthand. Those who can't get on site line the roads and waterways adjacent to the center. The human aspect of what we do is gripping and personal. It creates a bond between complete strangers. You cannot help but have pride in what we do as a nation when you see a shuttle launch in person. The space station is a phenomenal engineering achievement, especially when one considers that it consists of hardware built from around the world that comes together for the first time in space, and it works. In addition to the technical problems it's overcome, it's also had to overcome the cultural differences between Japan, Canada, Russia, the United States, and the European Space Agency and all its partners. It wasn't always this way. I think this picture really puts it in perspective. A lot can happen in 10 years. A little over 10 years ago, the space station hung on by one vote in Congress. Everyone said the technical challenge was too great. The design was too bad. You could never accomplish all the EVAs it required. It was over budget and behind schedule. 10 years ago, when we powered up the computers for the first time, no one was more surprised than me when they worked. A tribute to the team at JSC and the team here at KSC after the many hours we spent of multi-element integration testing in the SSPF. Look at it now, a crew of 6 on board a world-class microgravity lab and engineering test bed. It seems a shame to me that we would consider ending it in a few short years now that it's finally complete and not see it utilized to its full potential. I see the Constellation program much like the space station program 12 years ago or so. Much of what was said about space station then is being said about Constellation now. But it's amazing what can be accomplished in 10 short years when you put your mind to it. I wonder what we'll say 10 years from now when we look back. My sincere hope is that it will be much like looking back on that first space station assembly mission. That when we look back, we will have come a long way towards once again leaving low Earth orbit. KNC and the nation need a human spaceflight strategy that is inspirational, attainable, and sustainable. KSC has an extremely talented workforce and infrastructure that are national assets with a proven capability to adapt and deliver mission success. We are a world leader, and part of what it means to be a world leader is to be a world leader in space. It's what's expected of us. We are at a critical juncture in our nation's human spaceflight program. The team is ready to support. More than anything right now, we need consistency and a clear path forward for the future. We cannot keep changing direction. We need to decide where we're going, properly fund it, and execute the plan. Leaders lead, and that's what we have to do. Continue to lead in space. Be a leader. And we'll only succeed in the future if we have clear direction that is properly funded. I want to thank you for your time, your attention, your service to country, and your service to America's space program. Thank you.
Bob, thank you very much for those comments. That provides a very sound basis for all we're doing. And I hope you will also thank all your folks who've handled the logistics and administrative support for our visit. It's been handled terrifically. I also, special thanks to the team that's prepared material for us. We're well aware that you have other things to do than to support this committee, but you've certainly done everything we could have asked, and we thank you.
You're welcome.
At this point, I think we'll move ahead with the regular agenda, and we'll let you take a break.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Our committee, as it's carried out its responsibilities, has held a number of meetings such as this. We have also divided into subcommittees, since in 90 days we don't have time for the entire committee to do everything, because we all, of course, have other responsibilities as well. The major groups we've divided ourselves into relate to some of the current activities, specifically the shuttle program and ISS and its future. Secondly, into transport from Earth to near-Earth orbit. And thirdly, beyond near-Earth orbit. And fourthly, an integration group that's addressing such issues as international involvement, coordination with other agencies of the departments of the U.S. government, and particularly industrial involvement in the program and other factors of that type. As you could tell, those subjects are closely interrelated. They affect each other both technically and budgetarily. And given that, there's a great deal of integration that has to be done that has not yet been done. So today you're going to hear a briefing from the fourth of those groups. The other three have been briefed prior in other meetings like this one. And that fourth group is the one that's been addressing beyond near-Earth orbit. And they will be talking about some of the options, keying those options to goals. And then when we leave here, we will be focusing on integrating what you hear this morning with the work of others. This group has been led by Ed Crowley. He, as you know, is a former chairman of the Department of Aerospace Engineering at MIT, currently a professor there. And I need to state that the professor finished his homework about 20 minutes ago. So, Ed, you're up.
Thank you, Norm. In my business, there is no margin. Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and those of you out in cyberspace listening to this. This committee has addressed the questions of why we explore, where we should explore, and how we should explore. This is an enormous scope of opportunity space that we have before us. As Bob Cabana said in his last comment, the nation needs a program that is inspirational and sustainable. And we will try to address that question today. The actual presentation starts with an introduction by me and then goes to evaluation measures by my colleague Wanda Austin, a bit of science evaluation by Chris Chiba, a discussion of exploration options and measurements that I'll come back for, then a set of scenarios that we commissioned study of, an issue of the transportation issues that support those scenarios, recommendations from the subgroup to the full committee for discussion. This is the charter of the subgroup. In short, it's to identify options for consideration by the committee of the goals for exploration beyond low Earth orbit, the destinations beyond low Earth orbit, the means of reaching these destinations, and the costs that would be associated with them, keeping in mind the budgetary guidance that has been provided to us. Norm, I want to offer to the committee these pieces of wisdom. Do you have a paper copy with you? Yes. Use those folks. I used to have what they called astronaut eyes in the old days, but I can't quite read that little screen out there, so I thought I'd fall back to the old-fashioned paper in front of me here. Norm, I'd like to offer this insight into the elements of a desirable lunar program, and I'll let you read it. But in short, it says it should fit in the time and economic framework of the nation. It should use the building blocks of the present spaceflight program. It should have a good probability of early accomplishment, possess flexibility, but have immediate potential for limited operational capability, be adaptable for rapid expansion, have project cost in balance with expected returns, not require a huge single funding commitment, and be within the foreseeable NASA budget and be attractive to the public and the security interests. This seemed to us to be reasonable guidance for a future lunar program. In fact, it comes from the NASA archives from a presentation by George Low on January 5th, 1961, 15 days before the inauguration of John Kennedy. This was the space program of the Eisenhower administration, which was to go beyond low Earth orbit and go as you pay. Eisenhower was a fiscal conservative and thought that this was an appropriate way to explore space. What John Kennedy did was that he changed it from a go as you pay to a go in the decade program. First, by making in his famous speech of May 1961, where he said we should go and land a man on the moon and return him safely before the end of the decade. No single space project in this period will be more impressive to mankind or more important for long-range exploration of space, and none will be so difficult or expensive to accomplish. This was a bold vision. We choose to do these things not because they are easy, but because they are hard, because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Well, of course, 12 Americans succeeded by the end of the decade in walking on the moon, a success that we still commemorate, even most recently in the last week. There was no shortage of vision at the end of Apollo. Here is the roadmap that was laid out by the Apollo planning team in 1969. You probably can't see the chart, so I'll give you a sense. The first line is Earth orbital elements, which would have a space station beyond Skylab by 1975. A more permanent lunar presence by 1982. Planetary exploration, including landing on the Martian surface by the mid-80s, and the space shuttle, a nuclear shuttle, and a Mars excursion module, which looks strikingly like Orion, by the late 80s. In short, by 1990, the plan had 100 humans in low Earth orbit, 49 humans on the moon, and 72 humans in the Martian surface. This was a bold vision. Unfortunately, the politics did not support the bold vision. In the early 1970s, after the Apollo program, and particularly after Apollo 13, the political organizations of the nation reassessed the risk-reward structure in view of the then current downward economic climate, and President Nixon flipped the switch. President Eisenhower, President Kennedy, and President Johnson had called for an exploration program beyond low Earth orbit, and President Nixon redefined the space program to be one that would exploit low Earth orbit. The shuttle was developed. As the shuttle came into operation, President Reagan approved the space station program as a fundamental element of our foreign policy. The picture in the lower left is he and Margaret Thatcher at the White House looking at a model of the space station, which President Reagan sought to use to cement the alliance of the so-called Western or democratic nations against the evil empire, as he would have called it. Before the space station was built, the Berlin Wall came down, and a new foreign policy task was assigned to travel to low Earth orbit, that of building an alliance of both the United States and its former allies and the new partners, including the Russians. In 2004, President Bush flipped the switch again. There are fundamentally only two human spaceflight policies: only go to low Earth orbit or go beyond low Earth orbit. And our committee has been charged to examine what the right plan is to go back beyond low Earth orbit, beyond LEO again. We're all familiar with this vision: to fly out the shuttle, develop what was then called CEV, return to the moon, and extend human presence beyond, across the solar system and beyond. What President Bush essentially did was to return to the space policy of President Eisenhower: go beyond low Earth orbit and go as you pay. The most interesting thing, I think, in this speech was the passage that almost slipped by, but reminds the American people that since 1972, no human has set foot in another world or ventured farther upward into space than 386 miles, roughly the distance from Washington, D.C. to Boston, Massachusetts. 386 miles is as far as we have reached away from Earth in over 30 years. It's time to change that. Candidate Obama said when he would be elected, we would have a vigorous debate on the future direction of the space program, and once we have a sense of what's going to be most valuable for us in terms of gain knowledge, then I think we'll be able to adjust the budget so that we're going all out on what it is we have decided to do. Our panel has been asked to make recommendations to the President on what it is we have decided to do, but the record shows that in 2006 and 2008, both a Democratic and Republican-controlled Congress vigorously supported the venture beyond low Earth orbit. There is a national consensus to do this. So why do we explore? I do not believe that the rationale for space exploration should rest solely on workforce and industrial base. I believe it should be to inspire the nation, to provide an opportunity for humanity to move off the planet. And I'm joined in that sentiment by my colleagues on the subcommittee. Our view that we recommend to the full committee is that we explore to chart a path for human expansion into the solar system. That the moon is a way along this, but Mars should be the intermediate destination for this exploration. The ultimate goal should be staying off the planet. Norm, it was very interesting in this process how such a diverse group of people as the five of us who were on our committee with such diverse backgrounds so quickly and unanimously came to this position. So why do we explore? We've defined a set of topics which, Norm, we're going to recommend when Wanda comes up in a minute, form the basis of the evaluation system that we will use for the options in our consideration and presentation to the White House. Why we explore? If Mars is the ultimate goal, then part of our real role in exploration up until that point should be to prepare for further exploration. How can we develop our exploration systems so they will directly support and enable future missions of exploration? How will they develop technology? How will NASA rebuild, how can we rebuild NASA as a developer of new technologies that enable its future growth and serve as a much-needed engine of economic growth for the nation? science is an important reason to go into space, but as my colleague Chris Chiba points out, we have to be very careful about rationalizing human spaceflight in terms of its scientific objectives, and in a few minutes Chris is going to speak to that point. But it's undoubtedly true that for the time being we live on Earth. So the question is, what can we learn about our planet by studying others? The National Space Policy calls for exploration beyond LEO to support the scientific, commercial, and security interests of the nation. And in fact, we think there is an important role in stimulating the emerging commercial space industry. How can we explore in such a way as to stimulate this industry so that it takes up increasingly a larger share of the traffic to low Earth orbit and it becomes economically competitive in the world stage? In fact, as we speak, there are commercial ventures to build commercially funded rockets to low Earth orbit, commercially funded spacecraft that would carry cargo and humans, and commercially funded orbital facilities. We need to support and stimulate these. All successful human spaceflight projects have fundamentally been instruments of foreign policy. We have to have a strong rationale for going beyond low Earth orbit as a mechanism of creating the new sort of alliance, the alliance that will allow the United States to provide soft leadership in the world. We need more opportunities, as shown in these two pictures, of ground ops and flight ops being carried out by colleagues from around the world. And we explore to expand human civilization. First, in such a way as to protect our planet. The image on the left was a surprise. While we were all watching Neil and Buzz in the White House, a body struck the planet Jupiter, creating a hole in its atmosphere the size of the Earth. We were not tracking this body. Part of the role of exploration beyond LEO is to understand the bodies that might cross our paths and to prepare for the eventuality or certainty that one day one of them will come very close to the Earth. The other part of human civilization is, of course, to prepare for the opportunities for us to become a species that might someday live on two planets. We explore in order to provide benefit to the public. They are the primary stakeholders, the people, the nation, the school children, the young people. This is a picture of a bunch of enthusiastic people looking up at a shuttle launch. This is the way that we engaged the public in the 20th century. We have to build a space program that engages the people in the 21st century, that's new, that's exciting, that allows them to go online and get involved, that allows them to engage and participate. And in doing so, we will engage our youth and stimulate their interest in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, helping provide a stream of workforce that is critical to the strategic national interests of the nation. This is the broad brush of why we explore. These are not unfamiliar ideas. There are attempts to sort of lay them out and embrace them. And I'm now going to ask Dr. Wanda Austin to explain how we're going to transition from these broad ideas to an evaluation scheme for the options we consider.
Good morning, and thank you, Ed. Ed Crowley has just tried to motivate the arguments for why we explore and to give you some insights into what our subcommittee is trying to assess in looking at options that can help us achieve that goal for the 21st century. Can we get the charts up? Great. One of the things that's important as you take on the challenge of assessing a wide range of options that our subcommittee wanted to provide to the panel as a whole is to think a priori about what are the things that we need to evaluate to ensure that our nation is pursuing the best trajectory for the future of human spaceflight. We were given in our statement of task some of the evaluation criteria that was deemed to be important through panel fact-finding. Other metrics have been defined by the panel specifically. We also looked at history to review what metrics and figures of merit have been used in the past. And the areas that we reviewed very closely were the Space Act of 1958, the 1991 Synthesis Group, and the VSE, or Vision for Space Exploration Report, that was done in 2004. The interesting thing that we found was that there was a lot of similarity across all of those studies on what are the figures of merit and criteria that need to be evaluated. So we want to try to evaluate what capabilities would be enabled by each of the architectures or options that are considered. And in doing that up front, it helps to, I think, set a level playing field for evaluation and to make sure that you keep your eye on the goal. So what are some of the evaluation challenges? Tom Young, when he did the National Security Space study, pointed out that you have several variables when you are running a program. You've got to look at cost, schedule, performance, and if all three of those are given to you and defined for you, then the only real variable you have is risk. And if those variables are not defined appropriately or with sufficient margin, then what you have is the opportunity for increasing risk. It's also true that getting the same amount of money later doesn't really help you because it forces you to make decisions early on that may not be the optimum solution. They may be sub-optimum solutions. So we define benefit to stakeholders as really the performance direction. Budget is the cost and schedule perspective. And then the risks are numerous and varied. They come in a number of flavors, some of which we can manage, and some of which just happen in the course of the life of a program. Some of those are legislative changes, decisions that might be made by international partners, or, unfortunately, sometimes there are anomalies which drive changes in programs. So this is a really three-dimensional challenge that we face as we try to determine how best to evaluate the options. And they are not independent, they're interdependent, and the risks associated with each of those is relative to each other. So our challenge is to figure out when better may be the enemy of good enough. We've identified a number of evaluation metrics that could be examined. I'm going to talk about those in detail on the next chart. I know it's hard to read from a distance. But the message here is that there's a lot of uncertainty about some of these measures. When you talk about how do you inspire, how do you measure public engagement, how do you measure the value of exploration, that these aren't point solutions, that they're going to be solution spaces that we're going to need to examine. Let's start with exploration preparation, and I'm going to just summarize for each of these a little bit of the intent in including that measure. We think it's important to look at the options relative to their ability to help prepare us for further exploration, for that ultimate goal that Ed referred to. That includes robust growth beyond LEO. It includes making sure that we've got a robust transportation capability, and it includes making sure that we're doing all that we can to mature our technology so that it is, in fact, at a risk level that is reasonable to expect it to support the performance that we need. For science knowledge, Chris Chiba is going to talk to that in more detail, but I could summarize it by simply saying it's important that the science that we achieve is aligned with what our scientific community values and thinks that is important. For human civilization, one of the things that you'd like the options to address is how it supports getting us to the point of sustained human presence. That means looking at things, either demonstrations or technology, that help with human factors and making sure that we can sustain life for long duration. In the area of economic expansion, the options that we look at will want to understand how they contribute to growing a profitable industrial base. We've heard from previous subcommittee reports that having the opportunity to engage the commercial marketplace more in support of our mission is something that has tremendous benefit for the nation. Global partnership. We also heard from our other subcommittee panel members the importance and the value that can be achieved by leveraging and expanding the relationships that we've already started with the space station, and that there's an opportunity going forward to build on those relationships for the benefit of the nation, not only for civil space, but for national security as well. Public engagement. This is where we talk about, how do we inspire? How do we have a program that answers the promise of adventure and builds to the achievement of a successful exploration program? This is really key in making sure that we have not only public support, but that our public is engaged and understands the visible interim milestones that are going to be achieved in their lifetime, so that there's a level of excitement. We had an input from the public comment recently where a teacher talked about her elementary school students who might have the opportunity to be the first to step on Mars. That's great for that student, but there are a lot of people who would like to see us make some significant progress before that time. And technology development is the last item, that it's important to make sure that we're developing technologies that help us achieve the goals of innovation and are forward-looking, because they may in fact provide the benefit of getting us there faster, more effectively, and with less cost. Programmatic risk. Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that in the risk areas we've had vigorous debate about how we would frame some of these issues as we try to evaluate different options. But things that came out to us as being very important are the operational flexibility, extensibility, and robustness. All of us have had experience with programs that have not been executed exactly the way that we thought they would be executed when we started out. And the difference between successful programs and programs that get derailed, or at least one difference, is that successful programs have robustness and alternatives that they can fall back to, so that you may not follow exactly the path you started out on, but you do have alternate ways of accomplishing the goal. There's also cost, schedule, and technical risk that would be managed and looked at from the programmatic risk perspective. On the subject of safety, this is something that we've touched on in the last few days, and it's really about the balance between mission reliability and human safety, and making sure that we understand that there has to be a balance so that we are comfortable that we are not giving up mission capability because we're being risk adverse, that we pursue the opportunity to really be innovative, but yet at the same time ensure a reasonable level of crew safety. We've seen over history, we talked about Titan and Atlas being human rated, but what's happened over time is we've evolved the definitions of human rating to a point where we're continually trying to do more. Somewhere in there, we have to define what the right level of, or right aim point is for that. Programmatic sustainability, this is an area where we would include things like life cycle cost, making sure that the program has credibility and stability. there are a number of ways in which you'd want to ensure that sustainability. One of those is in budget, making sure that the budget that's laid out is in fact there for the program to manage to over the life of the program so that they can continue to execute and achieve the interim milestones. Cost. This one is one that we have a specific point that we're all looking to find options that meet the President's budget. That is the target. The challenge in evaluation will be that you may have two programs that have the same cost but may drive a different level of value or benefit to the stakeholder as such. And so we'll have to work our way through that. And then last but certainly not least, we want to look at the workforce impacts. And this is really about making sure that the workforce is strategically aligned with the goals and objectives of the mission that we undertake. The challenge here is making sure you've got the critical skills that you need, you've got the right skills that you need in balance, and that you're doing what's necessary to maintain the intellectual capital and the knowledge management to transfer skills that may be lost as we work through this transition. So our input to the panel is that we feel that it is clearly something that we need to discuss and have some deliberations on about whether or not these are the evaluation measures that would be appropriate to look at the beyond LEO options, and possibly as we merge the other options from the other subgroups, these will be useful across the board. And recognizing that not all measures would carry the same weight, that we need to have some discussion about what the relative rate and relative values of each of these measures would be. With that, let me turn it back over to Ed to lead, Chris, to talk about the science measures.
Okay, we should return to the main presentation if it's, yeah, great. I wanted to begin with a list of the science briefings that the subcommittee has received, and I now see Ed's issue with the size of the display that I have, so bear with me for just a moment. The subcommittee received a suite of briefings on science at various destinations in the solar system. There was a set of 4 different briefings on science on the moon. Those included a briefing on scientific findings relevant to human outposts or settlements on the moon, that is to say lunar resources. A briefing that focused on science about the moon, lunar geology primarily. Science that could be done from the moon, whether that's astronomy, solar and space physics, or earth science. And finally, we had a short briefing on using the moon as a planetary protection testbed for Mars exploration, since planetary protection will be a challenge when humans go to Mars. We also received briefings on science at space destinations, so not science on particular worlds, but science that could be done in free space. And one of those briefings we asked to emphasize the contrast between the scientific advantages, between the science that one would do on the surface of the moon and the science that one would do in free space. There was also a discussion of the role that humans can play in servicing scientific missions in free space, a brief discussion of the contrast between robotic and astronaut maintenance of those missions, although that is a kind of trade that is currently underway at the Goddard Space Flight Center and will not report out for another year. We reviewed science at near-Earth objects, most important from the point of view of human civilization, Earth-crossing objects, asteroids and comets that cross the orbit of the Earth. We looked at the science of those objects and also possible missions to those objects. Okay. That's very good. We, in addition, we reviewed science at Mars, both from Mars but primarily on the Martian surface. And we benefited from some presentations of overall scientific objectives, including one from the Planetary Society, which briefed their new roadmap for human exploration to us. One of the other subcommittees reviewed science that can be done at the station. That was outside of our purview, but I wanted to include it in this list so that it's clear that we were looking at the role science will play across the human spaceflight program. Finally, when this committee holds its public meeting on August 5th, it will be briefed on 4 broad topics. There are 4 decadal surveys that incorporate a vast amount of input from the scientific community in 4 different areas of science: astronomy and astrophysics, earth sciences, biological and physical sciences, and planetary science. That is to say, the role that each of those plays in space exploration. These are coordinated by the National Academy of Sciences. One of those, the decadal survey in earth sciences, is complete. The other 3 are underway. We need to be careful. Of course, the chairs of those committees will not be able to brief us on results when there is still a consensus being forged within the community. But of course, the committee needs to benefit from that work as much as possible, because those decadal surveys really are the place where these scientific communities forge agreement on what the key objectives in space in those areas of science are. And finally, I want to note, with respect to our information gathering, that we have received, I think the slide says considerable, I would say enormous input from scientists and others outside of the committee and outside of these formal bodies about what our scientific objectives in space ought to be. I am particularly deluged with such input, and I welcome it. I've been trying to read as much of it as possible. I should add that in addition to these to the 4 decadal surveys, there are quite a few other documents that have been produced in the last few years that represent one or another sub-community's point of view about scientific priorities in the solar system. We have a few findings to present to the committee with respect to science beyond low Earth orbit. The first is that there are certainly some cases where astronauts enable science at a pace that rapidly eclipses what robotic missions can achieve. In particular, that's true in field geology, and especially on Mars and the Moon, and probably on near-Earth objects as well. It's striking that some of the scientists who are most deeply involved with robotic exploration of those objects are among the biggest advocates for sending humans, because they're, as competent field geologists, they're painfully aware of the comparative limitations of the robotic craft. Of course, that has to be tempered with the statement that there is an impressive disparity in cost between robotic and human missions. A second finding is that astronomy that 4 decades ago it would have made sense to do from the Moon is often now, and I would say nearly always now, clearly better done from free-flying platforms in space, often at Lagrange points. We know how to do that now, and the Moon, in contrast, provides disadvantages rather than comparative advantages. The servicing of astronomy missions by astronauts, as opposed to robotic servicing of those missions, is being studied. There's a study underway at Goddard. The results of that are still a year out. And finally, and we want to emphasize this, given our current knowledge of the effects of galactic cosmic rays on humans, both with respect to long-term cancers and also with respect to damage to important organs, and also, coupled to that, the current lifetime radiation limits that the program understandably imposes for astronauts, and coupled to that, the very strong limitations on our ability to provide physical shielding against galactic cosmic rays, as opposed to, say, solar particle events. Human Mars missions cannot now be flown. The current limits, these vary by age and gender, but the current limits that the galactic cosmic ray background puts on the duration of human missions in deep space is something like 200 days. That's the time it takes to either get to Mars or come back from Mars. And therefore, research on understanding these effects, reducing the associated uncertainties, which are still quite large, and examining biological and physical mitigation measures needs to be prioritized. Let me close these remarks with a discussion of the science figures of merit that we're adopting in our, that we recommend to the committee to be adopted when evaluating different scenarios on the basis of science. First, I'll just note that when I say science now in this context, I mean fundamental science. There's clearly very important scientific research to be done regarding humans in space. Understanding radiation, the effects of zero or low gravity environments, and other career-oriented effects. Those are very important to apply as figures of merit, but we are bookkeeping those elsewhere in our chart of 11 figures of merit. Our criterion in this row is that the scientific outcomes of particular scenarios should significantly and appropriately address important established priorities of the scientific community, including astrophysics, planetary and lunar science, solar science, and earth science. And the criterion, the demarcation criterion among different scenarios would be whether the scenario doesn't accomplish that at all, whether it addresses at least some established priorities of the scientific community, some priorities, or many of the important established priorities. Ultimately, those priorities will need to be referred to the priorities brought forward by the decadal survey priorities. Until the decadal surveys are finalized, for those that are still underway, we will have to do our best with the existing older decadal surveys and other documents from the community, such as the scientific context for the exploration of the moon and many other documents analogous to that are in the literature in trying to piece together our best account of the established priorities of the community. Thank you. Ed, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chris. So, Norm, that actually brings us to the first real recommendation that we'd like to bring forward at this point to the committee for discussion, which I hope you'll chair, which is simply that we use this framework that we have described in the last 20 minutes or so as the basis of evaluating the options that we bring forward to the White House. That we adopt this system, which has 7 areas of benefit, which Wanda enumerated, and which additionally has the programmatic issues, cost, reliability, programmatic risk, sustainability, and so forth, as she also identified a set of measures which are, as she said, traceable to the Space Act, traceable to the 2004 Vision for Exploration, and directly traceable to the current administration's OSTP Statement of Task.
Ed, thank you and your group. Since the members of your group, I gather, are in agreement on the proposal, it's kind of left the rest of us to ask questions that we may want to raise. I've got several. I'll hold mine till last. Les, it looks like you've got something there.
Yeah, Ed, and I think your subcommittee has done a fantastic job of laying out the potential measures of merit and the kind of factors that go into it. What I did not see, perhaps is implied in a couple of the figures of merit, are the kinds of measures that evaluate our space program options, scenarios, et cetera, against other societal or national needs. In some respects, I'm referring to the recent National Research Council study recommending aligning our space programs to help address other national needs, whether it's dealing with climate change, whether it's dealing with environmental, whether it's dealing with health issues, whether it's dealing with energy. It's an area that I think it's probably captured in some of the things that you mentioned, but it's not explicit to the point where, to me, it could easily get lost. And sort of the motivation behind my recommendation to you that we consider this is the issue of inspiration. I dare say, if I look around the room here, all of us here have drunk the Kool-Aid to some extent. And probably everybody that immediately says they're inspired by space either drank the Kool-Aid or they're inspired for a nanosecond at the site of a launch or something of that nature. What engages people 23 hours and 59 minutes, though, today are the things that are bigger than just what people normally think about space. Environment, healthcare, climate change, and those energy issues, economic development, et cetera. And I don't see that aspect of where our space programs, space scenarios fit in or could help address. I don't see that captured in the figures of merit that you laid out.
Les, that's an excellent point, and I'll respond in several different ways. One is, as you're aware, because we've produced a more detailed briefing paper that we've sent around to the committee, a layer down from these, there's actually a set of more detailed criteria that would assemble to produce the ranking system that Wanda outlined. But it is true that some of the other societal benefits are a little more buried and a little less visible than they should be in the discussion that we had today. So, for example, in the technology item is not only technology for exploration, but technology to build a more robust technological infrastructure, directly applicable to society on Earth. Although, when I look at the summary briefing chart, it didn't look that way. You're absolutely right. It's certainly true, Chris, in the science criteria. It would be the broad scientific issues. Maybe you want to comment on that.
I mean, we did in that area, of course, we did explicitly include earth science, which would directly address climate change issues.
Right. But I think I'll take as a very strong, friendly amendment that maybe you and I should sit down this with Wanda, and we should actually go through the Academy report, of which you chaired, which has obviously only recently become available broadly in the public in the last few weeks. We should go through the Academy report and make sure that we synchronize, to the extent that the committee thinks is appropriate, the language and the scope of the measures so that it fits nicely within the framework of the National Academy recommendations.
And my comment was not self-serving because I chaired that study. But, so
let's say you're familiar with it.
That's not the rationale. It really is the number one thing I'm concerned about is public engagement, which is part of your measure of merit. And I dare say the semantics that we use, either in this room or around our community, things like earth science. If you go out on the streets of Washington, D.C., which is my original hometown, and if you talk to somebody about space and its application to earth science, they'll think it's well above their head and they won't care. If you talk about space and how it's going to address the things that worry people on a day-to-day basis, just describing what it is that we're talking about has a big difference to me in inspiring the next generation than if we use our normal language of describing things. So that's part of my motivation, is really trying to inspire far more people than those of us who have drunk the Kool-Aid.
Let me add a comment as well, and in the spirit of full and open disclosure, I served on that panel for that study as well, so very familiar with it. I think your point's well taken that we ought to take the opportunity to highlight that as being one of the potential benefits. As we alluded to soft power and we alluded to global partnership, that there are opportunities here for us to really shine as really providing a tremendous service that helps people in their daily lives. And we need to, as you look at different options, some options may do it, more in a scientific arena. Some options may do it in things that are more easy to point to. But I think that that's clearly something that we would highly value as we assess the options.
One more very quick one. I want to use your phrase, foot stomp this a little harder. We had a lot of internal discussion about the technology figure of merit. And it's down in the next tier down to see this, but it's really not just technology for the sake of serving NASA. It's technology at the intersection of what serves NASA but also grows the whole nation's aerospace industry and its competitiveness, in a more NACA-like heritage.
There is an excellent set of criteria. There is one thing that I personally find that it might be missing here. One of the benefits to our country is to capture youth. I have a 9-year-old daughter. She's a 4th grader. I bet you there are a lot of guys in this room who have son or daughter in this age. This is the most impressionable time of their lives. She just got through a week ago attending a Sally Ride camp in Southern California in Caltech. She wrote me a journal every day so I can read it. I think it's very important that we use, one of the criteria is capture the young and have them inspired, because let me tell you, when my daughter is 17, by the time we do something impressive, it'll be too late, and there'll be a lot of other children like this. So my suggestion is we add a benefit to education at all levels.
That's a very important theme, Bo. We certainly intended to do that in our engagement of the public in support of the strategic workforce, but I realize as both you and Les react, that these tend to be the inside the beltway way we say these things and not the way we should say them to the people. I too go to work every morning and see 17 and 19-year-olds who seek to be inspired by the space program, and I agree with you completely.
It's kind of sounded to me like it's not so much that we have the wrong criteria, but we really didn't do a very good salesmanship job on it, or explaining job of it. I mean, we need to take another pass on that.
I think that's right. Now, Norm, there is implicit here the idea that it is not our job as a committee to weigh these various criteria. That we are recommending that we show in our final report to the White House what our evaluation of the various options in terms of these criteria, and basically which ones are viewed by the political process as being relatively more and less important will then help guide their decision. I'm not a big fan of one of these formulas where you take one part of criteria A and 2 parts of criteria B and you produce a metric of goodness.
Leroy, do you want to weigh in here before I do?
No, go ahead, please.
Okay. You've touched on several of the items. One thing I should comment on to those who are listening, this sounds like a very general philosophical discussion, but it's awfully important because these are the criteria which we're going to weigh the options that we come up with. So this is of profound importance. I had several comments that somewhat will just add emphasis to what we've already discussed here, Ed, and your team. One is the subject of ranking. I'm like you. I don't like assigning numbers and taking the square root of the cube or something like that, of adding them up. But we do have to give some indication somehow of relative importance, and I'm assuming that we're going to do that. And I also think that a number of the items that are covered, and we've all had the benefit of seeing more detail than is on your charts, some of the things I think are so important they deserve elevating to the higher level, even though they might be bundled under the other topics. And one is this whole subject of impact on youth, on education. That may have been one of the biggest impacts of the Apollo program, for example. These people of my generation, that if you ask many of them why you studied engineering, they'll say, I saw Neil and Buzz on the moon and Mike up in orbit. That's pretty cool. So I would like to see us put more emphasis on those topics, or more visibility at least. Sustainability, and some of these, you cover sustainability to some degree and you call it out, but the one form of sustainability to me is the program that's prescribed to have intermediate steps along the way that people can see progress. One of the things that I would worry about is that we'd announce we'll go to Mars in 40 years, send money, and we'll call back in 40 years. I don't think that's going to work. It won't get any engineers who want to work on it, and it won't get anybody who wants to pay for it. So I think we ought to be very explicit that sustainability has to include measurable, and as I was commenting the other day in another venue, one of the problems with this whole thing is you can't go halfway to Mars, and you can't announce every 10 years we're 10% there, we're 20% there, we're 30% there. You either go or you don't go, and that's one of the dilemmas here. We need intermediate milestones. Then the last thing I think I'd want to see, you've obviously got it in here, but this comes back to this whole question of inspiration and national leadership. If America is to be viewed as a great nation, we have to lead in some areas. Areas in which we lead have been diminishing. economics, science. We're clearly losing our lead. We have great universities. That may be one of our greatest assets. They're in trouble today financially. We have our democracy, we have our free enterprise system, even the latter is being challenged now. Space is an area we have unquestioned leadership. Nobody can question that. You'll recall that we conducted, I say we, the nation conducted the Apollo program during the height of a major war. And we sometimes forget that. And we somehow found a way to pay for it, to stay focused on it. And we all who lived through those days remember what a wonderful impact that had on the nation when we were suffering in a lot of other areas. I guess those were the main points. It seemed to me I have one other thing I wanted to raise, but I have lost it. So does anybody else want to weigh in at this point? I think with those comments, could you accept those comments, not mine, but everybody's, in the form of vernier corrections to the course?
I think we'll take those as friendly amendments.
Okay,
and
terrific.
We'll produce a draft which is...
Normally, I just...
Oh, please.
And maybe you have said it, maybe I'm sort of not quite heard it properly. Is there a criterion that will measure or evaluate our scenarios by how well do they contribute to U.S. leadership in space? You can lead in a cooperative scenario. You can have partners, but provide leadership. And I think it's important the U.S. maintains that. We don't want to relinquish it. And I'm not sure that I've seen it. And maybe you have said it, Norm, but it wasn't obvious to me. But I think it should be one of our criteria is how well these scenarios maintain U.S. leadership in space.
Well, I think I'll defer to Les's, not in real time. I mean, this is, we understand and we discussed yesterday in Huntsville, as a little bit of a two-edged sword. We seek to have leadership in space, but we seek to engage our international colleagues. And finding a way to express that in such a way that it both makes sense and satisfies the national interest and is an implementable strategy. I don't know, Les, do you want to?
Well, just as in the recent National Research Council study, preeminence for the United States in space was a major tenet of that particular study. But we were very, very careful to define what preeminence means and what leadership means, and specifically to define that it does not mean dominance, because you can have preeminence, you can lead, you can be a great leader, if you will, but probably more so when you don't try to dominate other participants in the situation. I hate to use this old military term, a lead, follow, or get out of the way, but that's the definition of a good leader, somebody who can recognize how to do those things and still stay out in front in terms of the respect he, she, or a nation or an organization has with other bodies they have to interface with.
I just want to say, you can have a team. It can be a great team. It can be a team where every member is essential, but that team's still got a leader.
Okay.
Yeah, if I could, Ed, I thought of the other item that I wanted to mention, and I interpreted, Les, your earlier comments a little bit differently than I think that Ed did, and I suspect Ed was right. But when you were talking, you kind of, or Ed, you picked up on the notion of how does the space program impact those everyday problems that we all worry about, the economy, the environment, and so forth. One of the things we need a caveat in here, we either need another line to make it very clear that we're not Rip Van Winkle, or else we need to state in words that there are many other challenges that this nation faces that we didn't address when we put our ratings in here. And obviously that's beyond our pay grade to do that, but I think we need to make clear that we do understand that there are demands on the nation beyond those in the space program. Otherwise, I think people dismiss us as being myopic. Anyway, Ed, with all those friendly comments, if you can live with that, does anybody have a problem?
That's well within.
Okay, we're on our way then.
Okay. So we'll do a rev on that and circulate it for the committee's. Okay. So now that we've established why we explore, it's useful to talk for a few minutes about where we might explore. There is a common perception that the only option presented to President Kennedy in 1961 was to go to the moon. In fact, NASA did quickly, in what might even be called a 90-day study, a study of 3 options, which were to build a space station, to go to the moon, or to go to Mars. The final recommendation of the President obviously was to go to the moon, under the theory that the Soviet Union could too easily beat us to a space station, and that Mars exploration at that time was likely not to be achievable. But in fact, we have a neighborhood. We have a neighborhood around the Earth in the inner solar system, which has in it the moon, our moon, asteroids and NEOs, many of which are near-Earth objects, that is, many of which are of composition fundamentally different from either the Earth or the moon. We have Mars, the planet arguably most like the Earth in its composition and evolutionary history, and its moons, which are also of different composition than Mars. And we have Venus, our inner neighbor. And in addition, we have special points. The experts call them Lagrange points. I just like to think of them as locations at the edge of the influence of the Earth as a body. When you pass by the Lagrange points, you've passed out into real space. You're past most of the influence of the Earth. And all of these represent possible places, destinations of exploration. For the rocket scientists in the room, you'll recognize this. For the rest of you, let me try and explain. This is a way to think about how hard it is to get to these places. Along the scale on the bottom is basically how much difficulty or how much energy it takes to get to these places. From the special points, the Lagrange points between the Earth and the Moon and lunar orbit on the left-hand side, all the way up to the surface of Mars on the right-hand side. And along with this scale is a scale of increasing mass that it would take to get there. That goes up the left-hand side of the chart. And increasing mission duration goes up the right-hand of the side of the chart. This is a notional chart. These aren't exact numbers. But actually, what we did, and I'll explain this in more detail in a moment, is that we defined a set of scenarios that allow us to look at particular cases where we might explore. They're listed here, and I'll come back to them in significantly more detail in a few minutes. Scenario A is a lunar base, B is a global lunar exploration scheme, C is to go quickly to the moon and then to Mars, D is to bypass the moon and go directly to Mars, or Mars first, and scenario is an in-space or deep flexible path. This is now not so notional but more specific chart, and it gives you some sense, again, along the lower axis, and I'm sorry I can't from here point over there because of the arrangement of the room, but I'll try and describe it to you. In the lower left-hand corner are the easy missions. These are missions in the Earth-Moon system and to the special points, moon flyby, and so forth. Just to the side of them, not very different and somewhat less energetic in some cases than going to the lunar surface, are missions to NEOs. The asteroids that come close to the Earth, which of course are a potential hazard to the planet, are also, not coincidentally, not far away in terms of energy or time, as we'll see in this chart, that you can do a mission of a few months to a NEO and back. To the right of those are the lunar surface. Up in the area called E are things like Mars and Venus flybys, and off in the distant upper right-hand corner are the missions to the Mars surface, highly energetic and taking approximately 1,000 days. The next chart is a similar chart where we take rough estimates of the amount of mass that would have to be launched into low Earth orbit just to do the crewed part of these missions. The scale on the right indicates about how many launchers would be required, and you can see that the first column, the third column from the right, the one that goes from 1 to 5, is about the number of super heavies, Ares 5 class launchers that would be required, about 5 just for the crewed part, 4 to 5 at the top of the scale. And of course, for less capable launch vehicles, there would be more of them. So this is the domain in which we're reasoning. How difficult is it to get there energetically? How much mass is required to low Earth orbit in order to achieve the mission? How long does the mission take? These are the fundamental parameters of thinking about destinations in our neighborhood. And what we did is, as I mentioned, created a set of scenarios that allow us to look systematically through this set of options. Another thing we did to simplify the problem is we created a 3-layer architectural model of exploration. There's the bottom layer that Bo worries about. This is how you do what's in fact the most energetically and risky thing, which is to get off the surface of the Earth to only a few hundred miles above us in low Earth orbit. This is the domain in which Bo's subgroup is studying the options of using various vehicles of different heritage and size. We then subsequently divided the problem into the top layer, which is encounter and exploration, and this middleware of in-space transportation. This is not coincidentally look like a 3-layer model of computation where the application layer is up at the top, then there's the middleware and the operating system. And the real value generated, much of the real value generated is up at the top in the encounter and exploration, but a lot of the difficulty and cost is in the in-space transportation and transportation to LEO. Yesterday, Bo briefed the group in Huntsville, our group in Huntsville, on the transportation to LEO. In the next half hour or so, I'm going to talk about the encounter and exploration layer, and then Jeff Greason will talk about the in-space transportation layer of this architecture, this way to think about the architecture. One more chart just to explain, and I got to admit, this is the one where I really sound like a professor, if I haven't already. Oh, this one, yeah. This is our way to reason through the space. We have set out some goals and we framed some questions. The questions allowed us to identify scenarios which encompass the broad options. We commissioned a set of very dedicated and extremely hard-working internal NASA teams with a few independent thinkers on the outside to do trade studies on these scenarios, and these lead us to the options, Norm, that we'll propose to the committee today. The options really trigger capabilities. What does it take to do these things? And really what we'll do in the next week or so and deliberate at our 2 subsequent public meetings is to play the capabilities against the options to see what it is that should be built in order to build a robust architecture for the future exploration of space. These scenarios do not differ that much in what you actually have to build. You need some sort of launch vehicle off the planet. You need some sort of in-space transportation system. You need some habitation in space. You need some landers. And the real issues are in what order you do these in order to fit within a reasonably expected budget, and how quickly they return benefit to the stakeholders and meet the evaluation criteria that Wanda outlined. Very quickly, because it's been posted on the website, are the questions that we framed. Where should we go? The moon then Mars, direct to Mars along a flexible path. What should be the mode of surface exploration? A semi-permanent base or outpost, more extended sorties to various places, or an idea that is not inconsistent with the recent proposal of the Planetary Society that maybe what we should do is orbit planets with deep gravity wells and only touch those with less deep gravity wells initially until we develop a more robust capability in deep space, and then we go to return to planetary surfaces. What's the strategy of coordinated with the robotic program? What is the assumed launch vehicle to LEO? This is essentially our interface question with Bo's group. What are the options for in-space fuel and oxidizer transfer and depoting? That is, could we imagine an economy in which fuel is more readily available in space so that we can free ourselves from the rocket equation, in a sense, by assuming that the vehicles that we launch don't always have to carry all of the fuel they will need for all of their mission, that there is the capability to decouple the on-orbit or in-space supply of fuel. What's the role of technology research? How should we engage the internationals? And what's our strategy for engaging commercial entities? By the end of the discussion this morning, we'll actually have gone through the answers to many of these questions. We, the subgroup, defined 5 scenarios that we should consider. We had always intended to keep the program of record as a case that we would continue and carry in our studies. And we invited the program of record to provide some alternatives in view of the deep knowledge base that they have and the maturity of their systems. How would they respond to the opportunity, let's say, created by the potential budget reductions? So first, I'd like to discuss very briefly the program of record and the alternatives that they proposed. This is, in fact, just a summation of many of the briefings that the committee has received over the course of the last months. So the Constellation program itself, over its evolution, starting with the ESAS studies in 2004, have studied a very broad space of architectural options, and they have been thorough. There has been a great deal of analysis, and we have carefully examined those. The position of the program is that there are U.S. policy, U.S. law, represented by the appropriation bills. There are requirements documents derived by the program from those, and the program of record is the one that satisfies these and demonstrates the greatest maturity. But, of course, now in the fiscal reality of the guidance given to the, our panel by the White House does not fit within the budget. So essentially, we provided this task to the program, and they said, well, there are really 2 options here. We can either stay within the content guidelines and move the schedule to the right, that is to say, extend the program so that we develop the capabilities as the budget allows. However, this produces a shift in human lunar return no earlier than 2024, and other studies that we've commissioned would suggest it's even later than that, but well into the decade of the 20s. Or, within the budget, we can focus on a skinny down, a simpler beyond LEO capability as soon as practical, but then the requirements on us have to change. We have to be relieved of some of the requirements, and we have to explore new capabilities, including a more aggressive way to get commercial access to LEO in the ISS, and developing capability beyond LEO in a sooner. I need not remind most of you about what the representative architecture of the program of reference is. It's a 1.5 launch scenario to Earth orbit rendezvous of those components, injection into lunar orbit, and descent to the lunar surface by a lander, return through a ballistic entry. This is the reference case that we'll use for comparison in most of the other scenarios. Constellation, over the course of this study that has been commissioned by the White House, independently arrived at the following recommendations. The first is basically the baseline. The second is to push very hard on minimizing the gap, trying to hold it to about 2015, stay within the budget, and slip human lunar return out well into the middle of the decade of the 20s. The other option they propose is what they call the content-adjusted option, which is basically to bypass U.S. government access to the International Space Station, relying on the delivery of that service by commercial or international suppliers, and focus immediately on the development of the heavy lift vehicles to simplify somewhat the design of the Ares 5, and basically to go to a dual launch strategy for LEO mission, for lunar missions. They also proposed, interestingly, a higher confidence baseline, which would include some interim beyond LEO missions, early lunar technology, and robust ISS access by the government. So we will carry forward, Norm, in our evaluation in the next few weeks, these options which have been proposed by the program of record as it stands, and the variants that they have proposed. That is, we recommend that we do this. I think I'll just touch lightly on the next chart. What it basically summarizes is the key dates and the costs. That in the baseline program, there's about $100 billion of expense in the decade of the teens, which will produce human lunar return as forecast by the program. If we cut the budget down to the 70-ish level, $70-ish billion, what this indicates is that the human lunar return goes out to the mid-20s at a minimum and goes up in price. Norm should come to no surprise of no program manager. When things take longer, they cost more. And one of the messages that we have to convey, I think, in our report is cutting the budget year by year does not save money. It, in fact, increases the cost of the program. The other alternatives, as I've laid out, move in milestones beyond LEO and move out human lunar return at roughly comparable budgetary levels. So this is what the program of record looks like on this chart that I'll show for each of the options that we covered. That first, there's an Ares 1X test flight, and we did these on years beginning in year 1, but for the program of record, there's actual years below it that goes with it. We get Ares and Orion going by about 15, Ares 5 by 19, and have a human lunar return by 20. This is a familiar schedule to us. And the advantages of this system are, of course, that it's mature. It's got, we think at this point, relatively well understood costs and risks. It efficiently uses the existing assets to perform the mission, in the sense that it builds on much of the infrastructure here and the assets that are remnants of the Apollo and shuttle programs. And it provides a very robust capability. As the former administrator often pointed out, the thing that you needed most in order to enable exploration robustly was a heavy lifter, and we were going to build one. We are going to build one. Just one chart on the cost structure of the program of record. If you run the Beyond LEO group, this isn't really good news. That if you start from 12 o'clock and go around the clock, you see that about the first third of the budget is engaged in building the launch vehicles, and about the next third of the budget is engaged in building Orion, mission ops, ground ops, and EVA, all necessary things really just to get to LEO Earth orbit. And the slice, subtracting off the reserves, the slice that's actually available in the next decade to go beyond low Earth orbit is only about 15% of the budget. So if there's about a 30% budget reduction, this would imply that there is essentially, under the program of record, little or no Beyond LEO program in the next decade. That's the budgetary reality. So in order to examine whether there were other significantly different options than this, we created for the NASA study team 5 scenarios, which are the ones that have been posted, and I will discuss here very briefly. The first one is basically to focus only on a lunar base, to relieve from the program the requirement for anytime return, global access, and to build the system such that it goes to a base or outpost at a south, probably, or north polar region. It relaxes some of the key driving requirements in an effort to reduce cost. This was an option that did not trade well, and I'll dispense of it in one additional chart. In essence, taking the few hundred meters per second of delta V out of the landing system and rippling it back through the launch system causes you not very much change in the program cost, and at the loss of benefit of being able to access most of the lunar surface. So the additional capability required to build a little bit more robust system than could just go to a polar region does not provide any significant cost savings, and therefore, Norm, the committee has decided to drop this one from the option space going forward. Scenario B we call lunar global. This is a different view of going to the same destination. Instead of focusing, and I should make sure that for the record I say that the program of record actually has not identified unquestionably the mode of planetary exploration, so that if you asked the program, they would say that this option is still within the space they're trading. However, since the program tends to be focusing on a polar outpost, we decided to put in a scenario that would explicitly cause us to look at a different mode of exploring the moon than the one that the program tends to be drifting towards or tends to be focusing on. So in this scenario, we would send assets to the moon first as short sorties, and then as what you might call extended sorties or short-term habitats that would build up the capability of going to the moon from 14 to 180 days, but would do so in different locations. So that we first had scouting missions, and then we had short stays to various places, and then if and when we decided that there was a place that merited a semi-permanent outpost, we would proceed in the on-ramp to that program farther downstream to build up a semi-permanent outpost on the moon. So the architecture for this option looks as follows. There's a sortie phase in which we called it 4 sortie missions go to the surface to scout various interesting scientific and historical sites, about 7 days each with 4 humans. Then there's an extended duration trip to Site A based on the input from the sorties and the, by that point, extensive robotic exploration of the moon. This would allow up to 56 days duration stays and would be visited by a cargo flight and 5 crewed flights. Then there'd be a next site, we'll call it Site B, where we went up to 84-day duration with 2 cargo and 6 crew flights, and then C with progressively more capability. You can see the progression here. This is going up in capability as you move around the moon. There were trades in this study that focused primarily on launch capability and how much infrastructure that was required on the lunar surface, and I'll show you sort of a typical schedule chart for this now starting in an arbitrarily year 1, which is the year of the test flight to the moon of the robotically controlled lander. Then there would be sortie flights to several sites. There would be the first extended duration, which would take a habitat down on top of a lander. Then a second site, which would take a habitat and would have some unpressurized rover, habitat and pressurized rovers, and then several habitats and several pressurized rovers. An advantage of this scenario is that this more closely replicates, as we'll see in a few minutes, this concept for operations that would be used on Mars, that we would go to several sites with largely self-contained missions, as opposed to, at least in the current reference architecture for Mars, building up an outpost on Mars. So that's the principal distinction there is how we explore the planetary surface of Mars, of the moon, but we still go to the planetary surface of the moon. The one that follows B is C, but I'm going to skip C for a minute and go to D. D is what we called Mars first. This is the all-out, let's pull out all the stops and go to Mars without any touching of the moon at all. not even as a test bed. So this is an incarnation of the concept that that Mars is the primary objective, and therefore that is where we should explore. We send progressive human missions to Mars of extended exploration time, and this scenario was based extensively on the recently published Design Reference Architecture 5.0 for Mars. The representative architecture is that we essentially assemble 3 very large spacecraft in low Earth orbit, that we taking many flights, between 8 and 12 would be the range. That 2 of these are robotically sent on missions to Mars. 1 deploys the habitat to the surface, and 1 stays in Martian orbit awaiting the crew to come. And Jeff, for your reference, that little dot on the far left-hand end of the second large spacecraft is Orion, which is what causes Brett to say the small spacecraft, which he did yesterday. That when the humans arrive, they move over to the landing hab, it goes down, they spend an extended period, around 500 days on the surface, they move to the ascent stage and into the Earth return vehicle and come home. The trades that were done in this off of the reference, Design Reference 5 architecture include an examination of the crew size, an examination of the surface payload, and an examination of the propulsion system. And we challenged the Mars gang to think about what exploring Mars would look like if you only had if you had a smaller crew and a smaller set of payloads, to see if this gave us any latitude in the cost trade space. And they did a superb job in the time that was available to them to bookend the system. There was a 6-crew, 40 useful metric ton payload landed to the Mars surface, and at the other end a 4-crew, 20 metric ton to the lunar surface. The great challenge here, of course, is the technology to land even a 20 metric ton payload through the Martian atmosphere and then propulsively break it through the last kilometer or so of delta V to land. The milestones here are some early demonstration of in-space living, habitation, perhaps on the ISS, maybe a test mission to a NEO, and then directly to robotic landings, and then out to cargo to Mars, and the first human on Mars in the year 14. This is the reference year 14, but when played into the budget, it would be unlikely that this would occur, Norm, before well into or at the end of the next decade, that is to say, the decade of the 20s. Of course, tremendous advantage of this scheme is that it goes where we think we ultimately need to go. It goes and explores Mars. It searches for ancient life, and it makes progress towards the understanding of whether or not Martian life forms have persisted and continue to persist. The risk of this, primarily from a programmatic point of view, is that, Norm, as you said earlier, this is the you can't get halfway to Mars problem, that it's very difficult to show any intermediate progress over a long period in which technology and systems are being developed. We actually asked in scenario C, what would it look like if you actually designed to go to Mars, but did a touch and go on the moon? You actually use the moon explicitly as a test and proving ground for a mission to Mars. And we came back with some very interesting answers to this. The primary objective, of course, is still Mars exploration, but now you see photoshopped into the picture at top on the right, the Mars lander, the Mars habitat lander, landed on the surface of the moon. I think this is a particularly interesting picture, and I think one of the most powerful ones that I saw in the last few weeks, in addition to a lot of data and a lot of very good work. The idea that the lander for the moon would actually look and feel like the lander for Mars that not only would it be developing some technologies, but it would actually be sort of working through the concept of design and the concept of operation of the eventual Mars mission. That we would, in essence, design the lunar systems more proactively to reduce the risk of going to Mars, is an important idea that came out of this particular scenario. The reference architecture for this looks almost exactly the same as the reference architecture for the Mars, which it is, of course, based on. This is basically a test flight of the Martian system going to Moon. You build up the same rockets with the same propellants. You send them to a different planet through a significantly shorter time frame, a few days out, a few hundred days on the surface, and a few days back. And all of the truisms that we have recited over the last 4 or 5 years about how using the Moon as a test bed actually become a little more real here, in the sense that we really are using the Moon as a test bed. The problem with this scenario, which we actually have some interest in, is that it shares the exact same delay problem as the direct to Mars. Since you have to actually build all the Mars systems in order to test them, you don't get to test very much for a long time. And the scenario as laid out here shows essentially the same plan as you saw a few minutes ago for the Mars first scenario, D, but now there's a cargo and crew mission, or perhaps 2, to the Moon to test those systems. So unfortunately, it actually moves the Mars expeditions out even a little bit more to the right, because of course there's the time and effort and money spent to do the test flights, which may be entirely a valid idea, but even further complicate the issues of sustainability. But Norm, we have enough interest in this scenario that we recommend that in the coming few weeks we leave it in the space that we're continuing to consider. The last of the scenarios we created we call flexible path, or we might more appropriately be called the deep space option or the in-space option. This is the idea that it is true that we need to gain experience exploring planetary surfaces. But in fact, we've done some of that. There have been 6 missions to the Moon, 6 piloted missions to the Moon. And we have a robust robotic program that explores planetary surfaces. What we actually have almost no experience at all with is operation in deep space, particularly where it couples to the radiation issues that Chris mentioned, the idea of progressively sending humans on longer and longer missions so that we would be ready to accept the risk of a 180-day transfer to Mars and return. So the flexible path essentially goes across stepping stones that are easily obtainable in progressively more challenging delta V and duration missions, but avoids going down into the deep gravity wells at the Moon and Mars initially. So what it would look like is a test flight around the Moon to validate that we can do that and demonstrate to the international community that we've been there and done that. Flights to Earth Moon L1, where we might someday bring scientific payloads back from Earth Sun L2 to refurbish. Then we go to Earth Sun L1 and L2 in progressively longer steps, longer duration steps, gaining experience in in-space operation. And this is the way it unfolds. A minimum capability in a lunar flyby. This is Mercury. A near-Earth 21-day duration to L1 or L2. This is Gemini. Going to the Earth, maneuvering in the Earth-Sun vicinity, 30 to 90 days. This is Skylab. A progressive yearly demonstration of increasing capability of the system. Then we go to a NEO, or potentially a Mars flyby, a direct return trajectory to Mars, testing a long duration, hundreds of days mission, and then really there's a branch point, and you say Are you really ready to build up the surface systems to go to Mars, or should you do an off-ramp and develop the capability on the lunar system? The real advantage of this option is this chart, that it is the one that, since it develops the least in-space systems, has at least the potential of showing the most steady cadence of progressive improvement in our in-space capabilities, from 10 to 21 to 30 to 90 to 180 to 300 to 400 days in orbit, delaying the missions down into the deep gravity wells. There's another aspect of this, which is that it potentially creates the opportunity to more highly synchronize the robotic and human systems. That the humans in orbit around planetary bodies could in fact interact without time delays with robotic systems on the planetary bodies. The humans could certainly do sample returns from the low-gravity bodies, the NEOs and Phobos and Deimos, eventually, although those are highly energetic missions. And one of the interesting things that might occur in this scenario is the Mars sample return mission could be coordinated with a human orbit of Mars mission, so that the human piloted craft actually rendezvous with the sample returner in Martian orbit, captures it, and brings it back as part of the crewed mission, rather than having to build up the infrastructure for a robotic sample return. There are enough benefits to this option, or perhaps grafting some of this option onto some of the others, Norm, that we're going to recommend that we carry it forward in the next few days and weeks as well for further study. So, Norm, I come to the second of the charts that we'll pause on and say, here we have some recommendations for the committee, and these are really recommendations for further study. The only decision we're asking for the committee today as a whole is, do you think this is about right? Do you think this is a comprehensive and representative set of cases that will carry forward, knowing that the things that are scored and recommended or evaluated in our report to the White House will likely come from these things or variants of these things? So let me just summarize them for you, because it has been 15 or 20 minutes it's taken me to run through this tour of the inner solar system. The recommendations to the committee are to consider these options going forward. First, that we maintain the current program of record as an option. We were asked, we feel, by the White House to provide options, not decisions, and to not include the program of record in the option set would effectively make a decision, which we choose not to do. We think that there's great merit in the current program at the budget for which it was scoped, and that we should carry that forward. Second, that we maintain the variant proposed by the program to essentially maintain content and stretch. And I failed to mention, as I went by those charts of the program of record, that those schedules did not consider the leans that Sally and her subcommittee proposed on Tuesday of an additional 5-year, several billion-dollar program to extend, several $1 billion per year program to extend the life of the International Space Station. That would be further rework of these schedules. And as you know, Norm, it gets harder and harder to rework a schedule with fixed content as the dollars per year become less available. But that we should maintain, so that the White House can see the impact on the program of record, the option where we just stretch it out. Third, that we consider the variant proposed by the program, the people who in fact go to work every day thinking about how to make this work, that we bypass or defer the U.S. government launch capability to a low Earth orbit and focus directly on the development of a slightly simplified Ares 5, which would create a more robust lunar scenario, giving greater launch mass capability to the lunar options, and have other programmatic advantages and disadvantages that we can go into the details of in our report. So those, Norm, are the 3 recommendations based on the program of record and its variants. Based on the scenario work we've done, we've sort of collapsed it into 3 rather than 5 things we consider. One which is essentially what I just explained as lunar global, an approach to exploration of the moon by visiting many sites, first in sorties and then in longer stays, and still with the long-term option of developing a base or outpost, and in an approach which more directly focuses on Mars preparation, at least at the technology and system level and ConOps level. The next option is the one that I called in space, an in-space path with visits to lunar orbit, these special points on the boundary of Earth's influence, the Lagrange points, the near-Earth or Earth-crossing objects, and then eventually Mars orbit, but maintaining an option of a sortie to the lunar surface or visits to the Mars orbit and the moons of Mars later downstream. And finally, the Mars first option, but an exploration program that goes directly to Mars, but we think there's sufficient merit in the test flight to the moon that in a Mars scenario we would include that. So Norm, those are the recommendations of the subcommittee of the options that we continue to study and evaluate based on the metrics that we discussed earlier in preparation for thinking how to go forward with the handful or small handful you've described as the goals, as the output of the committee.
Ed, thank you and your group for that report and for the additional material that you've provided us here to study in preparation for our meeting next week. You've obviously put in a great deal of effort. I find I have 8 questions here, and I'm sure everybody does, judging by the appearance of the table. The good news is I hope the members of your committee are still supportive. Why don't we just start around the table? I'll go last. We'll start out with the general.
Ed, I thank you and your team. I think that was very, very illuminating and very, very comprehensive. And to be honest with you, I stayed with you all until the last chart. So and the flexible option, which I thought personally had a lot of merit, seemed to be very, very logical and a very, very appropriate technical approach. But then when you got to the last chart, you described lunar global, in space, and Mars first, all 3 of which have Moon and Mars in them. And so I'm not sure whether flexible option applies to all 3 of these or somewhere in the translation between the, let's see, 81 other charts and then the and the last one, I got lost.
Well, General, you've once again commented that I didn't go to general school, so let me see if I can it's a great question. Let me see if I can clarify. Lunar global is go to the moon. Okay. But go to the moon through a slightly different way than the program of record is now focusing on, and with an attempt to develop the technology as much as is possible to go to Mars. But realistically, Mars is delayed a long time in the future. Mars first, the last one, is basically go to Mars. But in the process of going to Mars, it may make sense to do a touch and go on the moon, a test flight to the moon, with exactly the hardware, or very close to exactly the hardware that would be required to go to Mars. So that's really go to Mars. The one in between, which we called in space or flexible, is really don't go to any planetary surface initially. It's to sort of learn how to navigate for 30, 60, 90, 180, 360 days in space and use robotic assets to explore the planetary surfaces in the deep wells and orbit, which is essentially rendezvous with near-Earth objects and eventually Phobos and Deimos, the moons of Mars. Okay, but to defer for a long time the technology and the expense of building the planetary surface transportation and infrastructure.
Okay. Well, thanks for clarifying that. So even though Moon and Mars are in all 3 options for one degree or another, the real one, that's the flexible one, is the center one, the in space. That's right. Okay.
Having clarified that, I now wish to slightly muddy it. These options were deliberately made as different as possible so that you could explore the corners of the trade space But then when you take the next step and think about how you'd actually implement them, there's options to add flexibility back into all of them. So, for example, you could do the in-space-based architecture in a way that it wouldn't require a lot of changes, just some additions to put a lunar sortie in. You could do the one in a way that you could add the capabilities back to the other. These aren't necessarily irrevocable, mutually exclusive decisions, but you do have to decide which things you do first.
Leroy.
Thank you. And thanks, Ed, and your team for making this obviously very difficult, challenging assignment of narrowing things down for us. Like Les, I was with you till the end there, and I want to clarify something because it may change what I have to say. The option Mars first, what you've written is a Mars exploration program with test flights to the moon of the Mars system. But what you just said, I think, was test flight to Earth's moon. So is it?
Yes, that's right. You got it right. It's,
So
it's a test flight to Earth's moon.
Okay, not
of the
Phobos
Mars,
or,
not Phobos. Or
Okay,
Deimos.
gotcha.
That's right.
In that case,
It's basically you would build the Mars system,
right.
and you would the intent all along is to go to Mars.
Okay,
But you know, just like you do test flights of aircraft and test flights of spacecraft,
Right.
you'd do a test flight of the entire Martian system,
Good.
and it would happen to be on Earth's moon.
okay, that makes me feel better because I was going to say I like the option C of using the moon as a test bed. Also, I wanted to point out that maybe it's implied in your presentation that we're also going to use the station as a test bed. Because certainly on the station you can't test your rovers or your habitat, things like that, but you can certainly test things like the habitable volume that's going to go on your Mars departure spacecraft systems. You can test your systems for robustness, operations concepts, maybe even spacesuits, although not for ambulatory things. Maybe even fuel depots. I mean, the station now, we've got, obviously a lot of stored fuel on the station, so there's certainly, I think we could certainly entertain testing fuel depots.
And increasing autonomy by artificially putting in comm delays and so
Right.
forth, as we discussed yesterday.
Okay, so, I mean, that is kind of implied in your plan to use the station?
I think it's fair to say that's the integration work that lies ahead of us. We did not either include or preclude the use of the station, since we heard from the subgroup that discussed the station alternatives so forcefully on Tuesday. I think that this set of meetings, as you know, has been the first time when we've been able to come together and share all these ideas in the appropriate public forum. And I think having been alerted to those opportunities and the recommendation set that you're considering, between now and the next subsequent public meetings, we'll further consider this, do some additional fact-finding, and come back with a sort of more integrated view.
Sure, okay. Finally, I just wanted to make a comment on the in-space, your flexible path. That's very attractive for a number of reasons, and I'm sure you've thought about this. There's a little bit of a risk in it, in that because it's flexible, because there are convenient places to kind of set your next goals and things like that, it also carries a risk that could be a convenient place for policymakers to decide to stop altogether.
Flexibility is a two-edged sword in the policy environment.
Yeah, that's all.
Let's see, Chris, do you want to ask anything at this point? Jeff, you don't get to ask questions, right?
Jeff gets to talk next.
Bo?
Yeah, I don't want to get bogged down in semantics, Professor, but we maintain current program record as an option. And I feel like we ought to recognize the fact that today's program of record is a baseline. And like I say, I don't want to get bogged down in what we call it, but it is a baseline today, so it's more than an option. Maybe when in our evaluation it may turn out to be an option, but today it's a baseline, so that's just one comment. And the second on this number 3, we considered a variant proposed by the program to focus on Ares 5. And I would suggest Ares 5, and I'm assuming that you mean and various variants of Ares 5, smaller, okay. And but at this stage, I think it's too early to brush out. I would expect you to be energized by the fact that you don't see all these other heavy lifters.
Stay tuned.
Okay, I'm staying tuned. So my okay, go ahead.
Remember, Bo, that we gave the opportunity to the program to propose alternatives that they would propose, and what they proposed, not surprisingly, was to do variants.
Yeah. But to maintain what, and we have been trying to be meticulous, maintaining this level playing field for looking at the various launch systems to support your scenarios, I would recommend that at this stage we say is to focus on Ares 5, including its variants, and other super heavy launch vehicles. And we will show, let them either survive or die based on numbers, on cost figures and other consideration, but I would not eliminate them at proposal.
That's fair,
Okay.
because we're really using the program of record here to represent both a transportation system and a above LEO exploration system. So your point is quite well taken.
Thank you. That's all.
Anybody else before I start out here? I do have 8 questions. I'll try to ask them quickly, and unfortunately a couple of them have subsets. Maybe you can give concise answers and then do more work later if we need to. The first one is that Chris makes an important point that we don't want just to pass by, and that is this matter of galactic cosmic rays as a showstopper as we know it today. And the question is, we need to propose something to resolve that, to remove it as an obstacle. And Ed, what's the group proposed to us on that?
Stay tuned.
I'm sorry?
Stay tuned. You're going to discuss that in the...
You're going to address it?
It's coming.
Oh, I will look forward to that.
That's an easy
Let me add a subset to that one, and that is that we all know the impact of zero gravity on both bone structure and muscles, human muscles and bones, over an extended period of time. Question is, when you have really extended periods of time, such as we're talking about here, and you land on something with a 1/6 of a G or a 1/3 of a G or something like that, is that enough to give full recovery so you can stay around for another year or so and still function effectively? I don't know, you may want to add that to your list for later. Or, yes?
Yeah, I think I could add a few words about that later.
Okay. The next one has to do with an administrative question, really, Ed, for you, and that is that we've got quite a few options here. We need to get more cost and schedule data than we now have, although you've got a great start. Are we still in a position that if we keep this many options floating here?
Well, Norm, you put your finger on the principal puzzle we have ahead of us. You know, in essence, if you're keeping score, Sally proposed three options about one problem and 3 options about a second problem on Tuesday. Bo, in various ways, proposed, let's call it a handful of options of combinations of launch vehicles that make sense. And we've just proposed 6, although we could probably winnow it down a little bit to calling one of the baseline and 3 or 4 of the others. And we have to do some clear thinking, we as a committee, in view of the fact that this is the first time that we've had an opportunity in a public forum to present this and to reach decisions about how we narrow this space or prepare at our next public meeting to narrow this space so that there's a small enough number that both can be costed and so the policy officials can reason through. And I just say that's task ahead.
My hope is that between now and when we meet next Wednesday in Washington, some of the chunks can be assessed. To some degree, these things are additive and could be moved around. I understand their limitations, but so that and then next week we'll have to make a final decision very promptly. Third issue is we have talked among during these various meetings about crew size, but mainly as it impacts mass. It must also impact psychology to a great deal on these long missions. And I don't know anything about that. And have you done anything on that, or is there any data available? I'm sure there is.
Well,
or what should we do?
What we have done is tried to look at the sensitivity of the system design to the crew size decision. That is to say, we asked the Mars team to look at rather than a 6, which is their baseline, to look at 4, which is at the, I would say, extreme lower end of what responsible analysis of the crew size that you would need on Mars would call for. We asked the team to, in addition to looking at 4, to look at 2, which would be the extreme lower end of that. We have, and we have information in our backup materials on those trades, which, not surprisingly in general, do not show half the cost or mass for half the crew size. You know, there are certain systems that have to be carried, and there's overheads and so forth, not surprisingly. And if you're going to design a $500 million ecosystem, making it large enough to carry 4 people's load rather than 2 people's load is not much less expensive. So there are many fixed costs in the system. We have that. What we haven't done, and I'm not even sure, Leroy, how we would do this in the time available, is evaluate the importance of the various crew sizes away from the normal numbers that are accepted, which is, roughly speaking, 4 for the Moon and 6 for Mars.
Leroy, do you want to comment?
Yeah, I mean, certainly crew size and composition changes the dynamic quite a bit, and you know, right now in the ISS, of course, we have a pretty large crew. Until very recently, until the shuttle undocked, you know, we had a very large crew. But when I was there, the crew size was only 2, and that was quite a different dynamic. So you're right, it is important, and there are a number of Earth-based studies that have, you know, looked at those interactions. The difference is that I think you have to take some of those studies with a grain of salt, because, like, especially when it's really synthetic, when you're inside of a chamber, and you know psychologically you can, you know,
yeah.
if in the very worst case you can get out, you know. So, and just one quick analogy on that, and just, I mean, no conclusions, just that we do have to think about this is, you know, a lot of the my Russian counterparts actually smoke, you know, and so I was wondering, well, what do you guys do when you go to space? You know, I mean, you quit cold turkey, and is that a problem operationally? Do you feel badly? Does it impair your operations? And I've found that to a person, they say, no, it's not a problem. They have their last smoke before they get suited to go launch. They get into space, and I think the difference is they can't go down to the corner store and get a pack of cigarettes. They know that. So they act differently in space, and it's fine. It doesn't impair them a single bit. So, you know, so when you compare 1G chamber studies of people having fights and all that, I mean, you know, you have to keep in mind, they know, I mean, even maybe just subconsciously, that they can leave, that they can end this test and leave. Whereas if you're stuck there, maybe you'll do more to be accommodating and get along.
That's interesting. Well,
Can I add something to that? Very
sure,
briefly?
Jeff.
This is not a subgroup finding, right? We're discussing, so I can have a personal opinion.
Absolutely, you can have a personal opinion always.
It's absolutely a mistake to minimize the psychological issues. You look at the history of exploration, not just space exploration, but other exploration, those issues occur. But also, if you look at that broader history of exploration, you know, we're still working with the Mark I, Mod 1 human being. It's amazing what people can make themselves do if they want it badly enough. So I would not let those considerations deter us from stepping back from doing something just because it looks unpleasant. You know, the people will be there if the systems are there.
The reason I raise this is, an engineer, I would optimize around 1 astronaut as an engineer. But I know there are other factors. There's crew load, workload. There is a psychological issue. And I think my request is just that we see what is available and be sure there's nothing there that makes whatever we propose unreasonable.
I think as an engineer, we'd actually optimize around additional marginal benefit and additional marginal costs. And that may not be one.
I stand corrected by the professor. The next item on my list concerns fuel transfer. And could you talk a little bit about that from 2 aspects? One, how you might tie that in with the options that you kind of zeroed in on, maybe something in parallel. And secondly, give us a little insight into your view of just how difficult this is. I have a little bit of familiarity with what it's like to transfer liquid hydrogen and oxygen here on the Earth, and it's not very easy. So just a
Jeff
brief
is going to
insight.
Jeff will cover that comprehensively
Yeah, I'm sorry,
in the next.
ahead of you.
That's all right.
Next item, sixth item, option C provides for no science on the moon, but I gather you could always go back and do science on the moon if you wanted to.
That's correct. That is essentially correct, although you would be on the moon for 180 or 200 days to simulate something like the stay on Mars. It's not, it's really a test flight. I mean, as with many human exploration systems, there's always a science of availability, but that would not be the primary objective. You're right.
Okay.
And that will cause it to, in our evaluation system, take hits for that.
Right, okay. The next to last one has to do with transportation in space, and are you going to say something about some of the more exotic forms of propulsion in terms of their readiness, their promise? You're going to do that? I should probably wait and hear the rest of this. I'm keeping book on you, incidentally, Jeff, so you got to cover these. Okay. The last one really, I think, Les, was you that raised, and that is, I too was impressed with the flexible option, and want to be careful we don't bury it in here.
Nope, that's right.
That's all I had. Does anybody else have any questions? Les?
Sort of related to that flexible option, you touched on the point of robotics, or it coupled with robotics, and I think a statement you used earlier was robotics. We have a robust robotics program. I'm not sure if I agree with that descriptor, robust. I wonder if your group expanded or looked at a little bit more detail as to the realm of things that could or should be done robotically, perhaps as part of the in-space option, or even, this is heresy to say this, but even instead of a human spaceflight program at all, just focus on robotics. Playing devil's advocate here.
No.
No, that question once came up, and we looked at our charter, and we deemed that to be outside of our charter.
No, I think it's completely in charter to consider the coordination and synergy between a human and robotic program. But I would agree with Jeff. I mean, we did read the charter, and it said, what is the plan for human spaceflight? And therefore, we did not consider the null option of there is no human spaceflight. I think in the weeks ahead, particularly relying on Chris, on our team, I think that fleshing out and developing the synergy with the robotic program for the options that we're evolving will be an important component. And I think there's now sort of widespread feeling that these are not in competition, and we should look to allow them to cooperate and help each other. Well, with
There's no, excuse me, I was going to wrap this up. Okay? If there are no further questions or comments, let me,
May I have one?
there are, sure.
Real quick.
Absolutely, Bo.
Okay. You know, there are many differences between a great picture that gets you excited and reality. Many facets that go into that difference. One of them is cost. And I'm listening to this and I'm seeing those pictures and I get all excited for me, for my daughter, for everybody else's daughters and sons, you know. And then I'm sitting there thinking, God, what is that going to cost? And I'm seriously, when I look at some of those pictures, I'm thinking $500 billion. I don't know if I might be off by a factor of 2, but you know, it's fairly easy for us to figure what it takes to extend stations. It takes easy enough, I think, to figure what Ares 5 will cost, you know. And some of that stuff that you're talking about, how are we going to address it? Or more, do you feel like we have an obligation to paint some picture of potential cost, you know?
I think we do. I think Jeff's going to cover that in his briefing.
We were asked to create options for the future, but we have to be responsible. I mean, the things we keep in the set going forward have to be within a credible stretch of the budget at the upper end. But and I think you know, I think we are being very careful about the your rocket my view graphs issue. You know, we recognize that things that are mature have all the known flaws, and things that are view graphs do not yet have the known flaws. And I think your point is well taken, and you have to keep reminding us of it to keep us on that perspective.
Well, let me try to kind of wrap up this part of your briefing. For the benefit of those in the audience who probably haven't read our charter as many times as we have, we were asked to provide options that could comport with the current president's budget, period. And in subsequent negotiations, we had indicated that we would not be responsible if that's all we did. And so we have an agreement that we will provide two options that do comport with the current president's budget and other options that we think are credible. And certainly one of the two options that comports with the current president's budget will have to be some version of the existing program. And the existing program obviously always wins ties. In the sense that if you don't have a compelling reason to change, for goodness sakes, don't change. That's one of the problems we've got in this program, that everyone who reviews it wants to change it. That's not going, we'll never get there. So we need compelling reasons if we offer proposed change. We need to think about this more. You may be wondering why some of us aren't sure what's in the next briefing, and some of this we're required by law to not talk to each other until we get in a meeting like this for reasons that I won't try to explain because I don't fully understand, but that's the explanation. So what I would propose, Ed, was I think exactly what you said, and that is that we all go study this, that we do a little homework, all of us collectively or separately in preparation for our next meeting on Wednesday of next week in Washington. And at that time, perhaps you could propose us, based on the comments you received, sort of the blue plate special, and at that time we'll ask the group to approve or disapprove or modify as it sees appropriate. And in the meantime, we'd ask that NASA and that the Aerospace Corporation continue the intense pace that they've maintained to at least do those chunks that are sort of standard in terms of costing, schedule, risk, and the things that we do conventionally. Is that acceptable, first of all, on behalf of your team? Ed, can you live with that?
Yes, I think that's a
okay,
good
and the
way
rest
forward.
of us, does anybody have a problem with that approach? Okay, hearing none, we'll do that, and you can proceed with the next part of your briefing.
As Jeff comes up, before I move off the scenarios, I want to recognize the enormous effort and contribution made by the folks at NASA who put those together from scratch, in many cases, over the course of the last month or so. When I say from scratch, I mean based on many years of studies of many of these issues that had been done and some new work. It was a tremendous effort by those individuals, and I want to recognize them all and thank them in this forum.
Thank you very much, Ed. And now we have that part of the day we've all been looking forward to. For lunchtime, I hope that's not a problem for anyone. I'd like to begin, because he's here in the room with us, I understand, with Lieutenant Governor Kottkamp, who is asked to make a few comments to the committee and to this group. Lieutenant Governor, please, would you care to come up? Welcome.
Thank you. Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak with you this morning on behalf of Governor Christ and the citizens of the state of Florida. And I also want to thank you and each of the members of this committee for your service to the citizens of this country. This is important work. Our nation's past successes in the space program helped define our country as the world leader in innovation for the past 5 decades. The level of our commitment to space exploration in the future and the development of technology to support that exploration will define our country's standing in the innovation economy for the next 5 decades. It seems fitting that we gather this week right here in the state where the genius and courage of mankind literally launched Americans from NASA's John F. Kennedy Space Center on a mission to the moon, which shaped the future of space exploration, not just for this country, but for the world. Florida has been the center of gravity for our nation's space launch program for NASA for those 50 years, when space exploration sparked the imaginations of generations, inspiring the nation and the world, and all of us in this room. This inspiration continues today as we await the return of STS-127 tomorrow morning. We all know the benefits of America's space program are numerous and have led to inspired advances in science and technology, including the fields of medicine, transportation, public safety, environmental preservation. Today, there are more than 3,000 products that we use in our daily lives, all the result of research and development for the space program. The path to space has never been easy, and it never will be. Together with the aerospace industry, Florida has a proud history of not only hosting our nation's space activities, but also investing in infrastructure to make space exploration possible. We've done this more than any other state, and there's no reason to think we will stop, and we won't. We've invested in launch pads, processing facilities, assembly buildings, laboratories, control rooms, and hangars that have saved the federal government hundreds of millions of dollars. We are a people trying not only to solve the challenges of the present, but we are also dedicating ourselves to helping build the foundation for a brighter future. We hope that the decisions and commitments that follow your report to the White House provide Florida a major opportunity to significantly contribute to the nation's space future. These are critical times for Florida and our space sector. The challenges we face, including the NASA transition and funding issues that you just mentioned, the emergence of commercial space, and heightened interest by our own DoD in space, are significant. Despite the very challenging global fiscal environment, we have taken a long-term view, and decisive actions will serve both Florida and our nation's future. As your committee on the future of U.S. spaceflight has gathered input across the nation over the past few weeks, consistent themes have emerged. I'm here to address four this morning: the gap, ISS impacts, heavy lift vehicle, and commercial space initiatives. Many have testified before your committee on the negative impact the gap in U.S. human spaceflight will have on national and economic security, the full utilization of the taxpayer-funded $100 billion space station, the dispersion of our workforce, the best workforce in the world in U.S. human spaceflight, the global image of the U.S. human spaceflight program as a symbol of peaceful international cooperative research, and the motivation that human spaceflight provides for our children to study math and science. Now, I'm not going to repeat everything that you've heard in each one of these areas, other than to say that the extended gap from the perspective of the state of Florida is unacceptable. We think not just for our state, but for our nation. And if there is any option that can bridge that gap, the state of Florida implores you to give it the strongest consideration. Due to the impending gap, Florida is bracing for a hardship the magnitude of which this state has not seen in decades. NASA's current plan to retire the space shuttle by the end of 2010 and pursue the current constellation projects of record are not expected, as you know, to provide human spaceflight capability to replace the shuttle until 2016. We are anticipating the loss of up to 7,000 direct jobs at the Cape and upwards to 20,000 more with indirect impacts throughout the state of Florida, far more than any other state. But the raw numbers of planned job cutbacks at Kennedy Space Center do not tell the whole story. As you know, the Kennedy Space Center processes and launches our nation's space shuttle fleet, and KSC is an operational facility. Thus, the gap between the current and future programs will impact the KSC community differently than any other NASA centers and communities. More than half of Florida's thousands of human spaceflight workers are highly skilled engineers and technicians. This workforce represents the enormous, unique engineering and technical skill sets that provide the core capability to sustain the nation's future human spaceflight program, and which may scatter to other unrelated industries if the gap is not addressed. While I know that you understand the critical skill sets will be lost, skills that will be needed after the gap that cannot be easily or readily replaced, it will take an enormous funding and a Herculean effort to rebuild the capability of these skilled workers if they go away. It does not serve the nation well to be constrained by the 2010 completion of the current manifest. Allowing a continuation of shuttle flights into the currently defined period of the gap introduces a prudent element of risk management to the program. It is a very prudent way to try and ensure that we maintain and keep intact this incredible workforce that we have. Now, albeit there is a cost for this longer period of shuttle flight, it reduces the overall risk to the nation's human spaceflight program, however, reduces the dependence on Russia for support of the International Space Station, and gives additional time for commercial companies to take up their role of supporting low Earth orbit. Simply stated, failure to address the gap in human spaceflight operations will temporarily demolish the nation's space program, decimate a significant portion of Florida's workforce, and send a devastating and statewide economic shockwave through an already struggling economy. The gap directly relates to the second issue, ensuring maximum utilization and return to the nation from the International Space Station. The ISS is a platform for scientific discovery, many of which we can only dream about today. It recognizes both the $100 billion plus financial commitment that the taxpayers of this country have made, as well as our obligation to our international partners. Consistent with statements by senior Obama administration officials, broad consensus appears to be developing around the International Space Station serving a real, ongoing role as a platform for scientific discovery. Florida remains fully supportive of this objective and supports extension of ISS operations to span at a minimum to the year 2020. Now that the ISS is designated as a national laboratory, the potential to combine the power of this designation with the Space Life Sciences Lab creates the ground node of a national laboratory complex and holds great promise of discovery for both the government and scientific industry sectors. Most importantly, it will help preserve the experienced workforce so critical to manned flight operations. At a time when U.S. leadership in space, as well as a host of other technology-intensive fields, is under assault from nations around the globe, it seems illogical to put such highly skilled workers who contribute significantly to our nation's global economic and national security position out of work. It very well could mitigate the possibility of the Constellation schedule slipping further to the right by keeping open the option of utilizing a shuttle-derived propulsion system to provide the next generation of heavy lift capability, in lieu of development of a new heavy lift rocket. Further, it mitigates risk around both human and cargo access to the ISS by preserving a baseline level of proven capability that is 100% built and operated in the United States. And this brings me to my third point. There is consensus regarding the potential of the commercial space sector serving an increasingly important role to provide U.S. access to the ISS. NASA is investing commercial entrepreneurial service to the ISS by financially assisting in companies' build-out of their commercial cargo and crew vehicles to service the International Space Station. Those companies expect to have their cargo vehicles ready for station support in 2012 or 2013, with their crew escape capsule ready in 2013. The state of Florida supports NASA's current plans for commercialization of station resupply. As you know, one of the contractors selected by NASA to fill this role, SpaceX, will launch its ISS resupply missions from the Cape. And the state of Florida has invested several $1 million in assisting SpaceX in preparing Launch Complex 40 for operation. The success of SpaceX, Orbital Science, and other commercial companies is crucial for providing cost-effective options for reaching low Earth orbit, and will have the potential to evolve future capabilities to help preserve America's leadership in space. My fourth point has to do with the nation's future exploration program and the alternatives you may present to the White House. Preservation of U.S. heavy lift capability is probably one of the most difficult issues the committee will consider. In Florida's view, preservation of this capability is imperative, both for future manned exploration missions to the Moon, Mars, or other deep space objectives, as well as to appropriately manage risk around future human and cargo access to the International Space Station. Whatever vehicle you may choose for the nation's heavy lift capability, a commitment to heavy lift and a commitment to a robust lunar exploration program are good for the nation and good for Florida. Return to the Moon is not trivial just because we've done it before. True exploration on the Moon for extended periods of time will stretch the nation's technology goals, as will finding ways to develop technologies for supporting human operation in long-duration lunar missions. A commitment to a heavy lift concept that will provide long-term exploration potential and robust ability to go beyond low Earth orbit will meet the goal of retaining America's leadership in space and greatly assist in bringing the benefits of space technology advances back to mankind here on Earth. Our country must remain the leader in human spaceflight launches and in military, commercial, and civil operations and exploration in space. And for our nation to succeed in this endeavor, we urge you to seriously consider every option that will enable you to do so. That also will be good for the great state of Florida. There are many reasons to maintain our nation's space leadership from Florida. Our geography, our aerospace workforce, which is second to none in the world, the billions of dollars worth of facilities and infrastructure at the Cape, safety processes, our launch complexes, runways, and assembly facilities, just to name a few. As you consider the future heavy lift, Florida urges the committee to give strong consideration to options that will close the shuttle to Constellation gap, both from the left and the right side of the schedules. We are different from other states because we have the only U.S.-based heavy lift launch capacity or capability, which, if America is going to maintain its competitive advantage and leadership role, must be preserved for future development. We pledge to support you with bipartisan, public and private partnerships at multiple levels: the governor, our administration, the Florida legislature, statewide bipartisan support from our congressional delegation in Washington, along with NASA, KSC, Space Florida, state and local economic development organizations, local chambers of commerce, county commissions, and city councils. The state has truly united in its efforts to demonstrate its strong commitment to support the nation's space goals and the growth of aerospace here in the Sunshine State. So how can NASA leverage Florida's workforce, infrastructure, and other support to advance its exploration agenda? Florida offers the following suggestions. Number one, establish a policy to maximize the use of existing infrastructure, retain strategically skilled workers, and explore new opportunities for state-federal collaboration. Number two, commit to the development or retention of a near-term heavy lift launch capability that matches or exceeds the capability of the space shuttle. Number three, close the human spaceflight gap from both sides by allowing the continuation of the shuttle program without the constraint of the 2010 deadline and accelerating the development of a next-generation launch system. Number four, accelerate and maximize the use of commercial launch services for space station cargo and crew transport. Number five, establish KSC and the state-developed Space Life Sciences Lab as an official part of the International Space Station's National Laboratory that will remain in operation at a minimum to 2020. And number six, expand Kennedy Space Center's value-added role in appropriate areas, including early involvement in the design and testing of next-generation launch vehicles, a greater role in applied R&D for space transportation technologies, and lunar Mars-based systems, and responsibility for logistics and supply chain management for NASA's exploration efforts. Kennedy Space Center is NASA's center of excellence for launch, and the Governor and I are convinced that Florida must remain a significant center of gravity for this new era in the aerospace industry as well. We sincerely believe, with your support, we can maintain that role for our nation's future as well. Mr. Chairman, I again just want to close by thanking you and each member of this committee for your service. This is critically important for the future, not just of aerospace, but for the future of this state and this country, and we're all deeply grateful for your service. Thank you.
Lieutenant Governor, thank you. Thank you very much, Lieutenant Governor, for sharing those thoughts. And if you would not mind giving us a copy of the presentation, actually, we'd like to incorporate that in our file. Thank you. We also had a request by Senator Nelson that we play a pre-recorded tape. He met with us at our meeting in Washington and spoke to us in person, but he has a tape that he has asked that we play. And so let's do that at this time.
I appreciate this opportunity to visit with you by means of this video since the Senate is in session the day that you're having the hearing in Brevard County. And thank you for moving around the country, and thank you for going to the Kennedy Space Center. It's very important to our people, because, as I said in the first time that I visited with you in your first meeting in Washington, what you come out and recommend in this commission is going to be especially important, because I think it's going to give the weight, your report, the weight for the President to make the decision, because you all have the credentials. And so I'd like to iterate a couple of other things. First of all, we just had the 40th anniversary celebrations of Apollo 11. And on that occasion, I, with others, was able to pass the Congressional Gold Medal for not only the Apollo 11 astronauts, but also John Glenn, hearkening back to the recognition that their accomplishments as part of the NASA team were extraordinary and symbolic for the pressing forward of this nation technologically. Although it was a different time and we were in the great space race with our mortal enemy, the Soviet Union, nevertheless, that technological achievement and having the resources and the will put together to accomplish that, starting with Alan Shepard, Gus Grissom, and then John Glenn's orbit, 3 orbits, and then on to the Apollo program. It produced a generation of math and science, a generation of engineers, of kids being so excited about the space program that they wanted to go into those fields. And that gave us the competitive edge for generations to come in a global economy. And of course, it produced extraordinary spin-offs that have improved our daily lives here on planet Earth. Now, why do I say all of this? I say it because it's important to keep that magic going. It's important for you to come out with the recommendations that does not starve NASA to death like it's been in the last decade, that does not give the emphasis to NASA that brings us to the situation, a deplorable situation, as we are now, where when we complete the space station, that the shuttle is going to be shut down, and it's going to be a 4 or 5 or 6 year gap before we have another human-rated vehicle that can take our own astronauts to our own space station that we have spent $100 billion for and been the major reason that it has been constructed with our international partners. Don't make that mistake again. And I think you have within your hands the credentials to start turning this around, because I think if you give a strong report, it is going to cause the Obama administration to think long and hard before they would have lean out years as they have proposed in this last budget. On the other hand, if you propose budgets that will accomplish a great space program, it's going to enable people like me to be able to have a prayer session with the new administration to point out to them the advantages of the space program. Now, first of all, you clearly ought to get rid of the notion that I don't think anybody's taking seriously, that we're going to get rid of the space station in 2015. If we have built this station with our international partners and spent upwards of $100 billion on it, and are just getting some of the main scientific instruments to it, as we will with the AMS, why in the world would we budget for shutting it down in 2015? Second, you need to definitely consider the fact that there will be potentially massive layoffs because of this ill-considered set of budgets that have occurred over the last decade that leave us to where we will not have a human-rated vehicle that is in time for the space shuttle to be shut down. And therefore, we have to rely on the Russians to get us to our own space station, barring some commercial venture such as SpaceX of being able to produce its vehicle for cargo and hopefully at a later date also for human-rated. So you've got to address that fact of layoffs that take away the corporate memory, the extraordinary wealth of information and experience in the launch teams and the design teams and so forth. And then as you look to the future, understand that we should not only fulfill President Obama's goal of being on the moon by 2020, but what is the real goal? The real goal is to send a human mission to Mars and to explore that planet and to continue to press the boundaries of the frontiers so that we understand this universe in which we are a part. Now, it's my understanding that you are going to come out with 2 options within the President's budget and 2 options outside of the budget. I understand and I commend the Chairman, Norm Augustine, for having said that you're not going to be constrained to stay within the President's budget. I thank you for that. And the initial instructions that you received that you had to stay within the budget, I think were extremely ill-considered, and I don't think reflect the President's thinking. I think this President understands, almost in the mindset of President Kennedy, what this nation's space program can do for us as a people and for us as a people of humans on planet Earth. And so I implore you to let your creativity come up with a recommendation of what you think is best for our American space program joining our international partners. And finally, I would say, as you know, I have the commitment from the administration that if we cannot get this next set of space shuttle flights oftentimes by the end of fiscal year 2010 or by the end of calendar year 2010, that they in fact commit to flying out all of these space shuttle flights to complete the station and to equip it. There have been various figures about what it would cost. I put in the budget that we passed for 2011 an additional $2.5 billion. Some think that you could continue to fly the shuttle each year for an additional $1.7 billion. Whatever it is, I wish you would consider extending the shuttle to a point in time that would lessen the gap so that we could have Americans riding American vehicles to get to our station, and then on to the moon, and then on to Mars. Thank you for letting me share these thoughts with you, and thank you for your public service.
We also have a statement from Senator Martinez, which is pre-recorded, and we'll listen to that now.
Hello, it's good to have an opportunity to appear before your commission and offer some thoughts about our nation's space program. Our nation's space program is at a crossroads. For the first time in generations, we're facing the real possibility of not having the means to send a man into space until we transition into the next phase of our space program. As a senator from Florida and a longtime Floridian, I feel a special pride in the work that is done at the Kennedy Space Center, and I strongly support increasing any opportunities for human space flight. I'd like to offer just a few recommendations to consider as you continue your study. Just as the Obama administration has suggested, the remaining space shuttle flights should be completed without setting hard time limits to avoid mistakes that could result from pressure to launch. At the same time, I do not believe that the shuttle program should be extended beyond the current manifest. While such an extension could help to limit job losses in the short term, I am concerned that it could further delay progress on development of our next heavy-lift launch vehicle. This could have a devastating long-term impact on the space program and our nation's space program. Instead, I believe that we need to expedite the development of our next manned heavy launch vehicle to mitigate these job losses and retain as many of these talented workers as is possible. With regard to the decision on the proper launch vehicle architecture, I am not an aerospace engineer, so I will leave the physics and engineering debates to those that are far more qualified. On the other hand, as a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee, I have seen firsthand the cost and delays of major weapon systems brought on by constantly shifting requirements. The Constellation Systems program was studied and chosen after careful review. And while no administration should have its decisions dictated to it by its predecessor, I believe that changing requirements and moving to a different architecture at this point would only increase the cost and likely delay the successful launch of our next heavy-lift launch vehicle. I support the current mission of returning to the moon, a manned mission to Mars, and the exploration of other near-Earth objects. This vision of exploration has been endorsed by Congress twice, once by a Republican-controlled Congress, and again 3 years later by a Democrat-controlled Congress. Unfortunately, this vision has not received the necessary funding from the appropriations committees, nor through the budgets produced by the Bush or Obama administrations. If we collectively support this vision, there is no excuse why we can't fund it. Finally, with regard to NASA's current mission and its allocation of resources, I believe Congress needs to increase its commitment to space exploration and the research and development of new aeronautics technologies within the NASA budget. Each year, NASA is funding a tremendous amount of earth science and life science research. And while these endeavors have merit, we're now facing a 5-year gap in human spaceflight, and we risk losing our place as the world leader in space. The administration ought to consider this fact during future budgets. Our country has a proud tradition in space exploration, and I applaud the work of all the men and women who have dedicated their lives to NASA's mission. The state of Florida strongly supports your work, and we all stand ready to support your leadership into the future. I thank you for the opportunity to offer my testimony before this important commission, and I wish you success as you continue shaping NASA's future. Thank you very much.
We also have a written statement from Congressman Cosmas that will be read by a member of his staff. Please.
This is the statement of Congresswoman Suzanne Cosmas. Mr. Augustine and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts and concerns with you today on behalf of my constituents in the 24th District. And thank you for assuming your daunting challenge. We understand the difficult task this panel faces and how high the stakes are for everyone involved in our space program. A robust human spaceflight program is essential to our nation's future. It drives technology and innovation, fulfills our innate human impulse to explore, and inspires future generations of engineers and scientists. A strong space program is crucial to our national security and our economy, and it is in the best interest of our nation. The issues you are working to address, including the retirement of the shuttle program, the development of the next generation spacecraft, and the continued use of the International Space Station, will have economic impacts on communities across the country. This is especially true for Central Florida. Local studies show the total direct and indirect impact of the looming spaceflight gap could approach 20,000 jobs lost. The professional Space Coast workforce possesses unparalleled skills and dedication. These workers help to ensure our nation remains at the forefront of exploration and discovery. They support a program that is vital to our national security, and they contribute enormously to our national and local economies. This workforce, if lost, will not be easily reassembled for future projects. A 5-year or longer human spaceflight gap is simply unacceptable. Minimizing the human spaceflight gap, ensuring the full utilization of the ISS beyond 2015, and bringing future work related to research, development, and testing to KSC will help to minimize the loss of our unique workforce, ensure our continued commitment to America's leadership in space, and transform how NASA does business. I understand that you are considering presenting options to the President related to the extension of the Space Shuttle program. As launch delays mount, it is becoming increasingly likely that we will need to fly the shuttle past 2010, which is why Senator Nelson and I fought to include shuttle funding for 2011 in the congressional budget. I am pleased that the administration has made a commitment to flying the scheduled missions without a deadline, and I will keep working to ensure that NASA has the funding necessary to maintain jobs and complete its manifest. Dr. Sally Ride's working group has also persuasively outlined the merits of adding additional space shuttle flights. Preserving the highly skilled workforce at KSC and throughout Central Florida is one of my highest priorities, and I would support additional flights as long as we can launch them safely and provide funding levels that do not increase the gap by delaying the next generation of human spaceflight. The International Space Station is a national asset that has bipartisan congressional support. The value of a national laboratory in space should not be underestimated. There is enormous potential for discoveries that will enable us to explore our universe and improve life here on Earth. We have already invested a great deal in the ISS. extending its use beyond 2015 will ensure that we maximize our investment while helping to retain the specialized Florida workforce through payload preparation at the Space Life Sciences Lab and additional launches at KSC. Under the current plan, much of the effort to support the ISS between the retirement of the shuttle and operation of the next generation spacecraft will be undertaken by the emerging commercial sector. I believe this sector should be fostered in order to maintain access to the ISS, utilize the workforce, and ensure a healthy industrial base that can support future defense and civil programs. Furthermore, the potential for complete reliance on the Russians for crew transport for a price that could amount to billions will mean American taxpayer dollars will be shipped abroad instead of invested at home. This is unacceptable, especially at a time when we are threatened with losing jobs here at home. I urge you to include in your presentation to the President options that will support the rapid development of domestic commercial capabilities. One common responsibility for each of the working groups of this committee is that each is focusing on industrial skill base. Nowhere is that issue more critical than here in Florida. To that end, I urge you consider offering an option that would establish a program office at KSC to manage the supply chain and logistics for the next generation spacecraft. As the final destination of the vast majority of the components and systems purchased by the federal government before departure into space, KSC could lead the way to a more sophisticated procurement mentality, which would reduce operating costs and create a healthier industrial base for NASA, the Department of Defense, and commercial launch activities. I would also like to urge you to include options for new types of work to be located at Kennedy. Kennedy's operations expertise should be applied to the development and testing of the next generation spacecraft and associated hardware. The folks that process, maintain, and launch our vehicles know better than anyone else what elements are necessary to ensure a safe, efficient, and reliable program. Embedding the operations mindset into development processes will not only utilize an experienced workforce and existing infrastructure, but will also result in increased affordability and sustainability. Finally, with regards to funding, I believe that the investment in NASA is one of the best we as a nation can make in our future. The benefits of human spaceflight are numerous and far-reaching. I urge you to provide an honest and adequate assessment with every option you present to the President. We cannot complete our important missions if we continue shuffling funding from one program to another and pitting NASA projects against each other. Since entering office, I have fought at every turn to increase funding for NASA, and I will continue working with my colleagues from both parties to secure the funds necessary to maintain our leadership in space and preserve jobs. How we choose to address the challenges NASA currently faces will have a lasting impact on our standing as the world leader in space, science, and technology. We need innovative and effective solutions to these challenges to ensure a strong human spaceflight program, to support America's strategic interests, and to protect jobs and revitalize our economy. Thank you again for your dedication to our nation's space program and for affording me the opportunity to share my views of those on the Space Coast. Our community is relying on your expertise to help determine the best path for the future of human spaceflight. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those remarks. And we have one other member of Congress who's requested to make a statement. That's Congressman Posey, and I understand there's a member of the staff that will be here to present that.
Mr. Augustine, members of the committee, welcome to Florida Space Coast. The history of America's ventures in space exploration is intertwined with this region in East Coast Central Florida, and you will not find a more dedicated, accomplished, and hardworking group of people that you will meet here to ensure that the shuttle safely completes its scheduled manifest. Your task is paramount. You have the ability to shape the future of America's human spaceflight program for generations to come. Your charter gives you a rare opportunity to identify and characterize the range of options that spans a reasonable possibilities and continuation of the U.S. human spaceflight program beyond the retirement of the shuttle. With limited time and resources at your disposal, and to be a practical use for policymakers, your report cannot help but convey that some courses of action may be far more promising than others for the United States to maintain its leadership in space. By virtue of your expertise, you, the members of this committee, will appreciate the thousands of benefits and spin-offs derived from America's efforts in space exploration. However, the overwhelming abundance of NASA spin-offs, cell phones, laptops, GPS, to name a few, have meant that many Americans take for granted or fail to realize altogether how space exploration directly affects their lives and benefits them. Your review, upon which major decisions are expected to be based, has the potential to determine whether cutting-edge technology of the future is pioneered by the United States or by a foreign power. As we know, the international competition is real and it is fierce. Importantly, we all realize the vital implications at stake in regards to our national security. Whoever dominates space will control the security of the Earth. Our international competitors are already nipping at our heels. Russia, China, India, and others are challenging our position as a world leader in space. Who would have thought that what the Wright brothers began more than 100 years ago would have led the United States to world preeminence in aerospace, and that it would be our nation's leading export. We should not and cannot afford to surrender this leadership to others. We must press the envelope and lead the world, not for the sake of national pride, but because it's an integral part of our future and will inspire future generations of Americans. Remember that what the Wright brothers accomplished was more than just set our nation to flight. They inspired a generation, and that generation inspired the next. President Kennedy, like the Wright brothers, inspired a generation with his vision of landing a man on the moon and bringing him safely to Earth. As a young man, I was inspired by that vision and joined thousands of other Americans to work on the Apollo program to see that vision fulfilled. We did it 40 years ago, almost to the day. We succeeded. But in the wake of that victory, tens of thousands of us received our pink slips. As we approach the space gap and our dependency on the Russians to access the space station, we must carefully not repeat the mistakes of the past. Our talented workforce cannot simply be laid off and then rehired a few years later. I speak from personal experience. I watched the exodus from this very community as our nation's space team had no option but to move away. Regardless of the path decided, the transition is unlikely to be seamless in regards to the thousands of men and women on the Space Coast who have the skill set to assure American access to space. To that end, I believe it is critical that your report highlight options to minimize, as much as possible, the gap with the shuttle successor program, presumably a Constellation, in the interest of maintaining our skilled human spaceflight workforce. While directed to undertake your study within the current profile NASA exploration activities, I encourage you to note that this consideration falls after the greater priorities of 1, expediting a new U.S. capability to support utilization of the International Space Station, 2, supporting the missions of the Moon and other destinations beyond low Earth orbit, and 3, stimulating commercial spaceflight capabilities. As a legislator, I remind you that budgets are subject to change, often arbitrary, but good public policy calls for their alignment with public priorities. Space exploration is the one thing for which the United States is undeniably, unequivocally, and universally respected around the world. If we as a nation are serious about maintaining our leadership in space and wish to continue to be the beneficiaries of space exploration, then policy decisions will depend on your judgment and accentuate the possibilities that best fit our nation overall, notwithstanding hypothetical budgets of the future. Budgets are a reality, but proper leadership can and should match the mission, not the mission to the budget. I and many of my colleagues in Congress look forward to reviewing your report and to see within the range of options some that call for additional funding if current budgetary trends are insufficient to accomplish our space objectives as a nation. This Commission should fully explore options beyond limiting restraints of an arbitrary budget number that has been placed upon NASA. Our nation's NASA budget is $18.8 billion out of a $3.6 trillion budget. This accounts for less than 0.5% of the entire federal budget. Consider in totality all of the benefits that this nation's space program will bring to the next generation. What is the vision of today's youth? I would say to you, the members of this Commission, you will play a large role in answering that question. Consider what vision you lay out for the next generation of Americans. Let's look forward. Let's do what's right. The leaders of tomorrow want to be inspired. Please don't let them down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for that statement. Before we break, I'd like to just reiterate 2 open items, action items, with regard to the presentations that we heard earlier, so that we can close them out at the meeting next week. One is to really nail down this question of risk and propellant transfer. And I know you've gone into that in some detail, but our recommendations, it sounds like, might well hinge on some of our options might well hinge on the ability to do that safely and effectively. Second, we need to know how we are going to propose to resolve this cosmic ray question that is open and of great consequence. How we're going to deal with the question of the cosmic ray issue. With that, there are 2 administrative items. One is that, as I mentioned earlier, there are sign-up sheets located at the registration desk for those who would care to make comments during the public period. We'd ask that you limit those to no more than 3 minutes. And there, unfortunately, will be a limited number of folks we can hear just due to time, so it'll be first come, first served. Secondly, a very important announcement. The hotel says that it has an $8 soup and salad buffet for the public. Once again, first come, first served. With that, we will adjourn until 1:15. Thank you. Well, good afternoon. Welcome back, everyone. This afternoon we'll be focusing on the Constellation project with briefings from NASA. The committee has had the benefit of a number of briefings previously. Today will be, I believe, the final briefing, the formal briefing that we receive. We're indebted to the folks on the Constellation project for the support and effort they've given us. In fact, we're indebted to a lot of people at NASA and elsewhere. and it's dangerous to start naming names, so, but I do think there's one person that the committee here has to acknowledge, and that's Donna Cannell, who has kept this whole committee on time, well-fed, if not well-slept. The first speaker will be Jeff Hanley, whom I think everyone in this room knows, who we've had the privilege of speaking with at some length before. Jeff, thanks for joining us again. The floor is yours.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, and thanks for having us this afternoon. We're going to talk primarily about ground operations as it pertains to all the activity we have going on here at the Kennedy Space Center this afternoon. Before I get into that, just a couple of offers to the committee. We resonated very much with Jeff's comments this morning on probabilistic risk assessment, and we offer more dialogue on that. I think we find ourselves in pretty well agreement on how the program is applying that, and we'd like to share that more of that with you. On the commercial engagement, it's we think important to point out that 80% of the Constellation budget goes to industry. We have competitively procured these contracts. The subcontractors, some of whom you've heard from yesterday during the public session, all are engaged and working toward the Constellation goals as we've laid them out. And then on internationals, we'd offer that also more dialogue on that, General Lyles, on what we've done in the Constellation program these last 3 years to get going with our international partners on the Constellation Lunar Surface Systems activity. This afternoon, as I said, our focus is ground operations. We have here at the Kennedy Space Center a great legacy from Apollo through the shuttle program to today. We have the shuttle team is processing our first test flight. It's the Space Shuttle USA workforce that is today stacking the Ares 1X rocket, and we're enjoying great progress there. Pepper Phillips is going to provide you an overview of what we've done here at the Kennedy Space Center on launch infrastructure. I would point out that there are other parts of what happens here at Kennedy that we unfortunately won't have time to touch on, that being the fact that the Orion factory is here on site in the ONC building, the building that used to be used to process the Apollo spacecraft, and then also manufacturing for elements of the first stage of the Ares 1 also occur here on the Kennedy Space Center premises. But today's focus is operations, and I'm going to hand it to Pepper.
Let's see. Thanks, Jeff. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to the panel members. My name is Pepper Phillips. I manage the Ground Ops project at KSC. Like my colleagues, I recognize the importance of the work you guys are doing and the effort you've got in front of you. It's a difficult task. I hope not to add to that today. What I'd like to do, next chart, share with you some of the progress, and I do appreciate the opportunity to talk about the progress of the Ground Ops project. What you see on this first chart here is our exploration capabilities chart. Again, this is a chart that you guys have seen before. What I'll tell you is the Ground Ops project is the enabler for the broad capabilities that the Constellation program has. Next chart. What it lies here is the specific goals of the Ground Ops project. These flow down from the NGOs that you guys saw and referenced earlier, from ESMD through the Constellation program and down to us. These are specific for the Ground Ops project. What I intend to do today is talk you through those goals and what we're doing related to each and the progress associated with each. So next chart, I'll start you with goal one, that being develop the ground infrastructure, and we are to leverage existing shuttle and International Space Station assets to meet the Constellation mission. Next chart. So when we started down this venture approximately 4 years ago, the first daunting task was to make sure we had a launch complex baseline. And What we attempted to do was to step back and say, is the infrastructure that we have appropriate and appropriately sized for the architecture that we're planning on embarking on? We went and kind of looked at the trade space here on the East Coast and kind of looked at the Eastern Test Range, came up with a number of options that outline what potential trade space we could go look at. Part of that was complex decisions for Ares 1 and then associated complex decisions for Ares 5. Ares 5, of course, as you know, ESAS was sized for the Launch Complex 39 infrastructure, and it is limited on what it can do because of its size. So we looked at Launch Complex 39 as outlined in ESAS. We also looked at a new launch complex for Ares 5. We had a little bit more flexibility on the Ares 1 side. We actually looked at an open complex, Launch Complex 40 at the time, that is now being utilized by SpaceX. But we went and looked at that infrastructure as well to say, is that an option for us, and does it provide any benefit to us in our emphasis in how we execute ground operations? Ultimately, we chose the Launch Complex 39 area and its assets mainly for a couple of reasons. Biggest being life cycle cost. As it played out, life cycle cost utilizing the assets that were available from Shuttle turned out to be the by far standout life cycle cost profile. It did have cost benefits, but it had some other benefits as well. It kept the architecture in a common area. It capitalized on the knowledge base that exists within the executing operations team. So this was the first trade study that we went and executed, and from there we'll narrow that trade space. Next chart. These next couple of charts will kind of tell you what we looked at when we evaluated the complexes, specifically Launch Complex 39 and Launch Complex 40. The first chart here shows Complex 39, and what you'll see is there's a number of assets available at this pad that are coded in green, which means they're available and ready for use for the architecture for Ares 1. The yellow and red were areas that we either had to work or something that we couldn't use, but the condition of Complex 39 was very favorable for the Ares 1 vehicle. Next chart. Conversely, you look at Complex 40, and there were a number of systems that were either in the demolition state, had been removed, were not available for use, or didn't fit the needs of the Ares 1 vehicle. So we quickly dismissed Launch Complex 40 as an option. Next chart. This kind of outlines what I was telling you. There's a couple of areas we looked at, both development cost and life cycle costs. If you'll notice, the profile of the Complex 39 and Complex 40 shows that the Launch Complex 39 is significantly better in terms of development costs and life cycle costs. Next chart. Okay, the other areas we looked at was Launch Complex and Launch Complex 39 was the VAB and crawlerway assets. One thing the shuttle program has done and done well is maintain the VAB as a facility system. We did capitalize on some of the hurricane funding several years back, and in fact have rehabilitated the VAB into a fairly good state. If you hadn't noticed from standing afar, it does have new siding on the side, so it looks real clean. It's got a new roof. VAB doors have been modified and improved, and it's got enhanced hurricane protection, all yielding lower O&M costs. We, in turn, will have to do a few specific things in order to execute this program. Notably on this page, we'll be installing cable raceways specific to this architecture, and that'll keep it clean from the existing architecture that's in the VAB. Other assets that we looked at was a crawlerway, and in fact the crawlerway system. Again, what we've done is done some studies of the crawlerway and its capacity. It is in good shape. In fact, the Corps of Engineers did an outstanding job when they built that crawlerway back in the 60s. So that's another asset that's in really good shape that we're going to capitalize on. Next chart. So that was essentially an initial baseline that we went and looked at. The launch complex trade, the crawler and the crawler transporter trades. what we wanted to do was dive then down into a deeper level to look at potential options to get us an updated baseline, which is kind of what you see in that middle block. What I'll tell you from this page is from guidance that we received, certainly from our NGOs, the needs, goals, and objectives, and communication down from the program, operability is the driver for our operations concepts and has been driven from the start. And I'll talk about that some more as we go throughout the day. Next chart. Okay, one of the first things we did after establishing our initial baseline was we opened a broad area announcement, opened it to industry. We had 4 major contractors, aerospace contractors, that were awarded a 90-day contract. You see them listed there on the left side of the page. Our general guidance to them was the same that we took, which was your range of options are limited to the Eastern Test Range as a launch site, and from there it was up to them to determine what were the best options for us to go pursue. They in fact conducted their 90-day studies. They gave them back to the NASA team individually, and then once we had evaluated them individually, we then sat down with the group as a whole and debated the relative merits of each proposal. What you'll see there is they largely validated the concepts that the NASA team had come up with. Mainly, Launch Complex 39 was the best option. Several of the others you see listed there, I'm going to talk a little bit more in depth as I go through the trade space. But I'll note that we also found some bright ideas from the industry and the aerospace community that we adopted and further studied in our subsequent analysis. Next chart. Okay, so the first area we looked at was the launch pad. Our trade space was really centered around whether or not you affect every operation at the pad or you do things prior to getting to the pad. What we had was stack on pad and a service on pad option, a mobile launcher concept that also serviced on the pad, and a mobile launcher and a clean pad concept. The stack on pad option was really a non-starter in the limitations of the lifting requirement, in effect a bridge crane that's able to lift 175 tons worth of capability. That largely limited you, not to mention the exposure that you have while you're trying to do those hazardous lifting operations. So we kind of focused on the mobile launcher concept and the service on pad. Our studies indicated that if you kept the services off the pad, much like the Apollo community did, where you didn't have a fixed infrastructure, the pad that you had to maintain, there were significant O&M savings that could be realized by not having to build the infrastructure and maintain it at the pad. Also, we found that minimizing pad processing time helped with our critical path timelines and helped us with our launch availability, which were key attributes that we were looking for. So we settled on the mobile launch clean pad concept. Next chart. A couple other features that are on the pad I wanted to talk about. Obviously, Bob Cabana talked about the lightning protection system that we've put into effect out of the pad. It's a 3-tower, 600-foot tower Faraday cage protection system. We started out on the study, much like our ELV counterparts, with a 4-tower system. Our engineers did an evaluation and figured out the geometry of the Faraday cage and the catenary wire system such that a 3-tower system became a better option, and that helps in the certainly in the development cost in the O&M arena. So the lightning protection system is off and running. Also, the emergency egress system was another system that we evaluated. Right now, the shuttle uses a slide wire system. We, in fact, gathered key stakeholders, including the flight crew office, human factors personnel, the health and medical team, and did assessments on future and better potential emergency egress systems. They included things like the slide wire the shuttle system uses, a slide tube, elevators, a rail system, and escape chutes. After that study, the team came to the conclusion that the rail-based system was the best system, really in effect getting the crew away as rapidly as you can in a controlled environment. As of today, we're still using the bunker option that the shuttle pad uses, but it's a much safer system, much more reliable, robust system, so the team decided on that rail approach is the best option. Next chart. Okay, so from an accomplishment standpoint on the pad, the lightning protection system is obviously the horizon-changing event at the pad. It's something really notable. We're about 91% complete. Still need to install the catenary wire system in its entirety. We do have a portion of that system installed already, and it's planned to support Ares 1X for its mission. You see FSS and RSS demolition design, that's 100% complete. We're expecting to pick up where that demolition start March of 2010. The emergency egress system design is nearly complete, and we expect to have CDR for that system in October of this year. And we have completed pad PDR overall and expect to effect its CDR in October 2010. Next chart. A couple of accomplishments specific to Ares 1X. What we're doing with the Ares 1X system is unique. We're using the existing assets and infrastructure of the shuttle in order to be able to launch Ares 1X. You'll see on this page at the top really things that we had to remove in order to prepare that pad for Ares 1X. The lightning mast on the left, GOX vent arm in the middle, and then the removal of the orbiter access arm. All of those are complete. Then at the bottom of the page, you'll see where we needed to install assets to gain access to the Ares 1X vehicle and its unique configuration. So you see we installed upper stage system access and also the FSAM access, both left and in the middle. Vertical vehicle stabilization system is being installed, so it's the ports you see there is being assembled on the pad surface. Next chart. Okay, moving on to the VAB, I thought I'd walk you through some of the trade space that existed there. Really the big driver for us was whether or not we use the existing platform system in the VAB or go to a new VAB platform system. Again, the biggest driver here for us is cost. So we looked at the relative cost options and the access requirements that we had. One thing we found, and by the way, from a historical standpoint, when Apollo converted to shuttle, they used the existing Apollo platforms and modified them to fit the shuttle configuration. Once we got in and looking at the requirements, we found that there was a load margin issue on the VAB if, in fact, we had to modify the existing platforms. So it was prudent for us to go ahead and install new platforms that lessen that risk of maximizing those loads. So that's one of the things we did. The other thing this new design does for us is allow individual platform and individual platform access to the areas that you need. If you'll notice on the top drawing, they're kind of ganged platforms where when you slide one of the existing platforms against the vehicle, you're essentially drawing 3 or 4 different levels of access up against the vehicle. That, from an operations standpoint, is a little bit cumbersome because all operations need to be complete or at least in a secure state before you exercise those platforms. In this individual state that in the new version, it is much more clean and it's better for the operations teams as they execute their tasks. Next chart. So for accomplishments on the VAB, you'll see that we have completed 100% design for the platforms, and we've in fact released a RFP to industry for construction of those platforms. VAB PDR is completed, and we're looking for CDR in October of 2010. I'll point your attention to a couple of the pictures there. You'll see on the left side of the page, removing the C North platform, which was an interference platform for Ares 1X configuration specifically. That has been removed. In the middle of the page, you'll see a separate upper stage platform that has since been installed in the same high bay. Next chart. Okay, I'm going to skip the next two if I could. These are both operations progress for Ares 1X, and Bob S. is going to speak to those. So page 20, if I could. Okay. Okay, I'll move you to the mobile launcher trade space. When we did some evaluations on what our options were for mobile launcher, we really looked at being able to use the existing shuttle assets versus a new mobile launcher. And again, this is for Ares 1. The biggest driver here was availability of the mobile launcher assets. Shuttle community is using 3 mobile launchers and continues to use 3 mobile launchers. They have made available the 1 mobile launcher for Ares 1X. Being able to execute that mission and, in effect, build a new design with a launch tower on it was not feasible. So that drove us specifically for Ares 1 to a new mobile launcher. That did a couple of things for us. It reduced the weight. Since we are, in fact, going back to the Apollo configuration with the launch tower on it, now you've got this rocket with its solid motors. You've got a big tower planted on top. So we have to watch the load margins on the crawler transporter. This does reduce that weight, the specific design does, and it does provide flexibility in retrofitting and reduced O&M cost. Next chart. Some further trade space we went off and looked at while we were looking at the mobile launcher concepts and, in fact, operations in the VAB. Our team came up with a concept of offline stacking, and this is really a critical path time driver where we could, in effect, stack the first stage offline and keeping it off the critical path while we could do other operations. We looked at a separate offline stacking facility. Again, cost prohibitive. It would be in the realm of about $500 million to build a new facility. But the team pressed further and looked at options that said, hey, I could potentially build that offline stacking capability right there in the adjacent to the integration cell in the VAB. It was a very innovative concept and one, in fact, that the Constellation program really liked. The problem was the requirement for development costs and construction costs were in a very bad time period for the program. So it was determined to be cost prohibitive for the immediate implementation of that option. One of the things we found when we were looking at that option was you required a launch mount, which is the lower right-hand picture, in order to be able to affect that option. We did look at the launch mount independently while we were doing this study and said even if we cannot put into effect this offline stacking, this launch mount concept does allow for a better turnaround because you can work the turnaround of the launch mount offline, and in fact when you have 2 launch mounts you can have one that's refurbished and ready to go and take the other offline so it's out of the critical path. So again, from a time savings, the launch mount was very valuable. The other thing we liked about the launch mount it allows you to make changes to the vehicle, minor changes to the vehicle, either in height or specific requirements that exist in the hold-down mechanisms in the launch mount. We were able to affect those changes in a singular unit where you don't have to take the entire mobile launcher offline in order to affect the changes. So a lot of flexibility provided by the option, and this is one that the Constellation program asked us to pursue. Next chart. Okay, a little further in the trade space, we looked at several options on T-zeros. Again, we have a lot of history here, have the benefit of the many of the programs that we looked at. We also have done a lot of benchmarking of other programs, including the ESA community and the Russian teams. Concepts. What they came out with was a tilt-up umbilical arm, and it was really selected for its operability benefits, namely that it's a simple mechanical counterweight design, and it's highly reliable. It doesn't use any hydraulics or pyrotechnics in its operation. So in fact, we have pursued that design. It is a common architecture that we can use across multiple T0 locations, and in fact, we've got prototype testing underway. Next chart. So this is what we ended up with as far as the mobile launcher for a final concept. Again, the new mobile launcher you see on the left, with the launch mount, bottom right, and then the TUA concept, tilt-up umbilical arm, at the top of the page. Next chart. Okay, from an accomplishment standpoint for the mobile launcher, you'll see here we're about 51% complete. That's on the structure itself. We still have a ways to go on outfitting, but what you see in red here is that structural completion pieces. The red on the square on the left there is the mobile launcher base, and again, it's standing offline. Bob showed a picture of that, and I'll show a couple subsequent pictures. It looks fairly complete, and I hope you get a chance to go see it while you're here. The tower itself is being constructed in tiers or pieces. What you'll see when you go visit that mobile launcher is you'll see a lot of these tiers constructed already to the side, so you can see predominantly nearly all of that structure is in its individual tiers completed. Next chart. Okay, so these are the pictures I promised about the mobile launcher. You see the base there at the mobile launcher refurb site that's being constructed. On the right side, you see a flooring of that base, so you see it's getting enclosed pretty well. At the bottom of the page and on the next page, you're going to see several pieces of those tiers that I talked about. Again, those are to be assembled separately on the side, and then we're going to stack those tiers on as we get ready to do that to construct the tower. Next chart. Again, a couple of more pictures of those tiers as examples. Okay, moving into other areas that we're developing. Launch equipment test facility. Again, this is a Apollo era test facility that we've used for the Apollo program, subsequently for the shuttle program, and now we're using for Constellation. It is really our test and verification area. We've made quite a substantial progress on this. I told you about the tilt-up umbilical assembly. You see that in the middle of the page. That's where we're doing our prototype testing. We also have several other areas that we're in fact developing and we'll be using for that verification testing. Things like the vehicle motion simulator, cryogenic systems, hazardous gas detection systems, etc. So we've got a lot of development underway and making good progress there. Next chart. Okay, we talked a little bit about the pad option and offline servicing. Original concept we had at the pad was that we were going to do all the servicing on site. As we conducted the trade space, there were a lot of advantages to taking that critical path work and taking it offline and bringing it out of the critical path. There was also the advantage of doing some of this hazardous work in a controlled environment and not at height as you would have to at the pad. So we studied options about how we could do that, and trade space was doing hazardous processing servicing on the pad or doing it offline. We looked at some facilities that existed across Kennedy Space Center, one of them being a fairly new and little used facility called the Multi-Payload Processing Facility. It was built by the station program, I think to do some propulsion work that never eventually came to the center. So we had a real opportunity to use a facility that was in good standing and good shape to do our offline servicing. So in fact, we effected that change, and our new baseline became doing hazardous processing servicing offline. Next chart. As far as accomplishments in that area, we're really in the design phase. This one, the modifications of the facility, since it's in such good condition, requirements are very few. We're still working with the Orion project to understand what exact requirements we have. So we're right now under the facility modification and design review state. We're at the 30% there. Similar with the GSE that goes associated with that facility, and we have completed a PDR for that particular development. Next chart. Okay, a different system, command, control, and communication. Again, our team did a lot of benchmarking of other systems to look at the command, control, and communications capabilities that these systems brought to the table. We also have a rich heritage with the knowledge base that we've gained on the different programs that we've flown. So we narrowed down our trade space after looking at all those options to some of the existing systems that we have, namely the LPS system that the shuttle community uses, TCMS, which is what the space station community uses, Atlas V derived architecture, because we had a lot of experience from our friends across the river, and then we looked at standards-based architecture, which is really a open platform that uses COTS hardware. This one seemed to be a fairly simple answer, and it was. Once we got into the trade space, it was readily apparent to us that from a cost standpoint, open architecture that highly leverages COTS was the answer. The supply chain, the ability to service the equipment, the ability to change, and not keeping things unique for Constellation all seemed to pay off in the overall life cycle cost of the CCC system. So in fact, the standards-based architecture is what we chose. Next chart. Okay, thought I'd walk you through some of the accomplishments associated with command and control. We have, in fact, modified our firing room 1, which is the young Crippen firing room. You'll see at the top right of the chart a couple of graphs that show that same firing room in use both for Apollo and Shuttle. At the bottom left of this page, you'll see where we started to do our modifications to that facility, and in fact have completed the facility modifications, and it's ready to go for Ares 1X. That middle chart, or the middle picture you see on the right-hand side, is the configuration we'll be using for Ares 1X. And in fact, we held our first launch sim on the 22nd of that facility, so it's up and supporting. The bottom right picture is the final configuration, which is will incorporate the entire vehicle, and that's how we plan to be able to exercise the room, as you see there. Next chart. Okay, so after all of that trade space, that got us to a baseline of what you see here. What we essentially have is a single string capability for Ares 1 and a single string planned capabilities for Ares 5. Namely, we have one VAB integration cell for Ares 1, one mobile launcher, a crawler transporter available for that mobile launcher, and then a pad LC-39B specifically for Ares 1. We use a similar set of assets for Ares 5, and you'll see those listed. Next chart. Okay, and from a facility standpoint at Kennedy Space Center, these are a list of the facilities that we intend to use. The majority of them are heritage shuttle assets, a couple of those being ISS assets, specifically the MPPF and the SSPF. Next chart. So what we've got with this architecture and its single string is really a pretty grand flexibility, extensibility, favorable architecture. We're pretty proud of the fact that we have, with this clean pad mobile architecture, we are able to scale as we require the asset. So what we've done with this single string asset is determine our own flight rate. And with the assets we have, we're able to meet the near-term flight rate of the Constellation program. If the program decides that they need to operate at a higher flight rate than we can provide, we're able to buy additional assets that will enable us to go do that, namely things like an additional mobile launcher, and we've got other high bay assets in the VAB. You can also affect even higher flight rates for things like I described earlier, the offline stacking capability, which we have not precluded, and an integration facility out towards the pad, separate from the VAB, we were calling a vertical integration facility. We could also affect those changes. The other thing this architecture, ground architecture, does for us is enable us to fly vehicles of different configuration but like size. As you're well aware, the flame trench size for Ares 5 was compatible and enabled the design of the Ares 5. It is the size Saturn V class flame trench. So we can operate systems in that same class from this infrastructure. Same thing with the clean pad concept. Really, the mobile launcher serves as an adapter between the vehicle and a generic launch pad. We have our VAB integration cells that are available and can be configured for different configurations. And in fact, if you actually wanted to pursue a vehicle of a different height than is limited by the VAB itself, you could build an integration facility that's taller than the VAB if so chosen. Of course, you can only get so tall, and we have built the lightning tower protection out at the pad to be appropriately sized for what comes out of the VAB, but you do have some flexibility in the size or the height requirement. Next chart. Okay, progress-wise for our schedule, you'll see that we have completed our ground ops SRR and SDR, and we're proceeding towards PDR. Expect to accomplish PDR in the fall time frame, in the spring of next year. One thing you'll also notice on this page is the major development operations for Areas 1 are well underway. You'll see that the PDRs are well behind us, as I've mentioned, and we're approaching CDR. Next chart. Apologize for the kind of busy chart here. My intent is not to drive you towards a specific detail on the chart, but I wanted to point out that we do have a lot of procurements and procurement efforts underway. So there's really two messages here. One is we're well underway with procurements and contract efforts for this project. The other message here is that the NASA team is the lead of this. We don't have a prime. We are, in fact, managing these contracts ourselves and doing the integration effort ourselves. Next chart, and the next, please. Okay, so from there I'll move you into Goal 2, which is ensuring ground operations are considered in flight hardware designs and manufacturing. Next chart. Early in this program, one of the leading themes was we're going to drive this to be a highly operable system. Some of the criticisms in programs past, and our friend Bo has been very aggressive in making sure we met these challenges, was a lot of times they felt like the development efforts didn't consider ground operations and the cost that it drove to not have it considered. So we were asked early to make sure that we drove from our knothole with expertise that we've gained in the ops world, drove it back into the flight vehicle design. So early what we did was establish teams of these highly skilled expert operations folks to go live with the design teams for the flight vehicles. We have in fact done that, and we've had great success in affecting their designs. It was a little bit interesting because we thought when we first started we would be, the design teams are so focused on meeting the technical objectives that they would push back on the operability inputs. What we quickly found once people got accustomed to the idea of operability being a focus was they couldn't get enough of the operational expertise that existed at KSC. So we quickly started making gains and driving operability successes into their designs. The two pages you see here, both on Orion and Ares, do that. And I'm not going to go into the specifics of those unless you'd like me to, but they more or less capture things that are important to the operations community to drive costs, drive capabilities, drive number of people that have to execute the operations. It's really the assembly, service, test, and monitoring capability that we're worried about, and the flight design teams have responded very favorably to the suggestions that we've had. Next chart. And again, we've done that with both flight systems, the Orion and Ares 1. Next chart. Okay, I'll move you into the last goal, which is really develop ground operations methodologies and implementation strategies, including cost and schedule for pre-launch, launch, and recovery of program elements. Next chart. Okay, this is the nighttime job of the daytime job that we have, but this is the operations planning and analysis piece of the responsibility that we have. So we're really building the plan for how we're going to execute operations at this center. So we've needed a couple of tools and to drive out exactly what it is how we're going to operate this vehicle. When we started early, we had initial concepts. We planned those concepts. We built budgets against those concepts. As we've matured in the design, we've gotten to a point where we need to develop lower level detail. The first bullet you see there, the ground operations planning database, is that lower level detail. We have volumes of work requirements that we built into this database. It looks at specific tasks as they're executed, at things like whether or not things can be executed in parallel in some instances with some operation or serial critical path work. We've also started on the contingency requirements. We've largely focused on nominal operations, but we're now delving into contingencies and how those will be handled. We also developed an integrated timeline that's really a tool for program at level 2. This is really to support vehicle change impact assessments. We report routinely to Jeff at his level 2 board about our progress on these timelines, and as vehicle changes are put into effect, they're measured against the timelines and determine whether or not we're improving on our timelines or we've in fact caused a problem in how we're able to operate here at KSC. We have several requirements that we're expected to meet at the program level. These are how we measure how we're performing against those requirements. We have discrete event simulation tools where we're able to look at trade studies and identify potential areas of cost savings. Similarly, launch availability and reliability analysis is conducted at the ground system subsystem level. We have design visualization techniques that really help us with operational impacts. And we are doing contingency risk assessment, prioritization, and analyses. These all look at high potential risk and how we can solve them. Next chart. And so we've spent a lot of time and focused a lot on Ares 1, but we have not taken our eye off the lunar planning efforts, and in fact have worked closely with the program to look at options and potential designs for the same infrastructure on the ground and how we can utilize the existing assets we have. So we have looked at several Ares 5 configurations and how that affects the ground systems. We've looked at facility concepts and transportation approaches and really how they affect processing timelines. Next chart. What you also see here is a number of trades that are in effect. Again, they're similar to the trades that we conducted on Ares 1, but again, we're going through the same process and hoping to develop the same level of maturity in the concepts and concept trades that ultimately yield the greatest bang for the buck. Next chart. So I'd like to summarize, essentially for this ground ops team, we've developed a very dedicated team of experts. We've tapped into a lot of expertise, not just shuttle, not just station. We have Apollo era expertise. We also have launch vehicle expertise from the expendable program that we've infused into this, hoping to embody the best of all of the operations experiences out there. We have contemplated how best to use heritage infrastructure and balance that with new infrastructure, and I think we've achieved that. I think it's a pretty good architecture that we formed. We partnered with industry. BAA's was an outstanding experience for us, and we've affected that since in the program. We partnered with the state of Florida for potential solutions and solution sets that can benefit both the state of Florida and the program. We have operability considerations that have been overtly driven into the vehicle and ground systems designs, and we've had many, many successes as a result. I'll tell you, the team has met all its milestones. SRs behind us, SDRs behind us, and the ground systems element PDRs, as you've seen, are all behind us, so we've made great progress and on schedule. And finally, I'd tell you that we're well underway on construction and operations planning, and we're on track for the 2015 IOC commitment. And that's it for me. I'll, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay with you, I think our plan is to complete the Constellation program briefings and then offer you opportunities for questions. So I'll introduce the mission manager for Ares 1X, Bob S.
I should stop now, right? All right, good afternoon. Thank you very much for your time today to give me a chance to talk about Ares 1X. Pepper said, my name is Bob S. I'm the manager of the Ares 1X test flight. You can see on this first chart, 1X is what we call a developmental test flight. It's the first one for Constellation in the Ares Orion configuration. And a developmental test flight is a flight you do early enough that you can use the data to improve your design from both the engineering side and from the managerial side, so we understand we're on the right track. A big picture overview of our vehicle. And I know yesterday in Huntsville, Steve Davis, one of my deputies, went through this a little bit for you. A couple of things I wanted to point out. Just a reminder, this is a 327-foot long vehicle. It's 1.8 million pounds. It's being assembled as we speak over in the VAB, and I'll show you some photographs in a second. We broke this down into 5 major primary objectives, and then as a key secondary objective. First and foremost, in the lower left, is demonstrate controllability of an Ares Orion configuration and in a relevant environment. And what we wanted to do was take the Ares flight control algorithms, put them into a test vehicle. So we purposely built this test vehicle to be what we call dynamically similar. The flight control system doesn't know it's flying an Ares 1X versus an Ares 1. The bending modes and stiffness are similar enough to Ares 1 that the flight control should behave the same way. In addition, we designed the trajectory to fly the same dynamic pressure profile that Ares 1 does from tower clear up to about Mach 4. That's the critical phase of flight for Ares 1, so we get a very good test of how the flight control will work with a long, slender vehicle. Once we do that, we go up to the separation area. We separate about 130,000 feet, and we're using the shuttle 4-segment booster that we had. We don't get quite as high as Ares 1 using a 5-segment, but the 4-segment gives us what we need to do the ascent through the maximum dynamic pressure range up to the separation point. So our secondary objective is to perform that separation. Just like Ares, we have booster tumble motors, booster separation motors. We can check out the operation and performance of those, and we get into an actual separation event. Now, the good thing about our vehicle, we have a simulator, a spacer, to give it the same length as if we had a 5-segment simulator. So going uphill, we only have 4 segments of propulsion. Once we burn out, it's about 122 seconds, just like a shuttle. It's about 130,000 feet. We do the separation sequence. This is exactly like Ares 1. Ares 1, when it expends a 5-segment, will have what we have as far as our expended 4-segment plus a spacer. So we're using the prototype Ares 1 parachutes, 150 foot in diameter, cluster of 3. It is a key test for Ares for us to use these in this test with the same mass properties, the same staging and sequencing approach. So we expect to get superb data for Ares project for the separation. Of course, the booster will be recovered by the SRB recovery ships, and the upper stage part of it, you can see from the graphic, keeps going on a ballistic trajectory, and it will be end up in the water, and that part will not be recovered. So we have those key objectives: controllability, doing the separation, the booster separation sequencing. We're also teaching ourselves again how to put together a new vehicle. So the objective down on the bottom, number 3, talks about the assembly and recovery of such a vehicle. That in itself has been and continues to be a learning experience for the agency to understand how different this vehicle is from shuttle, teach us now on Ares 1X what things need to be changed, what things work, what things don't work, and we've already captured lots of lessons learned for us to use in Ares 1 so we can be smarter, quicker after this test flight. Our next page, please. Now, the good part about 1X is that there's no more view graphs. It's all photographs. Everything we've designed is built here in Florida. It's all being put together, and I'll just show you photographs of where we are. So the Orion Crew Module Launch Abort Simulator, this was designed and built by Langley Research Center up in Virginia. This is the top of the rocket, of course, and you see it complete here during its testing, and you'll see more of that when we talk about our Stack 1. So next page. Upper stage simulator, designed, manufactured by Glenn Research Center up in Ohio. Comprised of 11 segments that were separately put together into logical groupings, tested, retrofitted with instrumentation. Next page. Now, the roll control system is a very interesting story. It's mostly decommissioned Peacekeeper 4th stage hardware. The Air Force gave us the hardware basically for the price of transportation. They had to decommission it for treaty reasons. And Marshall Space Flight Center, Teledyne Brown, took the tankage, the thrusters themselves, associated valves and regulators, repackaged it into 2 modules. We have 2 modules opposed at 180 degrees. Each was 2 thrusters to give us this roll control system in a very clever way. Next page. Now, first stage, I mentioned the first stage is a shuttle booster. It's the same aft skirt, same thrust vector control, same 4 segments. It's identical to what we used for shuttle. We did not make any changes from that. What you can see in this photo, you'll see subsequent, is we also had the first stage guys through ATK build new hardware. They built that 5-segment spacer that I mentioned. Also built what we call the forward skirt extension. That's where the parachutes themselves and the sequencing hardware is all housed. Then the big frustum in the middle, which ties the 2 pieces of the rocket together, goes from the 12-foot diameter booster up to the 18-foot diameter upper stage. Next page, please. Avionics is another thing, and I should have mentioned up front that 1X really is an opportunity to take as much heritage hardware that we had available and put it together in a way that reduced our cost and our time frame from project initiation to actual flight. I mentioned the Peacekeeper hardware, I mentioned the shuttle assets. Now avionics through Lockheed Martin brought the Atlas V avionics. So the primary avionics for 1X comes from the Atlas V rocket. So it's proven, there's a lot of history, it has a lot of technical support for it. It's all over the vehicle, top to bottom, as well as over 700 different measurements, which is our key secondary objective, to collect as much sensor data as we can. So we have 700 measurements to help us correlate our models for the engineers, so we're a little smarter after this flight. Next page, please. Bird's eye view in the vehicle assembly building, kind of a slant view. You can see basically a lot of our pieces there getting ready for final stacking. And this is all done in High Bay 4 in the vehicle assembly building. Once they're ready to be put together, the photo I showed you of the MLP and the booster is in High Bay 3, and it's all happening today. So, next page. Real quick, from a confidence of the flight, this is a long, slender vehicle. We use in a flight control system that's new. It's primarily driven by how we set up that flight control and the bending characteristics of the vehicle. We wanted to make sure that our predictions were as we expected, so we have 3 modal tests on our book. We've completed 2 of them. Most recently, this one over here, this is what we call Stack 1, which includes a critical piece of the interstage, the roll control system, the frustum, and the 5/7 simulator. That's the part of the vehicle most susceptible to bending. We completed that. We matched our predictions. We completed a previous one for the top of the rocket and matched our predictions. And then in a couple of weeks, when we have the whole vehicle put together, we'll do one again on the full-scale vehicle and making sure that we match our predictions. Next page. All right, I'm going to go through. You'll see the hardware again. This way it's through stacking order. So we have, quote, 6 stacks. One is called Stack 0 only because this is a current shuttle stack, no different than we do for a typical shuttle mission. This is the MLP and the VAB High Bay 3 with the aft skirt and with the 4 segments. That's been complete for a couple weeks. Next page. This shows you where we are today. On the right is a cartoon showing what part of the vehicle is Stack 1. Stack 1, as we were talking here today, was brought up and over, is on top of the shuttle booster. So right now, from the top of that purple line, top of the frustum area down, is stacked in the VAB, ready to go in its flight configuration. Next page. Stack 2 is a separate ballast segment and a venting segment you can see there. That is scheduled to go on Monday, this coming Monday. We'll take that stack and bring it up and over. Next page. Stack 3 has 4 segments put together. Inside it is platforms and ladders for access and a lot of sensors up and down the vehicle. I mentioned there's over 700 sensors on this vehicle for us to collect data. Next page. We get into another ballast segments, and the ballast segments correspond to the liquid oxygen tank in the previous Stack 2, which is why it's down low, and then Stack 4, which simulates where the liquid hydrogen tank would be for the Ares configuration. About 130,000 or so pounds of ballast in our vehicle. Next page. All right, the top of the wedding cake here, Stack 5. This will be about a week and a half or so. We get this one up and over. And again, you see a lot of protuberance on there, and that one is ready to go. Next page. All right, full-scale integrated vehicle. This is what it'll look like with the cartoon as it rolls out. It rolls out directly attached to the MLP. There's no stabilization system or hold down. It's the 4 hold down posts that will have the vehicle out until it goes to the pad. Pepper did a good job of showing you some photographs of the modifications that we made at the pad in a VAB to enable all this, so I won't repeat those. But we're quickly getting to this scenario right here. Our launch date is October 31st, and it's coming quickly, and we're going to be ready. Next page. That's all I had for 1X. I know you saw some yesterday. And then after me, Ed Mango will talk to you about the Constellation Planning Office, or whatever you call it. Space Transportation Planning Office, sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Ed Mango, and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members. I wanted to talk to you about a portion of the Constellation architecture and the Constellation program that deals with what happens when we get ready to go operate this system. And so what we've done is the Constellation program and NASA has put together a charter for how to go do that development, and that's what I'm going to talk about. So next page. And this is just our quick agenda we'll go through in the next page. Last fall, SOMD and ESMD, the operations portion of NASA and the development portion of NASA, got together and they said, let's go create this planning office with the scope of the planning office to figure out the methodology and our processes that we're going to go use, our corporate processes, to operate a human system as well as develop the continuation of future human systems. And the idea here is you're doing those in combination with each other. Once the Space Transportation Planning Office, which I represent, will turn into a program over the next couple of years, it will then, once the system is fully developed and certified, it will take that Ares 1 system and Orion and manufacture it, produce it, process it, launch it, fly it to ISS, and recover that system. And again, that will happen after the certification process is completed by Jeff Hanley and his program. Next chart is we're starting out slow, and I'll talk a little bit in a couple charts about why I start out now, but the idea here is to get started to understand what our processes are going to be and to build the corporate capability to go do this. It's going to take us a couple years to get there, and the reason for that is we want to be able to marry as much as we can into what Jeff Hanley is doing so that the operations program folds right into what the development program has given them. This is a model that is followed in many other areas of government, especially in the DoD realm, where they have a developing system or developing program, and the sustaining program comes online and participates with that development program to make sure that it can truly be operated. Next chart. This is not something that just started last December. NASA has been thinking about this for the last number of years, about 2.5 years, in which a number of studies were put together, because in the human spaceflight systems for NASA, we've not done this before, in which we had a developing program and an ops program that's going to take that developing capability and move it forward. So back in 2007, this was started by a couple review teams, and it was established, like I said, at the end of last year, and will continue for the next couple years in a planning state before it's ready to become a program. The idea it will become a program at a time we get through CDR, and then it'll be in combination, and I'll show you a chart here in a second, in combination with that development program. Next chart. Let's see, the next chart talks about our establishment of a partnership between ESMD and SOMD. I work under the SOMD side of the house, so the operations side, and of course we're very much tied into what Jeff Hanley and his program is doing. In fact, we want to be connected very closely. Once the first system, Ares 1 and Orion, are set to go to ISS, and that has been certified, then this Constellation Transportation Program will go ahead and take care of the budget, schedule, and technical content of that system from that point on. This will enable basically Jeff and his team to go continue on development of the next series of development tasks and the development of those systems. And it frees them up from having to operate the system that we will have to go to ISS during that phase. It also allows the operating program, that's the program that I'm helping set up, to be able to get back to those folks that did the actual design work and worked the number crunching back during this period of time, and be able to use that skill when we need to, especially if we're bouncing against certification type issues. Next chart. So what is the timing for this? Well, we are really dependent, of course, on the development of the DDT&E effort by the Constellation program. Under the current schedule, it basically says that as Orion and Ares get to their test flights in 14 and 15, they will begin to back away after certification is completed, and we will then take the control of that particular system at that point. You notice that really there's a handover that's overlapping by at least a couple years, and that's on purpose, so that we know that after the first flight or two, the system is not operational, but we are doing operations with the system to get to ISS. So you have to have that overlap between the two programs, very important. At the same time, it doesn't mean we need to use 100% of the DDT&E effort in order to go do the operation. So it frees them up to go do the next series of developments in order to continue on with the exploration initiatives. Next chart. So why start in 2009 and progress for the next couple of years? I'm hoping this chart will kind of show what we're trying to do there. What we're trying to show is that we have to embed ourselves at the number of different levels. First, in the engineering level, we're going to have our future sustaining engineers now become part of the design teams. Pepper talked about how he's influencing the operability after the hardware is here at Kennedy and after we're assembling the hardware. In addition, we need to have flight sustaining engineers that are going to be looking at the hardware from beginning to end on the design and its manufacturing capabilities as well as its operating capabilities both during ground and also during flight. So today we have a limited number of those engineers, and each year we'll be increasing those numbers as we come up to full speed by around 2013 or 2014. At the next level, at the project level, we also want to be highly engaged with the individual projects, that is Constellation and Ares, to make sure we fully understand what the cost drivers are to their implementation of their design and their manufacturing capabilities. The idea here is we need to get to a point where we understand the sustaining production, we can make that as efficient as possible, and we can help influence the life cycle cost not only during the PDR to CDR timeframe, but also as we go through systems certification and qualification. And last is at the program level, that is between myself and Jeff. Basically, Jeff is going to use our organization as the ops and sustaining arm of his program as his program matures and wants to focus more on that ops and sustaining role as a day-to-day activity. And so it's that partnership that will allow this entire growth to happen over the next 2 to 3 years. The other reason to do this now is we have learned from our past that the time to learn about flight hardware and know how it's going to operate once you get on orbit is during the time you're going from PDR to CDR and during the time you're going through qualification and certification testing. Even today on the shuttle environment, when we find problems during a mission, there's many questions that we ask about what was the basis of the certification, what did we learn from that certification, and what were the limits from that certification. By enabling the operations program to get started now and get embedded into the development program, we will have that capability in order to have the answers to those questions when we're actually flying the systems in 2016 and beyond. The next chart is just a summary. Basically, it says it's good to start early at this particular point in order to get subsystem experience under our belt in order to follow the flight hardware evolution. We're doing that at all the critical phases, both at the subsystem level, at the SE&I level, at the program level, and also in the mission operations and MOD levels. We as NASA now recognize that in order to implement the full capability of doing an exploration architecture, we got to be able to operate a system while other folks within NASA are continuing to develop the next system. And we believe that this architecture that we've set up is going to go ahead and do that. And we're in full concert with what Jeff and his team are doing and getting closer to them every day. So that's all I had to present, and I'll turn it back over to Jeff.
Okay, I just have some closing remarks, I think, to kind of sum up what you've seen these past 3 days, these past several weeks of presentation material and response to questions and queries and so forth. First, on behalf of the 10,000 civil servants and industry partners, contractors around the nation that have worked on and worked to create the Constellation program, I want to thank the Commission for the opportunity over these last 3 days to highlight the 4 years of progress to grow from concept to real designs and hardware. In these closing remarks, I would like to take us back to 50,000 feet, if you would, and to revisit the decision space that underpins NASA's present constellation architecture, depicted here. We visited this chart many times over the past couple months. Through the last 4 years, NASA was given explicit guidance to define a program to meet 3 essential goals, those being significantly reduce the net cost of low Earth orbit access and achieve unprecedented levels of crew safety, and extend the sphere of human operations beyond low Earth orbit, that is, from 250 miles to greater than 250,000 nautical miles. To achieve any one of these would have been a significant accomplishment. To contrive an architecture that does all three would be truly historic. As a nation, we are now confronted with some crucial and perhaps course-altering decisions in human spaceflight. Now we must ask, do we press forward or retreat to reformulate our strategy? How important is crew safety? Do we really need or can we really afford heavy lift? Why can't all this be done commercially? And maybe we shouldn't even consider exploration beyond low Earth orbit in the first place. For me, the crux of these challenges centers around the axis of risk and about what NASA's core purpose is. To me, it's pretty clear. NASA's value to our nation stems in part from trailblazing, from the government taking the risks that no one else can afford to take. In a word, risk is our business. Not because it is easy, but because it is hard, is the quote that Ed pointed out this morning, the wonderful and poignant quote from JFK in the 60s. Commerce is a consequence of exploration. The physical trails we blaze pull on technology, which pulls our economy, which pulls our way of life. The evidence of the collateral benefits echoes across NASA's 50-year history. Governments blaze trails, commerce exploits them, and economies grow. This is what the history of exploration and indeed of human behavior tells us. The Silk Roads, the mastery of the seas, the manifest destiny of our nation, all were driven by government-funded trailblazing. Government literally laid the track across America, and transcontinental commerce and immigration consequently flourished. How fitting that the Golden Spike sits just a few miles from where we will soon test the Ares 1 first stage rocket in August. In the human exploration of space, it is on the frontier we should be taking our risks. I believe most would agree today that the frontier in space is beyond low Earth orbit. But in order to cross the ocean, we need to have mastered crossing the harbor first. Thus, creating the safest Earth-to-orbit launch capability in history is teaching us the hard technical lessons that remain. What does it mean to human rate a launch system? How does one provide a high probability of crew survival if something goes wrong? The commercial sector will need these tough questions answered for truly commercial crew access to space to flourish. Until the risk is sufficiently low to bet on a return on investment in the cargo, be it crew or hardware. As you know, we are using Ares 1, derived from the investment we are making in heavy lift, to address these remaining barriers to human rating a launch system and achieve higher levels of safety for the first 100 miles of every exploration journey, so that as we push out into the frontier, the acceptance of higher risk to mission success or crew safety is toward the objective. Heavy lift addresses risk in another fashion. It stems from the unfortunate, inconvenient truths of physics. That being, God has made it a real chore to climb out of Earth's gravity well. The propulsive technologies of our time are nearly at the limit of what chemical systems can do. In our judgment, when the performance and cost are fully accounted for, to explore beyond Earth's gravitational influence within the next decade or so takes a launcher that can accelerate at least 50 tons to escape velocity in one shot. While one could express an architecture that could do it in more than one launch, simple statistics suggest that a segmented approach pushes mission risk unacceptably high. And simple economics suggests that the per mission costs consume more money that could be used in other ways, such as exploration systems at our destinations. Heavy lift in the class we are discussing is unique. No one else is building it. It is not something one can just go to industry and purchase. Our country built a heavy lift production and launch infrastructure, some of it here at the Kennedy Space Center, in Apollo, only to convert it to a low Earth orbit only capability in the space shuttle and discard the rest. The space shuttle is in fact a medium lift class system built on the remnants of a heavy lift infrastructure. Now we face a choice. Take this unique industrial capacity and either convert it or discard it. Either retool and rejuvenate our nation's heavy lift capacity or abandon it. These are not simple questions. There are benefits and costs associated with either path. Constellation, as it's defined today, is the manifestation of one of those paths. The path where heavy lift is the key to human exploration beyond Earth's influence. The path where the risk we take, be it technological risk or astronaut safety risk, should be on the frontier and not in the first 100 miles. We are executing this path today, and you've seen the evidence of it here these last 3 days. Our team has real hardware and test and fabrication, real designs we are maturing. And we are learning hard lessons every day as a team. We are indebted to our national leadership for the opportunity, once again, to dream and plan and build boldly as an agency and as a nation. It is at the heart, for me anyway, of what it is to be NASA. Teddy Roosevelt, in speaking of the American spirit, said it this way: "Thrice happy is the nation that has a glorious history. Far better it is to dare mighty things, to win glorious triumphs, even though checkered by failure, than to take rank with those poor spirits who neither enjoy much nor suffer much, because they live in the gray twilight that knows neither victory nor defeat." Daring mightily is what our father's generation did, at the expense of human life and national treasure, in order to blaze the trails necessary to even be here today, having this choice to make. They created the art of human spaceflight. Heavy lift, unprecedented crew safety for the first 100 miles. These are the choices that color our present plan, and we appreciate the burden that the committee sits with in weighing these options for our collective future. In these economic times, it is challenging to think of sizable financial investment to stimulate untold commerce. And we know you sit with our nation's constraints and challenges, an environment not unlike 40 years ago. We anxiously await your findings and decisions that rest in front of the nation, and we'll execute that plan, whatever shape it takes, to the best of our ability. Thank you for listening. Happy to take questions.
Well, thank you very much. I suspect some of my colleagues do have questions. I've got a couple as always, but who would like to start out? Please, Bo.
Yeah. I have a question for Pepper, if I may. Do you know what is your cost to go in building Ares 1 unique infrastructure?
You mean how much do we have left?
Yes, how much you have to go? What will be expenditure to go to finish your unique Ares 1 infrastructure?
I'd have to get that number to you, Bo. I don't have that number off the top of my head.
If you can provide it to me, please.
Okay.
Thank you. And I have to Bob one question, Mike. Can I push my luck? Bob, you know, we in Huntsville, we heard about acoustics being one of the top risks on Ares 1. Are you guys going to get data in HiQ on Ares 1 that is meaningful enough to help those guys address HiQ acoustics? First of all, do you measure it? Are the Qs approximately equivalent?
Yes, yes to all of those. We purposely put air acoustic high-frequency instrumentation on our vehicle in locations requested by Ares and Orion to get the data they need specifically to address and get a better correlation for their models.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Chris.
Thank you. This is for Jeff. I just wanted to ask you if you could say a bit more clarifying your remark. You said that One of the hard technical questions that remains is what does it mean to human rate a launch system? And you also said that the commercial sector will need to have these tough questions answered. I wasn't quite sure what you were trying to say there. Could you just expand on that a bit?
Sure. I think it centers around the issue of launch abort. Launch abort, I think, for our team has shown to be one of the toughest technical issues that we are wrestling with. Be able to abort throughout the trajectory, what we call no black zones. It's very, very tough to do. And then it also gets into the human rating requirements and how do we comply with them. Okay? The first iteration of the human rating requirements from 3-4 years ago prescribed a peanut buttering of redundancy in systems, just too fault tolerant everywhere, and everything will be okay. And what we found out culturally, what that did was it caused designers to kind of disengage their brains a little bit. That particularly came to the fore not just for launch abort, but also in defining the Orion to be able to go to the moon and come back. Every ounce we take, since the Orion crew module particularly goes through the entire gear ratio all the way back to the Earth's surface, every ounce we put in the Orion is precious. It costs us from a performance perspective many, many times more than in other elements. So for every component we put in the Orion, we want to make sure that it is there for a reason, it's providing real value, it's mitigating real risk. And so this has tentacles into the topic Jeff brought up this morning on PRA. PRA is a tool, it's one piece of the data, but what we're really talking about is risk-based design, risk-based systems engineering. That is what we're really trying to foster around this notion of human rating. So the human rating requirements were recently, just in the last year or so, updated to prescribe only one fault tolerance and then demonstrate robustness in the design. And that can be done through either adding redundancy, just wrote out adding redundancy, or using a risk-based design approach to demonstrate why the robustness is sufficient with less than that. And that's kind of the approach. But that's the space we're living as we develop Orion and Ares 1. We're living the hard lessons of what does it mean to comply with these human rating requirements and feeding back those lessons to those that prescribe them to us. It should be pointed out the human rating requirements are not Constellation's requirements. They're the agency's requirements imposed on us, and we are doing our level best to comply with them, just as any user that would want to be human rated would have to.
Norm, may I just follow up? I think you just described the difference between the 2A and the 2B versions of that document. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
In your view, is the 2B version sufficiently transparent for the commercial sector? Can they use that document and sort of tell transparently what they need to do to human rate a vehicle?
I believe that the B version of the document went a step in the right direction for helping anybody who wants to go about engineering a system to be human rated, to really give them some flexibility. Whereas wrote two fault tolerance everywhere, the prior prescription, as an example, was going to be problematic for a lot of folks. In a lot of cases, redundancy is not necessarily the right answer to manage risk.
Follow up.
Just a quick comment. I understand all you were just saying about the human rating standards and the lessons learned there, and there is valuable lessons learned there. I'm a little more vague on the lessons learned for the commercial vendors who may follow on the launch abort system, because I don't think anybody's designing a vehicle that has, a comparable set of environments that it would have to abort from to what the Ares 1 is going through. It's much more of a unique solution.
I think you're referring to the high Q environment that we fly.
No, the high Q, it's solid versus liquid. There's a whole host. It looks very different than the class of vehicles that would be following.
And I think what I'm referring to is sort of the methodology and thought process that would surround not the details of the physics of the design so much, but the thought process about how does one reason through and analyze and demonstrate then to the folks that they would have to be convinced that you've met 8705.2, the NASA standard for human rating. That methodology really is not written down anywhere. We're kind of going through it from our perspective. It is the first practical application of the standard, and somebody trying to meet it. And so what the lessons learned that we will have would be really more along the methodology line that we'd be more than happy to share.
Anyone else?
May I have one more?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Pepper, in your briefing, you mentioned your MLP for Ares 1 is 50% complete construction. And then you said that CDR is scheduled for June 2010. And my question is, it sounds to me like there's a little disconnect. Is the production too soon, or is it CDR too late?
No, it's not. It's what you see, 51%, is the structure itself. There's a lot more to the mobile launcher than just the structure. What we've got to do is now outfit that structure. So all the ground systems, GSE that has to be built, has to be functionally tested out. All of that has to occur, and that's part of that overall life cycle for the mobile launcher itself.
So, but typically on any project that I've been involved with, you have a lot of changes between PDR and CDR. And you're halfway done manufacturing the thing that is at PDR level. And my question, it still appears to me that it's a high-risk approach. You're building things before you have, designed that gone through CDR.
Well, I mean, obviously, I'd like to have all the vehicle requirements before I build the mobile launcher. Yeah, we're doing so at risk, but you have to execute the basic structure first, and then you have to follow with the interface requirements, which is really what we're going to build in the subsequent builds. So from a development standpoint, I think the risk is reasonable given that we don't have the opportunity to have all of the requirements on our plate when we're building the mobile launcher.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? My turn. I was pursuing, I think, the same line of thought that Bo was, and trying to understand the schedule chart here. VM2 in FY10, TBD, what is that date?
Okay, VM is a virtual mission. It is a process exercise to walk through the mission integration process.
Okay, that makes sense. Then the Orion, delete that. Ares 1Y is a launch in 14. Does that have an operational payload, or is it strictly a...
No, today it is defined as essentially not much more than a boilerplate Orion. It has been defined as a high-altitude abort test. The upper stage also has no engine, because the engine will not be ready by then.
How about the one that's just marked 1, about 6 months later?
Okay, Orion 1 is a full-up production stack of the entire Orion Ares 1
With an
system.
operational mission or a strictly test?
It'll be an orbital flight test, unmanned orbital flight test.
But not carrying any deliverable or anything?
No.
Let's see, then I wanted to ask, I'm trying to get a sense of what percent of the Orion 1 program is completed. And for example, if you could give us the latest data on the total dollars to complete, times zero to total cost to complete, and the total dollars expended or earned or whatever, earned value or whatever, as both as a dollars and as a percent, and maybe the percent of drawings released on the whole program, not just the flight article, but the ground. I'd like to get some sense of what the investment is as a fraction of where we have to go. And lastly, I don't recall seeing, and I may have missed it, but a cost per pound DeLeo plot for, I just said Orion, I meant the whole constellation program. I'm sorry,
For phase 1, which is Orion Ares 1 ground emission systems.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I haven't seen a cost per pound to LEO for the Ares 1 compared with other interesting launch vehicles.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm sure you've got that. If I could get a copy, Ed, you may have it, I don't know, but I haven't seen it.
Well, I was going to say, Norm, that we have in work with the program a fairly detailed budget analysis or cost profile analysis, so that before we task them to go off and do something else, which is probably a subset of that, we ought to coordinate. You may be looking for some additional information.
Yeah, I'd like to have apples and apples cost per pound versus alternative launch vehicles.
That's a different request, but in terms of
the percent complete
and cost to go and so forth, we got that in the works.
Okay, why don't you hold on the first one, and Ed, if you don't come up with it, if you would alert the folks, and otherwise I'll assume that we'll get it.
Okay, at a high level, and I think Steve Cook described this yesterday, we're roughly in the 30% complete range, okay, where you'd kind of expect to be at PDR.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Okay.
I think that was all I had. Yeah, I think that takes care of it. Oh, I know what it was. I did want to ask, to what extent is this schedule defined by the amount of funds that are available? And if you were to have an optimum schedule from an engineering standpoint, what would it do to the IOC?
Well, it's definitely not optimal from an engineering standpoint today because of the shape of our funding curve, as we've discussed, and I think Aerospace touched on yesterday.
But if you were to do it optimally?
If it do optimally, the confidence in achieving the March of 2015 date would obviously increase. Would we be able to accelerate earlier than March of 2015? That's problematic at this point. There's so much water under the bridge at this point. We're so far down the road in terms of getting long lead items and engineering development units procured. More money in FY10 would improve our situation, but it's probably just going to increase our confidence that we'll achieve March of 2015 and not really accelerate anything.
But really, I had more of an academic question in mind. That was the penalty we paid by not laying out an optimal engineering program in terms of schedule for a given confidence level.
Correct. The confidence level planning, I hope I'm answering your question. Confidence level planning that we had done really is where the March of 2015 date came from. Today, the program sits at 67% confidence on cost. I wish I could say that on schedule, but that's not true. Today, we have a suite of schedule confidence assessments, 6 or 8 different models and ways of looking at the schedule confidence that range anywhere from just a few months late on the March of 2015 date to up to 2 years late. And that's, again, as I touched on the other day, it's a little bit like hurricane forecasting and where you're going to make landfall. Has more meaning here, I think, today than it did in Huntsville, but.
Okay, I guess I was just going to make an observation too. I was struck by the earlier discussion on reliability that with the expendables, where we put large, expensive military payloads on them, and the point that we do go to a lot of effort to be sure they're reliable just because of the dollar investment and the operational implications. And then I think back again to when we man-rated Atlas and Titans early on. And those vehicles were designed as ICBMs, which I don't remember the design criteria, but I remember some of what we used operationally in figuring targeting, and it was not a very reliable vehicle, and yet we got those man-rated.
Well, and I would say that the human rating requirements as they exist, there are provisions for tailoring, given for the specific situation. So someone, an Atlas or a Delta or a SpaceX could come in and work with NASA to tailor a human rating plan that NASA would then review and either accept or not, and then go forward, and then that entity just meets their plan.
I think that's an important point to be made. And I guess I might. Does anyone else have anything you want to say at this part of the discussion? Okay, Wanda, then Bo. Let me get Wanda first. I saw her first.
I would just offer, and we touched on it in the evaluation process, that it is striking the balance between, the mission capability and, how safe do we need to be. You mentioned the early days human rating on the Atlas and the Titan, and I don't know that anybody's gone back and looked at the difference between what we considered human rating then versus what we're aiming for now, but I suspect that, we would find a big difference.
I do too.
I think the opportunity is to make sure that we provide or enable the commercial folks to come in and understand what we mean by human rating, and as Jeff just described it, that you need to demonstrate the robustness, and if we have a standard that applies across the board, that everybody understands that we have an opportunity to have new entrants.
The standard's definitely the beginning of the conversation, not the end.
Yeah, exactly. Bo?
No, I just want to make sure that we understand what Jeff said, and see if you agree with what I'm going to say. You say you have a 67% schedule confidence, cost confidence level. You have low, you didn't say it, but I heard you say it previously, you have a low schedule confidence.
Today.
Which
let
me read this the way I heard it and see if you agree. That means that if you blow schedule, you will spend additional money, and your cost confidence really isn't all that meaningful.
Well, that you have to combine that with the reserves that we have protected. We have a 1-year slip of reserves in our budget already set aside, in addition to the run-out cost that coincides with the 67% cost confidence number. Now, I should point out that the program is still in the formulation phase. We will not be complete with formulation until next year. We are taking significant remedial action on our schedules to increase the schedule confidence, so that when we petition to the agency to be an approved program next year, we can close our business case on cost, on schedule, and on technical performance.
Your high confidence in cost does not reflect the fact that if you blow schedule, your cost was going to be higher. Doesn't reflect that coupling, which I think was the source of some of the differences we saw in aerospace numbers and your team. Yeah. I just want to make sure we understand that.
Yes, and those are some of the details and assessments that we will share when we meet with aerospace next week, at the request of the panel. We'll share with them all the assessments we've done on both cost confidence, schedule confidence, and joint cost and schedule confidence level.
They'll also share with your team how they show this coupling between cost and schedule confidence.
And as discussed yesterday, we may agree to disagree, or we may be able to close some gaps.
Jeff, I used to live in a country where everyone agreed. It was under communism. Thanks to God we live in America. We can't disagree, as long as we understand each other.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much did you want to say something, Ed?
Yeah, Jeff, could you just give us a few words on what is the critical path through to the first Ares Ryan flight? Because we've heard from various people that we might be able to accelerate this, we might be able to accelerate that, and I understand that there's a lot of fuzz on it, but are the booster and the capsule basically both on the critical path at this point?
They're very close. The pacing item on the booster is the upper stage engine, the J2X. We've moved forward as rapidly as we could. A rocket engine development historically takes on the order of 7 years. We're going to have an engine to test in about 40 months, which is historically very good for a rocket engine development. We'll get it into test at the end of next year. Getting enough runtime on that engine to certify it is the pacing item essentially on the rocket side. The spacecraft is really been affected greatly by the budget, the shape of the budget. The ability to buy long lead parts and engineering development, risk reduction hardware has been limited. We've prioritized our work. We've spent our money on the most critical things, but because not everything has been able to be purchased and get in the pipeline, there's going to be that's essentially the critical path
for Orion runs right through the supply chain at this point. So that's what we're scrubbing on right now, and we're working very closely with Lockheed Martin, with their suppliers, to see if we can improve that. And I will say we've already improved it by the budget that I provided to the project in the most recent budget exercise. I was able to plus them up in 9 and 10 by several $100 million, and that is going to help greatly with improving Orion's schedule.
Well, thank you so much. You've taken a great deal of your time to keep us up to speed here during this, 60 days or something we've been working, particularly this week. We appreciate it a lot. We'll probably be back with more questions the next week or so, but we'll give you a break here for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Indeed. And since that completes the technical discussion for the day, I might just, since we were talking about the reliability of expendable launch vehicles, I might just take a moment to share a story that seems apropos. That the company I used to serve was preparing to launch an expendable launch vehicle, a very valuable one from a cost standpoint, and on top of it that we had built, and on top of it was a spacecraft we had built that was extremely valuable from a cost standpoint. We had one of our members of our board of directors was the CEO of a very large insurance company in this country, and he came to me and said he was not a technical guy at all. He came and said that he'd like to go watch that launch. And I said, well, sure, we'll arrange that, but why your particular interest in this launch? Because he'd never expressed any interest. And he looked at me and he said, because I've never seen a corporation's entire equity rise off of a launch pad before. I think that's a little bit the challenge that we're looking at here. With that happy thought, we now turn to the part of the meeting that we found to be very valuable. That's the public comments. We have 15 people who have signed up. I said the limit was 14, but since it's 15 and the last was a retired NASA employee, we can't say no, so we'll do 15. If you would hold your comments to 3 minutes maximum out of courtesy to your fellow commenters and the others in the room. There are microphones in the middle aisle. If you would go to the microphone, please identify yourself and your affiliation. And forgive me if I mispronounce names. Let me start out, and I'm going to call a couple of names here so that we could get people lined up but save a little time in the movement. First is Lou Jameson, and second is Don Beatty, and third is Wally Nelson. Perhaps the three of you could come to the microphone and speak in that order. Lou, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Lou Jameson, President of Machinists Union, Local 2061, representing approximately 1,500 members employed by various companies at Kennedy Space Center, providing base operations and maintenance and ground support systems operation and maintenance to the prime shuttle contractor. With running the risk of getting up here and having people say, well, here comes that union guy again advocating for his members' jobs, I have to tell you there's certainly an element to that. But, with so many of my members, it's much more than that. It's much more than that. We didn't have to drink, a lot of my membership didn't have to drink the Kool-Aid. They were bottle-fed the Kool-Aid at a young age. This is a lifestyle and a way of life to a lot of my members. We love the space program because it challenges this country's vision and creativity and ingenuity and courage. And we truly love the program, but when we look around, I think you made the mention, Mr. Chair, in your opening remarks this morning, something to the effect that, be it real or imagined, the perception is that we're losing leadership in various segments of society in the world, and certainly to my membership, that's very real. It's incomprehensible to us that we could be contemplating turning over gain access to space we have to turn to a foreign country to get there. You know, many of us are second-generation space brats. We even have third-generation members whose fathers and grandfathers worked in a space program. It's inconceivable that we could conceivably go through that flight gap and have to depend on another country for access to space. I have no idea what your recommendations to the White House may be. And I know that with no certainty can any of us even begin to predict what the funding levels will be. But we would ask, we strongly urge you, the Machinists Union members do, that one of the guiding lights to any recommendation that you may make is to look at either eliminating the gap or significantly reducing that gap between shuttle and whatever the next gen vehicle turns out to be. I'm going to conclude remarks because there were people that talked much more eloquently this afternoon about, what the space program means and things of that nature. But I would be remiss if I didn't, first of all, welcome you and the commission to our community, and members of the Machinists Union. Thank you for your service and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Don Beatty, former NASA person. Let me move quickly through this statement. A few comments about the shuttle. There have been 6 main engine upgrades since 1981 that have improved flight safety. Since the Challenger and Columbia accidents, the design and manufacture of the ET has been improved as well as the SRBs. Shuttle avionics have been updated and many other upgrades have been made, including the ability to make some repairs in orbit. But perhaps most importantly, NASA management practices before and during flight have been changed that make flight safer. All these changes cost taxpayers billions of dollars. The May 2009 NASA report to Congress, providing 2 options for continuing shuttle flights, states that flights could continue to 2015. The major problem is funding, not safety. There are no reasons why the STS can't continue to fly after 2015. The oldest B-52 in service has been flying for 57 years. The Navy's P-3 Orion fleet has been flying on average over 30 years. And the B-1 bomber came into service the same time as the shuttle. There will always be risks involved in air travel or space flight. However, based on all the upgrades I've read about, and as an old Navy pilot, I conclude that the STS is safer to fly today than on day 1 in 1981, ASAB statements notwithstanding. The STS must continue to fly until a suitable replacement exists. Supplier contract terminations and layoffs now underway must be stopped immediately. And it's the only way you can continue to use the ISS completely. As to the future of human spaceflight, returning to the moon should not be a high priority. I have not read any arguments to justify returning that would survive close inspection. For example, an independent panel of scientists convened by the American Society in 2005 did not identify any major questions related to solar system exploration that might be answered by returning to the moon. Not one. And I should also add that the themes that NASA has been saying to justify returning to the moon, including using the moon as a site to try out other systems, all of those can be clearly shown to be not very, very good. And based on what you've said this morning, I can only assume you are not going to recommend returning to the moon in the near term. If other nations say they plan to send their systems to the moon, that should not be used as a reason for us to return. I hope you will take time to review Buzz Aldrin's suggested human spaceflight program and Noel Hinner's submission that discuss why returning to the moon is not important. Now, I hope that before you make a recommendation, if you're going to make a recommendation on the moon, you will have done due diligence, reviewing, for example, all the NRC decadal surveys and explain why NASA won't be able to follow the recommendations because funding needed to return to the moon will take precedence.
Final comments, please.
Okay. My 2 highest priorities, of course, are to use the space station and to be able to repair and take care of assets that are in space, like the James Webb Space Telescope, which, as you know, is going to be at L2, a very complicated deployment. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the committee, my name is Wally Nelson, and I'm an 85-year-old aerospace engineer, a retiree from the Kennedy Space Center, a graduate from the University of Wisconsin, and an ex-prisoner of war. Having begun my career firing rockets out into the Atlantic Ocean from Wallops Island, I consider myself eligible to be called a rocket scientist. For the past 8 years, I've been making movies, writing, and lecturing to civic groups, student engineers, about space travel and exploration. This activity led to production of a movie called The Way to the Moon and Mars. I have copies here for each of you. Last year, copies were delivered to NASA Administrator Mike Griffith and Senator Bill Nelson. In addition, I invite each of you to view my YouTube blog called Colonizing Mars. There are many human and technological problems that come with placing man outside the gravitational attraction of the Earth. Briefly, I want to address two of these particularly difficult problems. One, keeping the astronauts alive during an expedition to Mars, and the burdensome cost to the world for such an endeavor. In all of history, no group of men has ever existed in a confined space for years under continuous and repeated threat of catastrophe without the possibility of resupply or rescue. After Administrator Griffin received my DVD, he stated in U.S. News and World Report, "We have to be confident in our ability to conduct it before we send astronauts to Mars. Otherwise, the crew we send to Mars will not come back." Now about cost. The Viking program may be used as a benchmark for estimating the cost of placing a pound of stuff on Mars. In 1976, Viking rockets delivered 2 payloads to the surface of Mars, weighing a total of 2,540 pounds and a total program cost of $1 billion. That equates to $3.5 billion in 2006, and when projected to 2036, that cost becomes $12.25 billion, or $4,800,000 per pound. In the Mars Rising program website, it says that the astronauts will need 1,144,000 pounds of material on Mars to complete the mission. This means that the projected cost for the first manned mission to Mars will be $5.5 trillion. Moreover, the late Mr. Walt Lowry, the Viking program manager, consulted with me in the preparation of this DVD and is quoted as follows: "An excellent way to present the complexity of going to and landing on Mars. With current technology, a very large and very risky undertaking for a human mission. Many suggestions are being discussed for some potential research programs that will minimize some of the problems, but even then, this mission will be much more hazardous than the public may be willing to undertake."
Wally, final comments, please.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity to address the committee. I sincerely hope my remarks will be beneficial to the committee findings.
Thank you, sir. The next three on the list are Dale Ketchum, Chris Holland, and Ken Bays. Perhaps you could come to mics and speak in that order.
Well, I'm Dale, so I guess I'm up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Dale Ketchum. I'm the director of the Spaceport Research and Technology Institute at Kennedy Space Center, which is run by the University of Central Florida. I've been living in this community since 1955, had the opportunity to grow up around the original 7 astronauts and be a part of the excitement of Gemini and Apollo, and have been involved in this business ever since, and very proud to be, as I'm sure everyone else in this building is as well. I think what I want to talk about, just briefly to touch on the comments that Lou said originally when he first got up to speak, If I realize you all have a very difficult decisions to make of trying to stick 10 pounds of space program in a 5-pound budget bag, but if you can find a way to slide some of the shuttle activities, I think the critical skills that are there are so important that you ought to look at it as a risk reduction investment, because if you get to a new generation of vehicles and there's nobody around that remembers how to do launch processing, the impact to cost and schedule could be substantive. But I think that leads to the more important issue that I work with a lot of the stakeholders here in Florida, and we're keenly interested in the conversations that was held this morning and yesterday in Alabama about growing the commercial sector as a mechanism for providing the services and products that NASA will use in the future. This state has made significant investments, certainly, as the Lieutenant Governor said, more so than anybody else, in trying to grow that business, and we're prepared to continue to do so in the future, whether it's creating a more healthy environment for those businesses to come here and provide launch services, or facilitating the development of the capital that they need to do so. Florida's got the skill sets, and we're working with them hoping to help that become a reality, and I applaud you all recognizing the importance of that. Additionally, I think it's important from those of us in Florida, like I said, I've been here my whole life. This is going to be my second experience of going through mass layoffs, because when the vision was announced by President Bush a couple years ago, it at that point became Florida's fate that we were going to endure a very painful transformation here. There is no recommendation that you can make to the President that won't result in thousands of jobs lost here. We recognize that. But it's also in our interest here in Florida that one of the reasons we endured it originally, and we're going to go through that again, is we are purely an operations center. Those of us in the Florida are working aggressively, as Lieutenant Governor mentioned, as Susan Cosmas' representative mentioned. We're trying to broaden our capability beyond just launch operations to get more test and manufacturing and R&D, and we're going to continue to do that, but that's our fight. Your job here is to, and what I want to impart to you most is, this country's in a real economic bind, and we recognize the challenges of budget, as clearly everyone on that panel recognizes. Okay, we want you to provide the President with the innovative excitement and bold initiatives that this President can get behind, because I have no doubt that this President wants to lead boldly on this issue, and if we can make the new space program a part of the new innovation agenda that will help pull this country out of the economic doldrums, I have no doubt you will get the leadership from this President that you need to get the budget you need so we can go out into the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See, I assume Ken Bays is not here. Let's see, we've got, he is. Please, the next three I'll call now so you can get up. Gregory Sakala, Chris Exley, and Brian Hathaway.
Okay.
Mr. Bays.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee. Everyone here has been assembled here today to support something we all feel close and dear to our hearts, and you can see that in the room and the passion that's been spoken here numerous times on stage and as you've gone across the country. I've written down a few comments. Of some of these things may be rhetorical, but I'll have to say that the space program is a national asset that the United States has. It began a long time ago with the Apollo program. We actually ventured into that as a lone partner, and we were able to succeed in that because we made a commitment to it. We have then since brought in international partners to help support our space program and do the ISS that we have, which is something that we're all very proud of. We've seemed to be able to find money to bail out Wall Street under a debacle. You know, GM, AIG, certain other global aspects that are out there with money we found over there, but we seem to hesitate to find the money to fund our space program to continue what we have begun. The benefits that we have for space, they benefit everyone. All of mankind has benefited from what we have been able to accomplish. I would say that we had a presidential candidate that came into this local area, which thus became our president, Mr. Obama. He made a commitment to the National Space Program to fund it, now's the time for him to go ahead and fulfill those promises that he made to not only this local area but nationwide. We've seen this talk about here at Florida, but we're talking about nationwide jobs and commitments to technology that goes beyond just Florida. We just happen to be the starting point for launches here. And I would just say the closing of the gap has been mentioned here many times to retain the experienced workforce that we have here locally here at KSC and other areas. Again, not only at KSC but other areas. Once these people don't have jobs for some time, I think we understand they have to feed their families, they'll have to find alternative means and ways, and we may not ever be able to get those people back. So I thank you for your time, and I hope that you're able to make a strong presence to the President to support our program.
Thank you for your comments.
Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, my name is Gregory Sakala. I work at KSC as an engineer designing ground support systems in support of Constellation. Before I go on, I wish to point out these are my opinions and thoughts, not Kennedy Space Center's or my employers. There is a situation here at KSC that you may not be aware of, but I am certain the situation exists at every NASA site where Constellation program work is being performed. Anyone following Constellation sees Ares 1 is in trouble. Speaking metaphorically, in medical terms, Ares 1 is very sick, is on life support, and its prognosis is not good. Morale here at KSC is sinking quickly due to the pending abandonment of both Ares 1 and the entire Constellation 1.5 launch architecture. Continuing work at full speed ahead on a project that is clearly doomed is both frustrating and demoralizing. It is difficult to remain focused working on a project that will be abandoned sooner or later. Change is coming, and the quicker the change is announced and implemented, the better for all involved. Let's take a quick look at the likely replacement architectures. First, not Shuttle C, using either a 2.5 launch or a 3 launch architecture. This has the apparent advantage of being quicker and less expensive to implement, but Not Shuttle C offers only a very limited lunar ability which falls far short of the current constellation requirements. Additionally, it is very limited in future growth potential, is very restricted in maximum payload fairing diameter, and is questionable in suitability for manned launches. Second, Ares 5 Lite using a 2-launch architecture. This proposal could support extended lunar stay missions and Mars missions without question. It also has the best future growth capability and would offer the largest reasonably possible lunar and Mars mass throw. But the costs in both money and schedule are impractical at this time considering the current economic conditions. The federal government could very well afford the funding considering how they've been throwing money around lately. But I highly doubt Congress would be willing to commit long-term to the funding required to support Ares 5. Lastly, we have Direct's Jupiter, a 2-launch architecture. This proposal exceeds current lunar throw mass requirements and is no more expensive in terms of funding and schedule than Not Shuttle C. Direct could perform the current Constellation lunar mission with margins to spare. Direct can be used for manned launches and has a very reasonable growth rate capability. Direct has also the ability to fly large diameter payloads that Not Shuttle C cannot. So it comes down to too small, too big, or just right. In closing, the panel will make recommendations that will very likely become the new policy. Please make the choice based on the 2 unmovable criteria, those being likely funding from Congress and the laws of physics. Please do not let politics shade your view. Remember, this is our second and likely our last chance to get it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Esley?
No, I'm Brian Hathaway.
Okay, fine.
Okay, Mr. Chairman and ladies and gentlemen of the committee, thank you for allowing me for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Brian Hathaway. I've been a Florida resident for 20 years, and I've been a supporter of human spaceflight efforts by NASA since the early Mercury days. The main skin in the game I have here is that I pay my taxes on time every year. I'd like to offer 3 opinions and then a suggestion. First, I believe we should commit to a manned mission to the Martian surface. In light of recent discoveries, Mars looks like an extremely exciting place to visit and should be the goal of our next 2 decades in space. Second, I believe we must sustain ISS operations past the 2016 end date. There were many opinions expressed over the past few days before this committee, but the bottom line is that it is wasteful to deorbit such a facility after so many years of development and so little experience fully utilizing it. Third, I believe we must close the U.S. manned spaceflight gap, and some of the ideas offered here have considerable merit, particularly the option of extending shuttle operations and selecting a vehicle with strong shuttle heritage to minimize development time and costs. It seems counterintuitive to me to have our government passing stimulus packages on one hand while cutting thousands of highly skilled aerospace jobs on the other. Having been unemployed since about the end of February, I can say it's not a fun space to be in. The challenge I see, and I'm sure you all appreciate, is that top-line budget constraints limit our ability to do the 3 things that I see as most important, exciting, and realizing the potential of years of human spaceflight development efforts to date. I suggest that the committee should consider some out-of-the-box thinking. Since NASA's mission is to foster development of spaceflight to further exploration of the cosmos, we must consider how to deal with the sunk costs of space operations as opposed to exploration. So much of our human spaceflight costs are due to operations that we seriously constrain our ability to explore. For example, if we could separate ISS operations, logistics, and support costs out of the NASA budget, the amount available for exploration grows considerably. I believe we need to change the paradigm with regard to ISS operations and how they may be funded. There is an historical precedent for this going back over a century. Large capital-intensive projects with long operational development periods have been managed by either governmental corporations or multinational consortiums. Some examples and their start dates include the Suez Canal, 1856, the TVA, 1933, the St. Lawrence Seaway in 1959, Intelsat in 1964, and Group Eurotunnel started in 1986. By creating a not-for-profit multinational corporation for the funding and operation of ISS, we could separate the operational costs that are not directly tied to the NASA mission. We may be able to use this model to offer partnership opportunities with other nations who are now only marginally involved in manned space operations. Okay. In this manner, we could capitalize upon the international nature of this facility and build upon a level of international cooperation that is now only starting to bear fruit in a fully crewed ISS, and then move on to Mars.
Thank you very much.
Good day, and thanks for the opportunity to address the committee. I'm Chris Exley, a private citizen. I was in grade school in 1957 when the Soviets launched Sputnik. For the next 30 years, I was a fan of all aspects of our space program. 1957 also marked the beginning of International Geophysical Year on July 1st, 1957. This international scientific year ran 18 months and ended on December 31st, 1958. Can we assume that the 18-month year was also at least 50% over original budget? My attitude towards the space program changed with the August 17th, 1987 Newsweek magazine special report titled Lost in Space, along with the companion article, Big Dumb Rockets. Maybe you read them. After reading the articles, I felt betrayed by the NASA administration that promised so much and delivered so little. The articles highlight some of the history that led to the loss of the Challenger and her crew and the status of NASA and its rocky road of administering our nation's space program. It is not flattering. It also provided some suggestions, guidance, and ominous words that have become hauntingly true in the 22-year interval since its publication. I recommend both articles. But now is not the time to dwell upon the past, except for the powerful lessons that the history of our space program can provide for the future. The big question is, will we repeat the last 40 years? I am not optimistic. I believe, and I appreciate some of the words of the other gentleman, I believe you're ignoring or trying to come to terms with the elephant in the room, which is the Ares launch program. The big dumb rocket that's described in the article was first conceived over 50 years ago by Arthur Schnitt, an engineer who developed the concept while working for the Aerospace Corporation. You may have heard of that. The basic premise of BDRs was low cost and low tech, using liquid fuels that were stored at normal temperatures. This morning's pie chart showed 1/3 of the total cost of the program to be the Ares rocket. I believe the cost could be significantly less than 1/3 if you were to change to another type of program. NASA already has experience with big dumb rockets. Actually, they're little dumb rockets. The Lunar Excursion Module descent engine was a little dumb rocket. It performed flawlessly, and when the time came, it did what it wasn't never asked to do by bringing the Apollo 13 astronauts safely home. Somebody this morning quoted Wernher von Braun's wisdom.
Final comments, please.
Wernher von Braun would never sign up to a manned launch program that used solid rocket boosters. That's the basis of accounts that I've read. NASA has failed to remember one basic principle in any human flight, whether it's space or just winged aircraft, and that's the KISS principle. We all know what that is. KISS, keep it simple, stupid. If I were a cartoonist, I'm reminded of the cartoon that starts out what the customer wanted versus what they got. And they got this elaborate piece of hardware when all they wanted was the tire swing hanging from the branch of the tree. Please keep that in your thoughts. I believe if you continue with the Ares program, you will have major, major problems for the entire program.
Thank you very much. Let's see, Leonard Arnowitz, Dave Fiscutter, I hope I pronounced that correctly, and Joel Howell.
Chairman Augustine, members of the commission. My name is Dave Fisher from Phoenix, Arizona. NASA's job is exploration. This means that NASA must develop human spacefaring capability rapidly enough so that when our robotic missions find explorations problems requiring human work, we'll be able to do that work. NASA must develop human spacefaring capability as cost effectively as possible so that we can afford the robotic missions that will find exploration problems requiring human work. NASA's role is exploration. Done properly, the fur traders, the miners, the ranchers, the farmers, merchants, and even the school teachers will follow the paths blazed by NASA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Leonard Arnowitz. I'm formerly with NASA, and I'm here to talk about a subject which I'm very surprised has never been mentioned during this meeting. I remember way back in the 1950s once when an article appeared in the Baltimore Sun that the United States was going to send a man in space. And an irate reader wrote a letter to the editor saying, if the Almighty had intended for a man to go into space, he would have created man with wings. The editor wrote back, if the Almighty had intended for man to smoke, he should have built it with a smokestack. Well, today, I'd like to talk to you about a little of my experience at NASA. And I remember when I was called down to NASA headquarters, I think I was a division chief at the time, and I was asked to listen to some man who had some kind of an idea. And what was the idea? He invented a pen that the astronauts could use. And he had a lot of trouble using it or promoting it. And what was the big idea anyway? It was a ballpoint pen. And he asked, would we be good enough to let an astronaut write with a ballpoint pen to show that this pen could be used in space and no other pen could? I told him, give me a couple of dozen of them and I'll try them out. And we tried them out, and today you see the ballpoint pens around. But what I want to talk about is a program that came about when they suddenly discovered the shuttle was going to become operational. At the time, they were looking at the shuttle flying sorties. These are like bombing missions. And that asked to come down to headquarters to listen to them or help them. And the question was, we got so many sorties planned, we don't have enough science to put on it. And you run the sounding rocket division, you got a lot of people who fly on rockets. Can you convince them that maybe they ought to try to fly on the shuttle, or maybe give them a hand flying on the shuttle? I said, well, think about it, and we'll come back and talk to you. And we came back and talked to them about a new program they ought to think about, and we called it the Getaway Special. What was the Getaway Special? It came out from a TWA announcement about Getaway Special that showed this busy executive running out of the office with an overcoat on one hand and a briefcase on the other and dragging his wife in the other. And TWA had a series of specials. You left your office on Friday afternoon, they took you to some exotic place, and they put you back on the plane Sunday morning and got you back to work in the middle of the morning. And we then proposed to have the idea of getaway specials for school children, high school students, college students, and postdocs, in which we made available a space on the shuttle. It was a canister space. You could put up to a couple of 100 pounds in it. You could add a couple of commands to it if you wanted to. And all you had to do is make sure it fit the mounting plates that came with the Getaway Special canister.
Leonard, final comments, please.
Sure. Well, we flew over 400. We had over 400 Getaway Specials built by school kids and what have you. And one that comes to mind to me is the principal of the school in Camden came to talk to the Chamber of Commerce about what was happening to the school system, and she painted a very dismal picture that her school system was going to pot because all the people were moving out of the neighborhood and what have you, and he couldn't interest kids in school. And it turned out that Jack Clark, who used to be the center director at Goddard at the time, had just left, and he was working on RCA, and he was at this meeting. And he took her aside and he suggested that she comes talk to me about the Getaway Special program, and we did that. And that school adopted the Getaway Special program and instituted a whole program. It took several years, in which the first year was devoted to just learning about space, everything about it, and then at the end of the first year, coming up with ideas about what to do in space. That group of kids, we started.
So we're going to have to cut off out of fairness to the other people who want to talk.
I left a copy of my comments with someone on the committee. If you need another copy, I'd be happy to give you one.
That'd be fine. Thank you very much. Let's see, Mr. Howell.
Six years ago, I was given a copy of this book of Augustine's Laws.
Oh, thank you for the plug.
To teach me how to be a good manager in the aerospace industry. I thank you for the ability to stand here today to brief you in the committee. It's a tribute to democracy and opportunity. General Lyle suggested this morning that the committee make the benefits of our country's civil space program more visible within the report. Usually when we talk about benefits, we talk about technologies that are spun out of NASA that make it into other industries that affect our lives. Generally, we acknowledge that the public doesn't care where these technologies come from, just that they have them and that they can't live without them. When we look at what the public has and is focused on during this economic crisis, it is, and I think, creating a stable Afghanistan and Iraq so we can bring our troops home safely, bailing out Wall Street so we could save our stock portfolios and 401ks, saving the auto companies through funding and Cash for Clunkers programs, and now healthcare so that everyone in our country can have access to good quality care. How can NASA compete against these issues? I think the answer is still pride, progress, and the expansion of human achievement. So the question is not how do we connect with the American people, I think it is how do we connect the American people? And I think the answer to this could be involvement and inclusiveness. One aspect of this is the STEM dilemma, which is that more of our kids are steering away from math and science. And I think the less that they study math and science, the less directly they're going to be involved in our space program, and less they will be more likely to, or less likely to support through giving their money in taxes and that sort of thing. The second aspect is diversity. At the Senate confirmation hearing for NASA Administrator Bolden, Senator Nelson outlined some of the major barriers our new administrator broke through in his military career in becoming the NASA administrator, on his way to becoming NASA administrator. This was the first time in my 6 years as a manager in the aerospace industry that I realized the lack of diversity in this industry, at least at the management level. The face of the decision makers and people with money in this country has changed since the Apollo era, since the Apollo 11 landing 40 years ago. And I think that actively pursuing their involvement in our industry is the only way to maintain its relevancy as our country continues to progress. That's it.
Thank you very much. The next group of three are Juliet Sisk, Robert Osmond, and Joe Brown.
Thank you for allowing me to address the committee. My name is Juliet Sisk, and I teach at Space Coast High School in Port St. John, right across from Kennedy Space Center. I teach aerospace, engineering, and technology in the STEAM Academy. STEAM stands for science, technology, engineering, aerospace, and manufacturing. I have two comments. I have heard repeatedly from the committee and other people that have made comments that you would like for the Constellation program to inspire our youth to take the math and science courses that will enable them to become involved in space exploration programs. That is exactly what the STEAM Academy is doing, and we have 4 engineering academies in Brevard County. We need the help of the Space Committee, both with educational grant money and with your expertise. I doubt if you know that it costs between $200 and $400 just to get a school bus for a half-day field trip. And of course, all of you are familiar with the way the budget is for the school system. So that's what we're up against, trying to fund an academy beyond a bare necessities program. I have my business cards here if anybody would like more information. Number 2, there's a cadre of between at least 2,000 to 3,000 teachers, and they're highly trained, dedicated teachers. They've been trained through NASA programs and individual contractors programs. For one example, imagine the excitement of the 60 Brevard County teachers who were given scholarships to fly on the zero-gravity plane last December. This flight was sponsored by Northrop Grumman. I ask you right now, in your mind, to imagine how you would have felt in elementary, middle school, high school classroom when you have a teacher in front of you that has just come off of doing, I think it was 15 parabolas, several for 1/3 gravity as if you were on Mars, several for 1/6 gravity, and of course that's the moon, and then the rest of them were free-floating, doing scientific experiments while you were trying to learn to float and not get kicked in the head. It would not cost a lot of money to get teachers from across the United States that I say are already trained. They're dedicated, and they actually start glowing when they start talking about space. There's a true attachment, a love of space among a huge number of teachers. And if we could get them all back together again, you would see miracles happen in a classroom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Augustine, members of the panel, my name is Robert Osband, although here in Brevard County, I'm known as Ozzy the area code guy. About 10 years ago, I went to a Public Service Commission hearing and explained that Cape Canaveral, the countdown capital, should get area code 321. I've never worked for NASA. I've never worked for a NASA contractor. I've just always been a space fan and a bit of a phone freak, so the combination of telephones and space came easy to me. On launch day, I'm usually in Titusville at Spaceview Park. I have a website, spacelaunchinfo.com. I publish a small newsletter that I sell to the tourists on launch day that explains a bit of the flight, because mostly the people that come to Spaceview Park on launch day are folks who are taking time out from their vacations. They came to Florida because they didn't know there was a launch on, but once they found out, they threw the kids in the station wagon and headed east. Some of them went on the internet first, found my webpage, and found their way to Spaceview Park. I'd like to invite you to Spaceview Park on a launch day and meet the people from across the country, folks from around the world who have found their way to the park to watch a launch. As Bob Cabana said this morning, they line the Indian River around here. They line the causeways across the Banana River. They hang out along the Atlantic coast, all to watch a launch. And I got to tell you, it's not just the manned launches. For unmanned launches, we'll be down on Route 528, one of my ham radio clubs, LESATS, the Launch Information Service and Amateur Television System, runs the ham radio repeater. If you've ever been down here with a scanner listening on 146.940 megahertz, that's my ham club. And we're out there with the NASA feed so that everyone, including those guys out in the boonies at the Space Center who can't find out what's going on otherwise, they can hear the countdowns. They can find out what's going on, get the word, and enjoy the launch, which for many of those people is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. For those people, the thousands of Americans, I just want to give the message to you from them. Please, whatever you do, keep them flying. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to Brevard County, the home of the United States' greatest active monument and museum. The VAB, LC-39, where 40 years ago we launched 3 astronauts to the moon, the miracle with God's help. LC-26, our first astronaut in 1958, where I work at the complex as a docent, and LC-5 and 6, our first U.S. astronaut in 1961. With here near 200,000 acres, over 25,000 active aerospace workers, team workers, members launching astronauts to the moon and satellites to space. Who am I? I'm Joe Brown, a God-loving American, an AACE International Fellow, certified cost engineer, who helped bid and build the VAB, Apollo, Skylab, Shuttle, International Space Station, and is a consultant for the Constellation program. Yes, when we designed the VAB in the 60s, we designed it to go higher. When I was on the roof recently, you could see the beam sticking through the roof, so it can go higher. In addition to that, we designed it for 2 more bays, 5 and 6, to go out north. I believe that we American God-loving people are for an expanded, accelerated space program to the moon for its natural resources, such as moon mining of helium-3, a new, exciting, clean energy source more powerful than uranium, where one shuttle load can power the United States electrically for 1 year with very low radioactivity. And why? Over 1 million good-paying American jobs to build the helium-3 power plants, new clean energy, less pollution, multi-million, trillion-dollar industries. That's what America needs now for a stronger U.S. economy. And yes, I did talk to Buzz Aldrin just recently, July 18th, about the challenges and how we can solve those challenges. I believe,
no final comments, please.
Good. I believe this nation, with President Obama's support, should continue itself to go to the moon, to mine helium-3, and beam clean energy back to Earth, cost-effectively, within this coming decade, because that is a challenge that we can win for all of mankind. Thank you very much, and for those that need more information on my website, Low Bidder Video, The Big Challenge, and expanded space videos, and some other information on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thanks on behalf of the committee to each of the public speakers that have shared their views with us. That completes that part of the presentations. We have time, 10 minutes under the normal schedule. I have a press conference. I have to step out for 30 minutes, but the committee can continue to deliberate if you would like. As we've gone today, I think we've done a pretty good job of closing out the items that we had, but we do have some free time here. If anybody has anything you'd like to talk about or raise or discuss. All right. Bo.
Yeah. You know, we have done a lot, I think, to come up with scenarios that involve technical aspects, because that's what we are good at, and we enjoy that. You know, we are guys that spend many years in the aerospace business. What I feel like we could do perhaps more in try to help NASA, look at how NASA does business in America and see if we can, you know, be helpful in that arena. And I was sitting there thinking a little earlier, and I'm thinking, we have our chairman who is an icon in business world. You know, I'm not trying to kiss up to you, Norm, but seriously. And I think under this gentleman's leadership, we ought to try to look at things that we ought to suggest to NASA to be more effective. In other words, okay, we are trying to figure out how to make technical content that fits the budget. There are 2 other areas. We haven't really talked a lot how to help NASA get more budget. And the third one is how to help NASA use budget they get more effectively. And I feel like there is probably some room for, you know, for a little dialogue. And I still count on your leadership in that area. You know this stuff. We are a bunch of, you know, technical people here. Yeah.
I'm an engineer that descended into management. No, but your point is a very good one, and you know, in the chapter we've talked about in our report, I think we will want to make some comments along those lines. That I think there are some lessons that perhaps we could make a contribution, and should. I know Jeff has got some thoughts, who's lived in this world as well. So I welcome the idea.
When my friend Jeff was talking earlier, he had one page on I think new way of doing business. And I had some discussion, you know, prior to our meeting here with some of the previous NASA managers, and I asked that question, how NASA could be a little more effective in getting better value for the dollars they do have. And things like, there came some of the suggestions went along the lines that NASA has this traditional way of buying things from contractors, putting in big chunks, go through the competitive procurement. Contractors work very hard to compete. They award the contractors the work, and then contractors stays in the business for decades. And in some cases, maybe that's the only way to do it. Continuity of experience, of honing your skills. But there are pieces of NASA engagement, I believe, that could be treated a little differently, put them in smaller pieces, and provide something more of the continuous, not the periodic, but continuous competitive atmosphere. Just like, you know, when you go to a grocery store, you can buy 10 brands of milk. That to me is a continuous competition. And and maybe this is easy to talk and harder to do, but I feel like we ought to try to at least maybe put something in our report that has to do, how could NASA in some cases do to get, number one, better value, and number two, stimulate newcomers, guys who come and make milk, you know, in our business, you know. So I don't know if anybody else thought of this idea, or am I a lonely wolf here on this committee, you know.
I obviously couldn't agree more. I've asked that question before. I am always told, you know, we can't possibly afford to have, we can barely afford to have one competitor doing something. We certainly can't afford to have two. And then you watch the problems and the overruns, and you go, you couldn't afford not to have two. If you had two, you would have wanted to spend less money than if you had the one. But of course, you can't do that, as Bo alludes to, if your idea of the competition is who gets the next $100 billion 10-year program. You have to break it down into smaller pieces. And I think one of the really key aspects to some of the technical ideas I talked about earlier is not that they're technically neat in and of themselves, but that they allow, you know, a disaggregation of the requirements so that you can break up the individual pieces so that they're more competition friendly.
Ed, I saw you had a comment.
Yes, sorry. I do. I actually had an idea that came about during Senator Nelson's comments. And I should preface this for the people out there in blogosphere who are checking my credentials that, you know, at one point I was both educated in Leningrad and a lecturer in Moscow at the Aviation Institute. But I was listening to the comments from Senator Nelson about funding the provision of launch services in the interim on the Russian launch system, which I have nothing but the greatest admiration from, but it is basically paying another government for a service that Americans might otherwise provide. And it occurred to me that this is one of those rare instances, Norm, where the American government can actually do an IRR calculation and say, what fraction of this payment that we know we will likely have to make to a foreign government could we invest in American industry to provide a capability sooner so that we don't have to make the payment to a foreign government? I mean, it's actually a relatively simple business case to think about, and it makes you realize that if you accept the fact that we're going to have a gap, which is almost inevitable of some duration, it's just the argument about what the duration is, you can actually estimate how much we would have to pay and what fraction of that it made sense to reinvest in Americans producing the capability. And it's actually a fairly simple argument that closes. So we might want to consider that.
I agree, and I. And if, as I suspect, the answer may not be overwhelming, but it comes out close, you have to factor in the fact that, close. It's obvious which way ties break in that calculus.
Close goes to the runner.
Our chair sends his apologies, but he did have to step out to meet with the media and to answer questions. So we'd all rather be here than there, as it turns out. But we're free to continue the discussion if there's some other comments that you'd like to offer.
So we have a little more time?
A little more time, yeah, Bo, go ahead.
Well, I want to raise a question as to whether we want to raise a question. Are you our chair in absentia here?
I was left with the cattle prod.
All right. So I'm ready to cower here. But, we have this giant trade space of n dimensions, each of which has y options in it, all of which we have to somehow combine over the next week. And do we want to sleep on that before we talk about it, or are there any elements of it that we want to talk about now so as to focus our work between now and then more narrowly?
Well, I guess I would speak, personally, that we've had a deluge of info today. Most people will need to go back and probably review some of the charts, process a little bit. But I think if there are questions that we think need to be answered, it would be great if we could raise those now so that we could sort of get some help on getting those questions. So when we get back together next week, it's not the search for additional data. Yeah.
No, I
Chris?
just need time to think about it.
I think Bo was ahead of you. Bo, did you?
No, go ahead, Chris. I'll yell.
Somewhat relevant to that, I think it's relevant to that, and also I've been struck, as a committee, we get to sit back and pretty much criticize everybody, and maybe a little bit of self-criticism is useful too. Today, we emphasized the fix that the program is in with respect to budget. So much less in the current budget than was budgeted circa 2006, plus if you extend station, another 10 to 14 billion. And then what we went and did today was to say, and you know what? NASA should also have a robust advanced technology program. And you know what? NASA should also develop depots. And I think, if I was trying to put the best face on it, I think that would be that we would try to justify that by saying that we are in a fix, and if we want somehow to break out of NASA's chronic problem of not having enough money to do operations and developments simultaneously, there have to be some game changers, and the advanced technology and the depots are ways of trying to change the game. And nevertheless, when we try to incorporate this into our report, I think we ought to try, just as I berated Washington by saying that we're going to have to be honest about how much our budget can buy, we ought to be really upfront in our report as well and saying just how much a hit these different technology development items are going to represent, to the extent we can estimate that, and factor that in, as we think through the budget. We don't want to be guilty of just hanging more baubles on the Christmas tree, doing exactly what we say needs to be avoided.
Couldn't agree more. The chart said it has to be a funded technology program, and that means we got to think about how fast we want to do it. We have to put a line item on that, and we have to figure out what we're going to beg for or what we're going to cut to get it.
But Chris, I couldn't agree more. I think the reality is that we have an administration that is interested in technology investment. And the ironic part is that, as you know, in the last few months, they've made several decisions about giving additional resources for technology development to the agencies that they consider to be technology developers. And on that list is the NIH and the NSF and the DOE, and not NASA. NASA has not been a beneficiary of the additional funding in the stimulus packages and others that are associated with new technology investments. And the perception is that the current technology program within NASA is such a direct, is a supporting technology program for human spaceflight, for short-term needs of human spaceflight, and therefore doesn't count in that category. And I think that along with this, we need the vision and the request in this one. We need the vision of what the technology program would be in NASA that would, as Les, whose seat I'm in, pointed out this morning, would not only provide technology for NASA's missions, but as Jeff points out, provide the role that the NACA did for many years, is being a technology engine for a commercial space industry. And by the way, if it also helps with human health and other issues in the traditional spin-off model, that's fine. I think we have to help NASA craft that vision and make it a part of the package we carry forward.
Why don't we give Bo the last word here?
Well, I'm still along the line of this. I think NASA has an opportunity today to maybe not create, because it creates by itself, the vibrant commercial space industry. We have visited, guys who spend their own money to get to space, to create an industry. NASA could help that. NASA, we asked some people, I won't mention names, I guess, because maybe there was somewhat proprietary information, but we asked the questions, how important was NASA business to you succeeding in commercial space? And the answer was very important. NASA can be a catalyst, to grow and expand commercial space industry if it becomes one of their objectives. You have to accomplish things what you want to do. It happens in spite of you. You have to actually want to do it. But I think if NASA could do that, and I don't think we are talking about a big portion of NASA's budget, I think it would elevate NASA in the eyes of every small businessman. People whose buddies are trying to get in the business, who talk up NASA, and I think there would be a positive image, NASA creating a new aerospace industry and assisting it in being successful. And I don't know that we have really come up with some concrete recommendation for NASA how to do that. We may have to talk some more about it, but I think it's very important. Well, thank you, whoever thought of this. Who's on my side?
You've got one lone person on your side, Will. That's great. Jeff, you want to wrap us?
Yeah, there's two thoughts that during the course of the last couple of days I've mentioned to other committee members, and I want to take these minutes to surface them for everybody else to think about, not to try to reach an answer. The first one of them I want to raise is, now that we have come to this point of realizing how critical propellant transfer initially and maybe depots later can be to the exploration architecture. And now that at least I personally am getting more interested in a mid-range booster as being a piece of that, a question that was previously didn't make sense to ask floats up. And that question is ISS the depot? Or, it certainly is a very logical place to do flight demonstration of technology maturation. But as we've listened to the concerns about propellant transfer architectures, one of the concerns that comes up is, well, it's not just propellant, you got all these pieces on orbit, their orbits have to be maintained, they need to keep alive power. If you are really smart, you might want to launch the Earth departure stage last because it's kind of the big piece, but then you'd have to have the crew up ahead of time. You can't have the crew waiting around in orbit. And I'm listening to these pieces going, okay, I know ISS is kind of in the wrong orbit for this, and I know that we're going to pay a performance penalty for a long time if we did that. But gosh, it does provide orbital maintenance, keep alive power, people there, place to store the crew, mechanics if something goes wrong, and I think it's worth thinking about again.
Well, I was going to say, we're going to expand on the options and probably, try to make like Legos and break and reconnect a little bit next week. So I think that's one of the things we ought to keep in the hopper here. Hey, Jeff, I'm going to call for time because I know that we are ahead of schedule, behind schedule.
Okay, I'll be very quick.
Okay.
Okay. The other one I want to raise is that we talk a lot about cost, but I don't think it's been clear, not all costs are created equal. For the government in particular, a program with very high ongoing operations cost poses a real problem, and that problem is the budget's never constant. It goes up, it goes down, and they can't hold program reserves. It's a program problem we've heard from everybody. You know, I can't hold on to enough reserves, OMB takes them away. Well, if your fixed costs are 25% of your cost, neither of these are that big of a deal. You know, the budget goes up, I fly more missions. The budget goes down, I fly fewer missions. I have a program that slips out or overruns, I fly a few fewer missions. If it underruns, I fly more. But if your fixed costs are 50, 60, 70% of your budget, and your budget goes up or down by 25%, you're out of luck. And that is essentially the situation we find ourselves in. If we want a sustainable architecture, it's not enough to be cheaper. It has to be cheaper on a recurring cost basis, even if, ironically enough, it has to be cheaper on a fixed cost basis. Fixed costs has to be a lot cheaper. Even if, ironically enough, that means the marginal cost goes up a little bit in some optimized architecture where the budgets are perfectly flat and level and predictable. In the real world, you're better off.
I have a question for Jeff. Do you think time has come where we can start thinking of privately owned gas stations in space?
Yes, I think the time has come when we can start thinking about it. Whether the time has come where we're ready to start depending on it, we'll need more discussion.
Okay, at this point, Bo, I'm going to let you guys go off in the bar and continue that discussion. But our chair is famous for trying to have a little margin at the end of the day, and we've blown that. But I do want to, on his behalf and on behalf of the entire committee, thank all of our public participants today, those of you who spoke, as well as those of you who endured for several hours here in person and online. We really appreciate it. We are taking in all of the inputs and processing them as quickly as we can, but as you might imagine, we are going to be very focused on getting our report out by the end of August. So thank you all again, and travel safely.